Chapter 84. I'm guessing that this has something to do with your group of guests who have unique recipes? Putray sighed and asked Thales sarcastically as he stared at the setting sun that was almost hidden by the forest in the distance. But Thales did not answer him. The prince forced himself to calm down amidst the panic caused by the sudden attack. He stared at the black-clothed, dignified, silver-haired, purple-eyed blood clan beauty before him. Katerina L.A. Van Corleone. If I remember correctly. Thales gritted his teeth. The current master of the Corleone family and even the Night Kingdom. The Night Queen. Serena Corleone's younger sister. But Thales immediately realized something. Why would the Queen of the Eastern Peninsula, who has such a noble status, lower her status and personally cross the sea to chase after 4 political refugees who are weak and powerless? Even if they are her elder sisters. Coveters of the Blood Sea throne. Something is not right. How to fight against the Blood Clan? The attendant, Wuxia, held a single-edged straight blade in his hand and looked around with a grave expression. I have only heard about it from my teacher, but I have never practiced it. The young attendant tried his best to remain calm, but judging from the sudden increase in his speaking speed, he probably did not expect to encounter the situation before him after only being by the prince's side for a few days. Congratulations then. Not everyone has such a good opportunity to practice it. Putray was rather calm. He carefully observed the blood clansmen around him who were staring at him with burning gazes. Beheading or piercing the heart, these are the few effective methods. Although some powerful blood clansmen can even recover from having their hearts destroyed. Silver or sunlight can also weaken or even harm them. In battle, you must first rely on steady footsteps, and second on your ability to predict your position, because you will never be faster than them. At the same time, you must maintain sufficient vigilance. Just like the power of eradication, every blood clansman above superclass has their own unique ability that varies from person to person. When used in battle, it can often bring about unexpected results. Wuxia nodded with a pale face. Mortals of the Western Peninsula. Beside Katerina, a middle-aged male blood clansman who looked like a commander took a step forward. His appearance was firm and his expression was cold. Her Majesty the Noble Queen is waiting for your obedience. Hand over the traitors of the Night Kingdom. We will be more merciful when we act. 21, all superclass and above, and at least 3 of them are supreme class. Ida walked up from behind Thales. Her voice was no longer as lazy as it usually was. Instead, it was solemn and serious. The uncle who spoke, the young man on his left, and the queen dressed like a ball star. If you want to fight, the female secret guard extended her hand to her waist and said solemnly, be prepared for heavy casualties. If it really doesn't work, I can only protect you and escape first, boy. The moment she finished speaking, the young man on the left-hand side, whom Ida mentioned, the brown-haired young blood clansman dressed in luxurious red clothes and silver armor, flashed a mysterious smile and looked at her. She with an end, the of, comma, with, were, with. Simon, the middle-aged blood clansman said slowly. These are all soldiers. When they cooperate with each other and form a battle formation, their power cannot be compared to that of ordinary adventurers. Very humorous, Hestad. Simon chuckled. Soldiers? In this world, what soldiers can compare to our Sacred Blood Army? Sacred Blood Army? Thales clenched his fists in secret. The words of the golden-haired blood clansman, Ishtron, surfaced in his mind. Even if your enemy is the Supreme King of Constellation with the support and protection of our Sacred Blood Army, he will definitely not dare to make things difficult for you. Katerina did not move at all, letting her 2 commanders negotiate. Only her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. Her gaze was filled with eerie coldness. The 30 swordsmen of eradication were all elite fighters. Even so, many of them could not help but look at their leader, Cora. Steady. Cora ordered sternly, but he was drenched in cold sweat as well. During the past 4 days, our scouts and sentries have never slacked off, ensuring that there are no threats within a few kilometers around us. Cora looked at the figures surrounding them in the thicket. He whispered in disbelief, vampires can only travel at night. How did they manage to keep up with us? Watch your words, mortal. I don't want to hear that title again, the middle-aged blood clansman commander said coldly. Thales furrowed his brows. They are here for Serena Corleone, who is in the convoy. That's right. At this juncture, whether it's Constellation or Extet, no one has a reason to take my life. Even the ambitious ones who are passionate about war would at least have to wait until I leave Constellation's borders and enter Extet. Only then would my death be able to better incite the atmosphere between the two countries to go to war. As for Serena, Thales glanced at the carriage with the black coffin from the corner of his eyes. Cora, you don't have to lower your voice anymore. Under the tense situation, Thales, who was wondering if he should send someone to check on Serena's carriage, could not help but let out a long sigh. I am certain that every single one of them can hear us. The moment he finished speaking, Katerina's gaze suddenly swept towards him. Thales was so shocked that his skin crawled. We have waited long enough. The middle-aged blood clansman, Hestad, exercised his wrist and said nonchalantly, Where are the traitors of Night Kingdom? Thales breathed rapidly, but there was already a huge storm raging in his mind. My dear and heartless sister, they still came. A familiar and childish voice rang. Under everyone's gaze, Serena Corleone, who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, walked down the carriage with a cold expression, accompanied by Chris and Istrone. Katerina's purple eyes were fixed on her older sister. Following the appearance of the 3 blood clansmen, the blood clan warriors, who were originally standing like statues, moved as if they had come to life. Many of them seemed to be surprised by Serena's infant figure. When Hestad and Simon saw Serena's appearance, they both furrowed their brows. The former even glared fiercely at Chris. Beside Thales, Ralph, on the other hand, looked at Chris and Istrone warily. He had not forgotten the old grudge between them. It seems that your injuries are not light, Your Highness Serena. The seemingly young Simon smiled and said, You can't even maintain the basic figure of an adult. Serena ignored him. Step by step, she walked into the crowd and stood beside Thales. The middle-aged Hestad said coldly, Your Highness Serena, please return to the blood-forbidding prison and serve the rest of your sentence. A thought flashed in Thales' mind. A heinous crime? Sentence? What sentence? Isn't Serena a loser in the fight for the throne? He looked at the silver-haired lowly who was about 6 or 7 years old. Oh, my dear Marquis Hestad Corleone. Serena raised her eyes and stared deeply at Hestad. May I know if there are any changes to my sentence? Your original sentence was eternal life. Hestad put on a stern face as if he hated the little girl in front of him. Because of your atrocious escape from prison and theft, your sentence was increased by 10 years. So the current sentence is, it is eternal life plus 10 years, he said coldly. Escape from prison and theft? The doubts in Thales' mind grew deeper. Beside Serena, Istrone's eyes were burning with anger. He could not help but speak. Is there a difference? Katerina still stared at Serena with a burning gaze. Hestad, Simon, as well as Luke, Dnai, Bruton, Isala, Caesar. Serena looked around and pouted. You have brought out almost half of the Corleone family's power in the Sacred Blood Army. Aren't you afraid that the situation in the country will become unbalanced? The archdukes from the other 6 families who are eager to make a move? If I can capture you and bring you back, Katerina spoke slowly. Disgust actually appeared on her alluring face at that moment. I will not be afraid. Thales sighed sadly. Why is my luck always so bad? Now that things had come to this, they could only negotiate. What they wanted the most was Serena. Their biggest disadvantage was that they were in an unfamiliar land, but just like in the past, Thales' terrible luck once again took effect before he could react to it. Humph, crybaby, Serena said scornfully, why don't you try? Katerina's pitiful expression suddenly turned cold. No. Thales furrowed his brows. He turned his head and looked at Serena. Is this old witch recklessly provoking her opponent? This situation. Is she crazy? As you wish. A fierce look appeared in Katerina's eyes. Her voice deepened again. Ugly-faced woman. This time, it was Serena's turn to change her expression. In the next moment, the black-clothed beauty, Her Majesty Katerina Corleone, raised her dainty chin. Her purple eyes flickered with a terrifying color as she swept her gaze across the diplomat group. She opened her cherry lips slightly. My knights and knights, Thales shuddered. He raised his hand abruptly and shouted, Wait! However, a fierce look appeared in Katerina's eyes. That alluring voice containing a cold, murderous intent spread. Kill them all. Thales' mouth had just widened. No, wait. The 3 Supreme-class blood clansmen opposite him were still standing in their original spots. The 18 blood clansmen around them instantly disappeared behind the trees. Astral formation, prepare for battle. This was Cora's furious roar. Before Thales could finish shouting the rest of his words, Ralph and Waya, whose expressions had changed drastically, pressed him down onto the snowy ground. In the next moment, Thales, whose face was buried in the snowy ground, immediately felt that the originally quiet birch tree forest was like a pot of boiling oil. Countless sounds of explosions rang out. Countless sounds of weapons slashing and shields colliding could be heard. Sounds of flesh being torn apart by sharp claws. Sounds of blood spurting out when arteries ruptured. Sounds of bodies falling heavily. Sounds of bodies being dragged on the snowy ground. Sounds of anxious shouts, nervous reminders, angry roars of indignation and pained screams. The sounds of the Blood Clansmen's figures flying back and forth, all of them echoed in this sparse forest at the same time. Thales spat out a mouthful of snow from his mouth. Lying on his stomach on the snowy ground, he gritted his teeth and raised his head in fear and nervousness. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk why a single-edged blade flashed before Thales' eyes like a cold light. It forced a Blood Clansman who had broken through the gap to retreat. Ralph activated his psionic ability in tacit understanding. Strong gusts of wind blew him far away. Aida's figure leaped across the air. The Blood Clansman's head immediately flew off. However, this was only the scene beside Thales. Under the protection of the person beside him, Thales turned his head and looked around. His pupils instantly dilated. In other places, the Jadestar family's private soldiers were facing a disaster. Blood sprayed everywhere. Falling severed limbs. Heads flew through the air. Blades dyed red. Bodies that fell to the ground powerlessly. Soldiers who were dragged away from the defense line by the Blood Clansmen. No, Thales widened his eyes. It was not that he had never seen a battle before. However, this was the quickest chaotic battle he had ever seen, where the situation was one-sided. In less than 10 seconds, 8 or 9 of the 30 Jadestar family's private soldiers had fallen. The Blood Clansmen's figures constantly disappeared and reappeared in the air. Every time they moved, it represented an extremely dangerous attack. It's too fast. Careful, steady. Asterisk rip, asterisk, my hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk above. Be careful above. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, this is, straight ahead. Asterisk ding, clang. Asterisk, they're on the left. Asterisk clang. Swoosh, asterisk, damn it, drag him back. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, he can't be saved. Be careful behind. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, no. Don't you dare. Korra stood at the front line and formed a circular formation with his companions on both sides. He gritted his teeth and slashed at the Blood Clansman who suddenly appeared. However, the blade slashed at the air and did not have any effect at all. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hold your shields and hold the line of defense. Be careful of the attacks from above." But it was useless. A soldier beside Korra held his shield and blocked an attack for him. However, at the same time, another sharp claw appeared from the other side. It suddenly hooked and slashed the soldier's throat. Blood splattered. Korra could only roar in anger and resentment. The Jadestar family's private soldiers tried their best to maintain the astral formation. They originally wanted to use their well-practiced and seamless battle coordination to restrain the ghostly and astonishingly fast Blood Clansmen. But ironically, in this battle, the Blood Clansmen were the ones who had the most seamless cooperation. 18 Blood Clansmen, 18 figures of men and women, were orderly divided into 6 groups. They attacked the astral formation of the Jadestar family's private soldiers from 6 directions. One person feigned an attack, one person harassed, and the last person waited for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, to tear the throat or behead the enemy. If the first person was accidentally injured by a sword, he would immediately switch positions with the second person. The second person would also occasionally switch duties with the third person. They maintained a continuous offensive and did not let up. They exerted great pressure on the defense line at all times. None of the Blood Clansmen hesitated, spoke too much, retreated, or stopped. Compared to the irrational and uncooperative blood slaves they encountered before, these were, Thales' skin crawled as he thought, the true elite warriors of the Blood Clansmen. Sacred Blood Army? Only supreme-class elites like Chris and Ida could not be at a disadvantage in this chaotic battle. They could even gain something from it. Another soldier's pained scream was heard. No, this cannot go on. Why? Why was her order to kill us all? And not hand over Serena? Thales turned to Serena and said angrily, "We could have solved this through negotiation." But Serena only stared back at him coldly. She said, "Kill them all." The casualties of the soldiers were still increasing. Thale's skin crawled as he watched the Jadestar family's private soldiers fall one by one. Chapter 85. Abandon the shields. Many warriors looked at the person who spoke, puzzled. It was Janet, the veteran of the Starlight Brigade. Trust me. The Starlight Brigade has also fought against the so-called mercenaries of Grand Banquet Hill. Janet shouted at the top of his lungs as he fought. The veteran of the Starlight Brigade roared in a voice that even drowned out chorus, "Abandon the astral formation, abandon the shields. Stay close to each other. Use your legs to pin the person closest to you. Don't look with your eyes. Hold your swords with both hands and stab in the direction of the tremors. Conserve your strength when you attack. Make sure you are agile." Cora turned his head and looked at Janet, puzzled. While he hesitated, another soldier's abdomen was torn open. "Don't hesitate, do as he says." The old butler of the Blood Clan, Chris Corleone, grabbed a Blood Clan warrior in midair. Even at the risk of a deep wound on the side of his abdomen by another warrior, he wanted to dig out the other party's heart amidst the other party's angry roars. He said coldly, "You are facing the army with the least number of people in the world, but the most experience. The Sacred Blood Army. Many of them have been fighting wars for hundreds of years. The classic old battle formation won't work." Enough. Cora was still hesitating, but Put Ray blocked an attack in a disheveled manner and roared furiously, "Anyway, in another minute we will all be dead. Listen to that guy for once." Asterisk thud. Thud. Clang. Asterisk the Jadestar private soldiers threw down their shields and pinned each other's legs according to Janet's instructions. They held their swords with both hands, no longer believing in the scene before them, and formed their formation again. The effect was immediate. The number of casualties immediately decreased. The Blood Clansmen's ghostly and swift attacks in groups of 3 could no longer display their previous effects in the face of the nimble soldiers who threw down their shields and the extremely stable formation of their lower bodies. On the contrary, the Jadestar private soldiers, who counterattacked by relying on the tremors instead of sight, began to gain some results. In the distance, Simon frowned. Among them there are veterans who have been through war. Hestad stared at Chris' figure. "Also, don't forget Chris. That guy used to be a member of the Sacred Blood Army. It's time for us to act." Simon turned to Her Majesty the Queen. "There are already 4 casualties. No, fighting is one thing, war is another." Katerina shook her head, still expressionless. "Even Supreme-class elites cannot remain unscathed in a chaotic battle involving more than 50 people. We still have to deal with those 2 limiters. I'd rather be more conservative than waste your strength. After all, we are stepping on a foreign land." "Besides," Katerina muttered, "we still have to protect that thing back to the Eastern Peninsula. My relatives in Grand Banquet Hill have been drooling over it for a long time." Thales breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the battle around him was no longer as brutal as before. However, Serena, who was beside him, suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt. "You want to stop this fight, don't you?" Serena smiled mysteriously. "Simple." Serena pointed at Katerina in the distance. "Just ambush that crybaby. Chris can help too. He's very confident. Then we can sit down and negotiate." Thales panted and looked at Serena, then at Katerina. Besiege way to rescue the besieged? Although he knew that this was a ruse that was mixed with personal grudges, Thales also understood that this was probably the only way. One of the soldiers collapsed, gasping for breath. He no longer hesitated. "Ida!" Thales roared furiously. He looked ahead at the cloaked figure who was fighting with ease. "Take down that queen." Ida understood what Thales meant. "My duty is to protect you." Ida replied coldly. Thales said angrily without hesitation, "Our men are dying. Stop them." Ida glanced at him, her mouth twitching under the cloak. "I beg of you." Thales stared at his supreme-class protector. Ida snorted softly. In the next second, the secret protector took out an exquisitely crafted machete from under the cloak. With the help of a birch tree beside him, he leaped into the air. He pounced towards Katerina. The exquisitely crafted machete drew a brilliant flower in the air. As if she could predict the future, she struck down 3 Blood Clan warriors who pounced to intercept her. Ida broke through the obstruction and continued to dash towards Katerina. However, a powerful arm appeared out of thin air and grabbed Aida's right shoulder. "Madam." Simon, who appeared in the blink of an eye, laughed happily and said, "You are my..." However, before he could finish speaking, he felt Aida's shoulder sink and she instantly broke free from his grasp. Simon's expression changed. "This dexterity. Before he could finish his thought, the secret protector under the cloak somersaulted, grabbed his arm in a reverse grip, and nimbly flipped onto Simon's shoulder. Simon did not have the time to be shocked. He turned around at lightning speed and struck out with his claws at the same time. However, Aida's entire body twisted and moved like a boneless spirit snake, causing Simon to only be able to futilely grab at the air. Aida tapped her foot on Simon's shoulder. Instead, she used the force of Simon's turning to leap up easily. As if she was passing through obstacles, she sprinted towards Katerina without stopping. Simon's expression was extremely unpleasant. He was broken through and could not even stop her for a second. Even Katerina furrowed her brows as she watched Aida's movements and leaps. Her dexterity was simply extraordinary. The second Supreme Class Elite, Hestad Corleone, appeared in front of Aida with a flash. His expression was solemn. This cloaked person is probably not an ordinary Supreme Class, he thought. However, no matter how dexterous he was, in front of the blood mist formed by the blood shadow dance, Hestad laughed hideously. His body started to turn invisible. However, his expression immediately changed. Because the blood shadow dance, belonging to another blood clansman, had also turned into blood mist and unknowingly wrapped around his entire body. Chris Corleone, Serena's old butler, appeared behind Hestad without a sound and grabbed his neck in a death grip. Chris! Hestad roared furiously. With a quick turn, he broke free from his opponent's grip and thrust his claws towards Chris' heart. The two Supreme Class blood clansmen suddenly disappeared from the ground as if they were teleporting. They then reappeared on a tree in midair and on the snowy ground. Every time they appeared, it was accompanied by an extremely dangerous exchange of blows. Hestad, old friend. Chris replied expressionlessly, what a nostalgic old time. The two blood clansmen instantly turned into mist at the same time. Like two entangled tornadoes, they swept up into the sky. In front of Aida, the path to Katerina was no longer obstructed. Thales thought of something. What's left? As long as Aida can subdue Katerina, or even gain the upper hand in the battle, then there will be a chance. However, in the next moment, Thales felt Serena, who was beside him, gently hugging his waist like a lover. This way no one will come and disturb you and me, she said softly. Thales, who was fully focused, was about to impatiently shake off this senseless old witch. However, his brain suddenly thought of something. Serena. Me. Why did the words she said suddenly stop leaking? Thales turned his head in shock and looked at Serena in disbelief. The silver-haired, red-eyed Princess Serena Corleone was looking at him with a smile. You found out the moment I exposed myself? As expected of my ally. I can finally speak normally. This past month I've been working so hard to pretend. What an overly smart brat. Thales watched all of this with an empty mind. What happened? Before he could figure out the cause and effect, he sprawled on the snow-covered ground and lost consciousness. In the chaotic battle, Ralph stepped on his sore knees. He was still not very used to this pair of prosthetics. He used his hidden blade to parry a blood clansman. At this moment he, who was unusually sensitive to wind, frowned. He turned his head and saw that one of the carriages in the convoy suddenly moved. The horse pulling the carriage started to run as if it was startled. It moved into the distance. Ralph frowned deeply. He recognized that it was Serena's carriage. What's going on? He turned his head, wanting to inform the others. However, he immediately realized that he was a mute. Ralph let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, in the chaotic battle, a strange ball suddenly fell from Istron Corleone's sleeve. The ball was covered in strange patterns and runes and it was still rolling around. The sharp-eyed Putray noticed the orb. His expression became extremely unsightly. Everyone get down? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Putray roared angrily, it's a wizard's alchemy ball. Only Waya's expression changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to pounce on Thales. But when he turned his head, he did not see Thales' figure in the chaos. Where's the prince? Extreme uneasiness rose from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a violent light and explosion spread from the center of the ball. When Thales woke up, he found himself on a speeding carriage. He immediately recognized that it was Serena's carriage, which carried the black coffin, because he was leaning against the folded black coffin. Thales struggled to raise his head, but found that his hands were tied behind his back. The prince looked at the front of the carriage in shock and bewilderment. There, Rolana Corleone held a horsewhip and flashed him a sinister smile. What's going on? Thales questioned her in shock and anger. Don't worry, ally. On the other side of the carriage, Serena, who had ulterior motives, looked at him with a smile. The most exciting part is just about to begin. It's time to reverse the situation. The 6 or 7-year-old little girl said with a smile, "My road to regaining my throne." Her expression suddenly changed and she spat unhappily. They've caught up so quickly. As expected of a crybaby who holds a grudge. What? Thales was still sorting out everything in front of him. Asterisk thought. Asterisk as if someone had smashed the roof of the carriage with a hammer, the carriage suddenly shook. Thales was shaken so much that he fell to the ground. But an even greater tremor followed. This is? Thales looked out of the carriage in shock and bewilderment. He saw that the horizon under the setting sun began to tilt. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the carriage crashed into a birch tree and flipped over on the snow-covered ground. The dizzy Thales bumped into the carriage and his face was swollen. He shook his head, gritted his teeth and struggled to get his hands tied behind his back. He could not feel JC's dagger by his waist. In the damaged carriage, he wriggled out like a caterpillar. This is too much. What grudge do these 2 horses have against you? Serena's childish voice came from not far away. Thales struggled to flip out of the carriage and fell on the snow-covered ground. He was immediately grabbed by a strong hand. Thales raised his head and saw that Rolana was grabbing him. She stood beside Serena and looked at the other side as if she was facing a great enemy. There, the Night Queen, the Weeper, Her Majesty Katerina van Corleone, was looking at the 3 of them with a frosty expression. Even if you create chaos, you cannot escape. With your current strength that has yet to recover from your injuries, you are not my opponent at all. The farce is over. Hand over the dark night black coffin and follow me back. Katerina's gaze was sharp as she looked at her sister, who looked like she was only 6 or 7 years old. She showed hatred and disgust. Continue to atone for your ugly past. Ugly past. Thales looked at the adorable Serena, who was blinking her eyes. A chill ran down his spine. What ugly past? What past? Oh, I do not know what crime I have committed. Serena did not seem worried at all. She giggled and said, I have always done the right thing. The right thing? With an expressionless face, Katerina repeated Serena's words. However, Thales only felt that the Night Queen's mood was even worse. For the first time, the frosty Katerina's eyes shone with hatred and fury. Is that so? Is this what you feel after sitting in the blood prohibition prison for 200 years? Patricide. Chapter 86. Under the setting sun, somewhere in the snow-covered land, a suffocating pitch-black smoke filled the air. Ida somersaulted, flipped in the air and finally landed on the ground. Hey, you saw the explosion just now, didn't you? Both sides were blown apart. Not to mention there's smoke like this. Looking at the thick black smoke that filled the sky, she raised the exquisite machete engraved with beautiful patterns and dissatisfaction and shouted behind her, Can you not be so annoying? Can you not be so annoying? Let's go home, okay? A figure suddenly appeared, stirring up the smoke around it. The Supreme Class Blood Klansman, Simon Corleone, appeared in the air with a cold expression. All right, he said in a deep voice, but before that, one of us has to fall first. The seemingly young Blood Klansman disappeared in an instant. Ida stomped her foot in annoyance and swung her machete like flowing water. The blade collided with the sharp claws. Clang, 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 clang. Within a second, 5 sparks flashed in the air. Do you not understand human language? Ida said angrily, I just somersaulted above your head. The secret protector gracefully spun around and dodged the Blood Klansman's attack as if she was performing a beautiful dance. But the wind howled. The Blood Klansman used his absolute advantage in speed to catch up to Aida's dreamy body movement. Somersaulted? You just insulted the dignity of a Blood Klansman Marquis. Simon's face was full of murderous intent as he appeared in front of Ida. Please wash away this humiliation with your blood. Ida sighed. So you're another paranoid person who spouts a lot of nonsense for the sake of honor, dignity, and whatnot. She massaged her neck and exercised all the joints in her body. She said helplessly, All right, based on my experience, I have to kill you first before I can leave. Simon's eyes shone with anger. Ah, it seems that you have a hard time understanding this kind of obsession, woman. Without the dignity of a powerhouse, without the pride of a powerhouse, let alone the obsession of a powerhouse. How did you become a supreme class? Cut the crap. Ida exhaled under the cloak and threw the machete into the sky. She nonchalantly caught it with her other hand. Show me your true form, little brat who lives on blood. Ida chuckled. Simon's expression changed. He ignored the little brat that the other party mentioned. You actually know the true form of vampires? The young-looking blood race count said coldly. It looks like you've met a Supreme Realm blood race member before. Not accurate. Ida raised her exquisite machete and smiled confidently. Tell me in detail. I've killed a Lemeter blood kindred. Simon's pupils shrank. Ida whistled and continued to laugh. It's still in its true form. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon roared furiously. His claws instantly turned into countless afterimages as he blocked Aida's every direction. Die. In the exchange of blows that could not be seen with the naked eye, the sound of metal and sharp claws colliding could be heard. Then they converged into a loud noise. Boom. A blinding light flashed. Ida let out a muffled groan while Simon howled in pain. The two figures separated in the air and landed on the ground. It's a blade blessed by the sunset goddess. Simon's expression was cold. He looked at his claws, which were sizzling with white smoke. It was as if they were burning. He clenched his fists tightly. All the blood in his body gathered in his hands. Old skin fell off and new flesh grew, rapidly healing his injuries. Simon immediately raised his head and looked in front of him. There, the cloak that covered Aida's head and face had fallen off from the middle. Her full appearance was revealed. When Simon saw her face clearly, his entire body trembled. He was slightly stunned at first, then he threw his head back and laughed. I knew it. How could a mortal have such an elite? So you're not human at all. The young blood race looked at Ida. He looked at her tight face, smooth contours, silver pupils, hair that was almost bright white, and a pair of slightly swaying pointy ears. Ida stared back at him coldly. Simon's hands transformed again into claws that were as sharp as divine weapons. You're neither a mortal nor an immortal. He flashed a ferocious smile, but his heart was filled with fear. You're an immortal. Oh. In the smoke-filled forest, a voice called out to him. It was his teacher. Be careful, Wuxia. Be careful. Your power of eradication is not a classic power that has been tested by the predecessors in the River of Time. It is a product of modern times, and it has not even appeared for 100 years. After an unfortunate rebellion, the Tower of Eradication had a new enemy. The Scions realized that to fight against this enemy, we had to reform our power. We had to reform our Northland sword style, which was developed from the legacy of knights, and included the martial arts of Nada, the Red Dirt, and the Far East clans. In the end, we achieved great success in the Battle of Eradication, the power of eradication. So, for 100 years, under the relentless research of generations of Scions, a new type of power of eradication came into being. The power you possess is the product of this reform. Compared to the thawing of glaciers, the death of sword cleansing, the glory of the stars, and the Pegasus music, these famous powers of eradication that have been passed down for thousands of years, it is still far from being perfected. But as the Saint of Swords Uniro from the Far East said 400 years ago, even if there are 10,000 changes, they are still inseparable from the origin of the sword. Your power is the same. Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes. He instinctively struggled to get up from the snow. With blood flowing from his forehead, he looked at the smoke that filled the sky and the trees that he could not distinguish between. He shook his dizzy head hard. Not far from him, a figure climbed up from the snow and quickly pounced towards him. Wuxia subconsciously touched the single-edged sword beside him. He turned around and swung his sword, forcefully parrying a sharp claw. Clang. The sword and the claw clashed and sparks flew everywhere. Under the huge impact, Wuxia gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. He used all his strength to maintain his balance. As a mortal, you are very strong. The male blood clansman with damaged armor grinned, and his left hand began to transform into a sharp claw. But we are not the cowardly blood clansmen of the Western Peninsula. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from his sight. Wuxia's pupils shrank. He recalled Putre's warning and resisted the urge to run and dodge. He predicted his opponent's next attack. I need to predict my opponent's position. Where will my attack be more fatal and difficult to block? If he really attacks from this position, how should I deal with it? The blood clansman's sharp claw appeared on the left side of his throat. I feel it. Wuxia, who was prepared, did not even think. He swung his sword at a perfect angle. He cut off the blood clansman's arms. I did it. But just as Wuxia's mood lightened, he felt a ruthless chill from his left shoulder to his left chest. Rip. Wuxia took 3 steps back in disbelief. A sharp pain came from the left side of his body. Impossible. Wyatt gritted his teeth and looked at the large amount of blood from his left shoulder to his left rib, as well as the bone-deep scratch. I clearly cut off his arms. Wyatt felt dizzy. He swayed and took a step back. He supported himself against a birch tree with his left hand, but it affected the wound on his left side. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Not a bad response. But didn't the mortal beside you teach you? The blood clansman's figure reappeared in front of him. He licked the blood on his right claw and chuckled. All blood clansmen above superclass have their own special abilities. What? Are you not prepared? Special ability? Wyatt looked at the blood clansman's intact arms and sighed. Damn vampire. So you can ignore my slash? Do you want to know my ability? The blood clansman looked at the panting Wyatt and curled his lips confidently. Wyatt furrowed his brows. What kind of ability is it? Then I'll tell you. Ha! The blood clansman was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly laughed happily. How can I tell you? Do you think I'm the villain in a night novel? You talk a lot of nonsense and I'll explain my battle. But before he could finish the word battle, the blood clansman's sharp claw appeared before his eyes again. Damn it. He said so much just to divert my attention. */ Wyatt roared furiously and swung his sword. But because he was too slow, the blood clansman tore open another huge wound on his back. Wyatt panted anxiously. He swung his sword at the blood clansman's head, but he only slashed the air. What exactly is his ability? Why can he ignore my sword attack? The blood clansman revealed himself again and said coldly, the last attack. The next time will be the last attack. Feeling the intense pain in his body, Wyatt shut his eyes with difficulty. Aren't you going back to take a look? Chris tore off a piece of tattered clothing on his body, revealing a face as thin as a corpse's. His bulging muscles did not match his appearance at all. He looked at the smoke that filled the air and said coldly to Hestad, who was in front of him. There's no need for that. The alchemy ball is mainly made up of smoke and light. Hestad took off the armor on his left shoulder that had been shattered in the battle just now. It's obvious that your master is playing some trick again. But I am very confident in his majesty. In comparison, I am more worried about you, old friend. Hestad took a step forward and looked at Chris. It is my honor. Chris also took a step forward without showing any signs of weakness. The two of them stood face to face. A few seconds later, do you still remember the first time we fought against each other? Hestad said emotionally. Of course, how could I forget? Chris replied coldly. Yes, at that time, you were still the deputy general of a legion in the final empire, Christopher Linka. Hestad took a deep breath. And I was the insignificant chief of the Kisari tribe, Hestad Chula. You stood on that side and I stood on this side. For some baffling reason, we charged at each other with no regard for our lives. How nostalgic, Hestad said emotionally. Nostalgic? Chris shook his head and snorted coldly. Forgive me, but I cannot agree. Those nightmarish years changed everyone, including you, me, and his majesty. Hestad knew that the majesty Chris was referring to was neither Katerina nor Serena. It was the huge and terrifying black shadow under the night wing. He raised his head and their gazes met. But those years were, after all, meaningful. Hestad sighed. Those years in the battle of eradication. In the next moment, the two of them opened their ferocious, fanged mouths at the same time and roared furiously. As their flesh expanded, it changed color, changed shape, and deteriorated. Huge bat wings with sharp bone spurs broke out of the skin on their backs. They spread out abruptly. The skin on their bodies fell off piece by piece. The muscles under their skin turned into hard leather, which became dark and pitch black. The two of them quickly changed shape. No, they grew. Their ears were tall. Their mouths and noses were ferocious. Their pupils were crimson red. Their fangs were terrifying. Their joints were like spurs. Their claws were sharp. Chapter 87. The blood clansman was surprised to find that Wyatt had closed his eyes tightly. Is he waiting for death? The young attendant sighed silently. It seems like there's no way to know his ability. There was only one solution left. Don't always think about your opponent's weakness, Wyatt. That's what the commander of the army has to do. His teacher's words echoed in his ears. Wyatt endured the pain. He turned the single-edged sword in his right hand and held it in a reverse grip. More importantly, you have to grasp your strongest point. Wyatt's breathing gradually steadied. Wisps of sharp, gossamer power gathered on his right arm. His pores were stimulated by this power of eradication, and they immediately stood up like sharp thorns. All the powerful swordsmen in history were self-centered and only had their own swords in their eyes. For a moment, the Blood Clansman felt a slight sting in his eyes as he stared at Wuxia. It was as if he was staring at a sharp blade. This is the power of eradication? The Blood Clansman's expression changed drastically. Before he forms his aura, kill him. Swing your strongest sword. This is far more important than winning or losing, far more important than life and death. His teacher said with a smile in his memory. Wuxia took a deep breath. It was as if he had practiced thousands of times in the tower. The power of eradication scraped his body like a blade. He saw it. Amidst the unbearable pain, he saw the sharp sword intent radiating back to him in this part of the world. It was the enemy's killing intent. It was like a beam of light in the darkness. It was so dazzling. He saw it. The Blood Clansman roared and pounced. His sharp claws grew. Die, mortal sword-wielding creature. You have no chance to use your power of eradication. Wuxia, understand your power of eradication. No matter what the other party does. No matter how strong the enemy is. No matter what the outcome is. It's a power that walks on the edge of madness. His teacher sighed at that time. I only need to ensure my strongest attack. That's enough. And an inauspicious name. She picked up the sword and carved a few words. The Blood Clansman smiled ferociously and instantly attacked him. It was over. The edge of no return, his teacher said desolately. Wuxia opened his eyes suddenly. He had already swung the sword in his hand. The sword was unstoppable. It was incomparably sharp. Pfft. Blood spurted. Wuxia fell to his knees in pain. The vampire tore the clothes on Wuxia's right shoulder and fell to the ground. The vampire looked at his claws in confusion. He actually didn't kill him? Why did it deviate? However, he soon found out the answer. The vampire shuddered as he carefully looked at his arms. A bloody line had appeared there. No, this was impossible. With my abilities, it's impossible for him to hit me. Blah. His arms, from his upper arms down, fell to the ground. The Blood Clansman gaped in shock. This degree of sharpness? He raised his head and looked at the single-edged sword. It was clearly just an ordinary sword. What? Then, at the same level as the vampire's upper arm, a bloody line appeared on his chest. Boom. A dull sound. His upper body left his torso and fell away. The incision was smooth. Why, the vampire thought desperately. He wanted to exhale and roar. But he could no longer make a sound. A black heart, unique to the Blood Clansman, was divided into two parts. One was in his upper body, the other was in his lower body. Then, the two parts of his torso, together with the Blood Clansman's expression, turned black, shrunk, and withered. Wuxia, who had just survived the disaster, panted. That was close. It's actually the ability to distort the refraction of light. Wuxia sighed. No wonder I couldn't hit him. Because the parts one aimed at were all illusions that he refracted. He was like a newbie who could not stab a fish in the river even though he had his fork in the right place. Footsteps came from behind him. Wuxia gritted his teeth and turned around warily with his sword in hand. Putray supported Cora, who was covered in blood. Behind him were 3 Jadestar private soldiers. They staggered out of the thicket. Have you seen His Highness? Putray asked with a frown. I have the same question. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief and slowly sat down. Enduring the intense pain, he used the wilderness survival method he learned in the tower to stop the bleeding. He said with difficulty, we have to find him immediately. We have to be prepared for the worst. A few private soldiers took Cora. Putray patted away the snow water on his body and straightened his collar. He pondered for a while and looked at the setting sun. He said, the prince is in danger and we only have these people in front of us. It's dusk now. The smoke emitted by the alchemy ball is too strong. We can't locate the prince. Cora struggled and said, my lord, put me down and go find His Highness. I have a sister who works as a secretary in the Western City Police Station. If I die, you won't die. At least not here. Putray interrupted him rudely. The experienced vice diplomat in the diplomat group pondered for a while and made a decision. Right now, we can't do anything when we face an enemy like that. But fortunately, Broken Dragon Fortress is not far from here. Our carriages were startled by the explosion just now and got separated. Putray raised his head and looked at the 3 private soldiers. His gaze was firm. The 3 of you, go in 3 different directions and follow the ruts to find the carriages. After you find them, don't hesitate. If you have a messenger crow, send it to Broken Dragon Fortress and use the most urgent, 7th class emergency signal. Then, untie the reins of the horses and gallop to the fortress at the fastest speed to ask for help. For the prince's safety, the mission is number 1. If you encounter a vampire, avoid him if you can. Are you finally ready to show your trump card? Ida smiled nonchalantly and shook her pointy ears. Simon gritted his teeth and took off his luxurious coat. Underestimating the enemy is the first step to death, he said coldly. What's more, he's facing an eternal being like you. Look at your skin color. The shape of blood vessels suddenly appeared on Simon's face. Are you a holy elf or a white elf? Or a high elf from the eastern continent? The blood vessels on his face became denser, redder, and darker. Immediately after, Simon's entire body began to swell and change shape. He grew 7 to 8 inches taller. His fair skin turned to ash, revealing the hard, grayish-black keratin. Simon roared in pain as if he was going through torture. Bone spurs grew from his shoulders. Dark gray bone wings pierced through his back and extended into a pair of giant wings. His hair became thicker, harder, and whiter. Compared to Hestad and Chris, Simon's face did not become too hideous and terrifying. Instead, his pair of bat ears gave him a strange sense of beauty. Simon, who had transformed into his true form, coldly spread his wings and claws. His grayish-white eyes looked at Ida. The temporary true form activated by lifeblood can greatly increase a blood clansman's physical attributes, including endurance, recovery, regeneration, agility, senses, strength, and even instinctive understanding of battle, as well as the unique abilities of every blood clansman. Ida sighed. I just didn't expect it to make you more handsome. Can be seen how ugly you were before. The moment Ida finished speaking, Simon's wings trembled in his true form. He instantly appeared in front of the elf at a speed that surpassed all senses. Asterisk boom. Asterisk first, there was a sound of air being torn apart that almost burst the eardrums. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a loud, sharp sound appeared out of nowhere. A thick and powerful dark gray claw tore at Aida's blade, creating violent sparks. Aida's figure was sent flying by his claw. Due to Simon's rapid movement, the howling of the wind that was stirred up came a little late. The elf landed on the snowy ground more than 10 meters away. She rolled a few times before crashing into a tree and stopping. Nonsense won't make you stronger. True form Simon spoke with an even thicker and hoarser voice. He coldly stared at the elf on the ground, whose life or death was unknown. In the next moment, Simon once again took rapid steps that caused sonic booms, and in an instant he appeared above Ida. With a swipe of his claw, he pierced through Aida's body. Speed, speed, and speed, True form Simon said expressionlessly. This is all I have, and it's also my only ability. Before Istron Corleone advanced to supreme class and transformed into his true form, no one in the entire Night Kingdom could rival his speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Even the former King Lori could not do it. However, Simon's expression immediately changed. With an unpleasant expression, he raised his huge claw and lifted Aida's cloak, as well as a section of tree branch inside. He seemed to have realized something. In an instant he turned around and with a burst of speed there was a loud sound of wind. But the moment he turned around, an exquisite elf scimitar pierced straight into the left side of his chest. It looked as if Simon himself had delivered his chest to the edge of the blade. Simon stared in disbelief at the scimitar that pierced through his heart, and the pretty and small elf in front of him, who revealed a lot of her skin and was only wearing an exquisite crystal drop armor. I don't understand. True form Simon sighed. There is only one thing that can defeat speed. Ida coldly pulled out her scimitar and turned around in a dashing manner. That is impeccable prediction. Simon knelt on both knees. No. Simon's body returned to normal. His face was ashen. Impossible. There is no such thing as a perfect prediction in this world. Simon stared at her. Ida also stared back at him for a long time. Finally, as they stared at each other, the elf sighed and admitted defeat. It's not easy for me to act cool. Don't expose me so quickly. Yes, I don't know how to predict it all. Including my dodging just now, it's not because I'm agile. Ida pouted and said in dissatisfaction. It's because I am 100% certain about your next operation. Simon was shocked. Next operation? 100%? How did I do it? But he could only open his mouth and fall to the ground powerlessly. Ida pulled up her cloak. Suddenly her expression changed drastically. She slapped her head as if she had remembered something. With a long face she frowned and muttered, Do I still have to protect that brat? Patricide? His mind was blank. He stared at Serena. The traveler recalled the first time they met and what she had said. My crybaby sister illegally seized the benefits I inherited from my father, King Nightwing, and stole the Blood Ocean throne? No. If that's the case, Thales sighed and looked at the pair of Blood Clan sisters in front of him. Is there anyone who can explain the cause and effect to me? I knew it, he said bitterly. Her Majesty, the Queen of a country, would not personally risk her life to chase after a few political refugees for no reason. More importantly, the so-called allies. Here. Serena smiled faintly and interrupted his thoughts. She waved at Rolana. Rolana casually flung Thales onto the black coffin. Thales fell headfirst into the stone coffin in agony. It's not just that, my dear Thales, Serena said gently. In front of her, the Night Queen, Katarina's expression changed abruptly. Serena smiled and enunciated each word clearly. She came here personally for this coffin. This is the only weapon that can fight against mystics. Thales trembled violently. Serena laughed and said, legendary anti-mystic equipment. Dark Night Black Coffin. Thales was shocked and looked at the black coffin under his butt. This coffin. I once climbed into it. It's actually the only weapon that can fight against mystics? Legendary anti-mystic equipment? But Serena had not finished speaking. Staring at Katarina's murderous gaze, she enunciated each word clearly and said, in here, in those seemingly seamless black stone slabs, there is a 1,000 years ago. Thales' pupils began to shrink and his breathing quickened. Then Serena uttered the last word. Chapter 88. Thales' brain paused for 3 seconds before he regained his ability to think. Inside, a mystic? What a joke. Thinking of the air mystic in his human ball, Thales felt a lingering fear in his heart. He exhaled. Fortunately, it is sealed. Katarina Corleone looked at Thales' reaction and furrowed her brows deeply. Serena, who was all smiles, licked her lips and shook her head. You misunderstood. Thales raised his head in confusion. This mystic is not sealed, but imprisoned. The seal is permanent. As for imprisonment. Serena looked at Thales' unpleasant expression. She pointed at the black coffin under his buttocks and chuckled. She chuckled and said, it can be released at any time. As soon as she finished speaking, Thales lowered his head in disbelief. He looked at the black coffin under him and felt its cold temperature. Released? The next moment, his face was filled with terror. He jumped up like an ejection seat at lightning speed. If Gines were here, she would probably be very pleased that her training had finally paid off. He hurriedly jumped down from the black coffin and fell on the snow-covered ground. He just wanted to get as far away from the black coffin as possible. Are you crazy? Thales roared at the giggling Serena in confusion and resentment. You actually kept a mystic who can be released at any time, for a whole month. Serena smiled nonchalantly. This is nothing. The Corleone family has guarded this secret for more than 600 years. Otherwise, why do you think Her Majesty the Night Queen would travel thousands of miles to come here? Why did she even bring the elite Sacred Blood Army? This is the Corleone family. This is the promise Father made to the Bloodthorn Empress. It concerns the survival of the Corleone family and the Night Kingdom. Thales listened to these words in a daze. His brain automatically started to work. More than 600 years. A suspicious number. Bloodthorn Empress? What a familiar title. That's not right. On the continent, the leaders of almost all the countries ranged from archdukes to kings, but those who could be called emperors were only the emperors of the ancient empire and the final empire, right? Why is there someone who is an empress? Could it be the emperor of the ancient empire? It's also possible. After all, the lifespan of the Blood Clan. Wait. Thales shuddered. This was not the first time he had heard of this title. A memory from a long time ago opened up in Thales' mind. Those were the mutterings of the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered, the air mystic. Coincidence, hee. I'm beginning to understand where Empress Helen's power lies. The Bloodthorn Empress. Empress Helen. Their title was Empress. And the survival of the Corleone family? Thales furrowed his brows in deep thought. At this moment, Katarina's cold voice interrupted, Enough. These are all top secrets of the family that cannot be announced. Yes. Serena smiled happily and pouted at Thales. But now that he knows, what should we do? Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Katarina's purple eyes turn towards him. Her eyes were pure, sparkling, moving, and overflowing with killing intent. You seem to know what mystics are, the queen said coldly. How unfortunate. Thales shuddered. Wait. Thales looked anxiously at the smiling Serena, then at Katerina, whose face was filled with killing intent. *T. It can't be. The secret must be kept, Katerina said slowly. Thales' brain began to operate at a speed that was several times faster than usual. The Night Queen looked at him quietly. Her right hand began to transform into a pure white claw. Wait. The anxious Thales struggled with his hands that were tied behind his back. In the next moment, Katerina's figure disappeared from his field of vision. Thales was instantly scared out of his wits. Two pitch-black, gigantic winged monsters collided head-on in the air without any buffering. Bang. At that moment, even the air seemed to have been shaken. The smaller monster shuddered abruptly. With a muffled groan and tremble, it flew backwards. The larger monster had the upper hand. It used its fist, which was full of bone spurs and sharp claws, to strike its opponent's left chest with a tremendous force. Blood splattered. Do you want to compete with me in strength? Are you from the Empire? Hestad said fiercely with a changed voice. Chris roared furiously. Clutching the wound on his left chest, he flapped his gigantic wings and quickly retreated. However, Hestad had no intention of letting him go. Hestad's true form leaned towards brownish-black. Compared to his opponent, he was even more ferocious and gigantic. His bone spurs and sharp claws were also sharper. His pitch-black skin was covered with a hard shell. From afar he looked like a black warrior in heavy armor. His thick and heavy wings stirred up strong winds as he pounced towards Chris. The true form Chris gritted his fangs and raised his arm to block. Rip. The sharp claws tore open Chris' black right arm. Blood splattered violently again. We know each other too well. We both know how this battle will end. Hestad bared his teeth and roared. He did not stop his attacks. Every time we fight before the throne, it always ends with my victory. He pierced Chris' right shoulder with one claw. Chris roared in pain. Black blood flowed out and soaked Hestad's palm. Hestad flapped his wings and clamped down on the immobile Chris. With a shocking momentum, they descended towards the ground. Immediately after, he clenched his right claw into a fist and mercilessly punched down. Boom. His fist, which carried great force, punched Chris to the ground. Under the terrifying force, huge cracks appeared on the snow-covered ground. The snow and dust all dissipated, revealing the two ferocious blood clansmen's true form figures. The gigantic figure pinned the smaller one to the ground. Hestad pressed his fist against Chris and said coldly, "See, this is the ending. No one can block my power, no one can break my armor, the perfect balance between offense and defense. How could you possibly have a chance?" Chris seemed to be severely injured. His chest had caved in from Hestad's punch. However, even though he was on the brink of death, he actually moved his face and laughed bitterly. "Yes, I still remember that the Night Wing King praised your ability. Strength, speed, toughness. The simpler an ability is, the more deadly it is." That's what he said. Chris coughed out a mouthful of black blood and laughed. Battle Wing Hestad Corleone and Flash Wing Simon Corleone. The old butler closed his eyes and sneered. They respectively led the Sacred Blood Army's assault warriors and scouts. When they worked together, they were almost invincible on the battlefield of the Peninsular War. Hestad's expression gradually changed. "And you are Dark Wing Chris Corleone. You are His Majesty's most trusted military advisor and assistant. Do you remember?" Hestad's expression turned cold as he interrupted him. "With the logistics officer Red Wing Lee Corleone, we are the Night King's 4 terrifying wings. Our reputation is known throughout the Eastern Peninsula." Hestad gritted his teeth and trembled as he looked at Chris. His eyes were filled with hatred. 300 years ago, we were His Majesty's strongest wings. We followed him across the Sea of Eradication and fought to the other side of the world. During that era, we occupied the eastern coast of the Sea of Eradication and had 20% of the eternal oil quota. 15% of the Eastern Peninsula's crystal drop mine. The 5 clans of Grand Banquet Hill would send letters every month, hoping to maintain their status and join the Night Wing King's banner. Even the Silver Wolves of Wild Vast Mountain, the Crimson Wolves of Kerry Plains, and the 3 great orc tribes of Desert, Glacier, and Black Mountain all sent people to pledge their loyalty to His Majesty. Hearing this, Chris sighed dejectedly. Hestad, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. His ferocious face was filled with an eerie coldness. During the Peninsular War, even the 2 poles of the Eastern Peninsula like Mane of Night and Hanbol did not dare to underestimate the Night Kingdom and His Majesty's power. With fear and flattery, they worshipped him as the supreme commander of the Allied army. We once worked together and crushed Extet's army, along with their pride, under Dragon Cloud City. His Majesty personally beheaded the King of Wrath. During those days we tore the dwarves' armor and weapons into scrap metal, and trapped the Sacred Tree Kingdom's elven army in Elafir City. At Arund Castle, we slaughtered all the reinforcements from Constellation and Kemu Union. Chris, who had his chest caved in and was panting bitterly, only shut his eyes tightly. At Prestige Orchid Snowfield we gathered behind His Majesty's flag and together with Chara, Kaplan, and Meteor, the three most outstanding heroes in the history of the Western Peninsula, and even in human history, we launched the most epic battle in the world after the Battle of Eradication. From the Battle of Eradication, that hellish battlefield, we lived and died together with His Majesty, for a whole 400 years. You damned citizen of the Empire. Chris lowered his head and sighed. Hestad's red eyes burned with anger and hatred. But after His Majesty left, you betrayed the Corleone family. How dare you? Chris Corleone. Without the life His Majesty bestowed upon you, the family name he bestowed upon you, the power he bestowed upon you, you were just a small deputy general in the final empire, waiting for death with your eyes closed. Chris de Molinka. Without His Majesty you are nothing. How dare you betray him and seek refuge with His Majesty's murderer? How dare you? The two ferocious true-form blood clansmen panted roughly and rapidly. They were silent for a while. Chris was silent for a while, but he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and laughed involuntarily. Since we're talking about that tyrant, there's something you still don't know. Chris licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and raised his pitch-black head. His face was full of mockery. Do you know why every time we fight, the Nightwing King always calls for you to stop when you have the upper hand? Hestad pulled the other party closer to his ferocious face and said with a smile, "Is His Majesty afraid that a weakling like you will be crushed by my fists?" No. Chris's expression was fierce. He is afraid that if we continue fighting you will be killed by me. Hestad was stunned for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly with the abnormally deep voice of a true-form blood clansman. Kill me? Why, are you going to use that special corrosive ability of yours? He raised his palm that was covered in Chris's blood. Your strong acidic blood is very effective against other people, but unfortunately, it cannot corrode through my true form armor. This is absolute defense. Chris was restrained by Hestad. He did not reply and only laughed. Hestad felt a slight chill in his heart. What's going on? What trump card does he actually have? But Hestad still clenched his fist and aimed it at Chris's head. His hundreds of years of military service made Hestad Corleone decide that he would no longer hesitate for the sake of his former comrade. He was prepared to completely take the other party's life. How long was 0.1 seconds? Thales would tell you that it was enough for him to close his eyes and roar out a word. Hence, the moment the murderous Katerina disappeared, the prince closed his eyes and roared loudly. Covendier. The rapid wind blew past his face. Thales shut his eyes tightly and breathed heavily. Ha! He opened his eyes slowly. Katerina's black, terrifying, sharp claws were an inch away from his face. What did you say? Katerina narrowed her beautiful, mesmerizing eyes and said slowly, Skip. I escaped this disaster. Thales panted uncontrollably and said nervously, It's Covendier. Was it Zayn Covendier who told you that Serena was in the convoy? You know quite a lot, huh? Katerina snorted softly and spread her claws slightly. Then all the more reason for you to die. Thales, who saw that his life was at stake, felt his skin crawl. He could not be bothered with the cadence of his speech. He spat out the words he had just thought of in an unparalleled, fluent, and unstoppable manner. He definitely did not tell you that this convoy is actually an important diplomat group from Constellation to Extet, and that there is also the only bloodline heir of the Constellation royal family among them. Then, if you kill me you will get into a lot of trouble, right? After Thales spat out these words, he continued to pant. He sat down paralyzed with his forehead drenched in sweat. Katerina's purple pupils quivered. Jadestar royal family, heir. Could it be 12 years ago? She mumbled, but she immediately thought of something. The Night Queen slowly retracted her claws. Asterisk clap. 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 Asterisk applause came from the side. As expected of my ally. Serena, who had been watching from the side for a long time, applauded enthusiastically. It's just that, Serena grinned. Prince Thales, how can you be so sure that she did not purposely come to kill you? Katerina's gaze became fierce again. She turned towards the Lolita-like Serena. To ensure my safety from the second day onwards, I no longer wore any 9-pointed star emblems and symbols. Oh yes, you can find a 9-pointed star pin in the left pocket of my shirt. Thales sighed. Katerina took out the pin from his pocket and immediately furrowed her brows. And this? Her Majesty the Queen never revealed any intention to kill anyone. She said kill them all. Even the war between the two sides was instigated by you, Serene. Thales smiled bitterly and said, you're right. Thales smiled bitterly and said, I just figured it out. The 20 of you, a group of elites with sensitive identities and abilities, crossed the sea to come here. Without the support of the local forces, how could you easily enter the border? As for the Constellation nobles who are connected to the Corleone family and can even provide their family's ships, only Covendier is left. Hearing this, Katerina exhaled slowly. Looking at the 9-pointed star pin in her hand, her gaze turned cold. Damn Covendier. The friendship between the Corleone family and the Covendier family, the Bloodfang family and the tricolor iris flower has come to an end, she said slowly. Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that in front of this powerful queen, his life was temporarily saved. Katerina held the pin tightly in her palm and muttered, Covendier's people only told us that the Corleone family's trader was in the convoy heading north. They only said that it was a supply convoy from Constellation to the Northern Territory, but they didn't say that it was the second prince's diplomat group. It looks like they did it on purpose. After we got off the ship, we stayed in their base. We didn't even know that Constellation had a new heir. Thales' expression changed and he said angrily, it's such a big thing and the whole of Constellation knows about it. Don't you want to confirm it yourself? But Katerina did not answer. She only turned her head and no longer looked at him. She seems a little embarrassed? They can't confirm it. Serena chuckled from the side. Katerina's forces and supporters are all in the Sacred Blood Army. She is 100% the queen of the army. Chris has always been in charge of the Corleone family's contact with Covendier, the spies in the Western Peninsula, and the communication channels. But when he suddenly turned against us and stood on my side, under Katerina's unpleasant expression, Serena spread her hands happily. Katerina became blind and deaf to all news about Constellation. Thales came to a sudden realization. That's why you chose to come to Constellation to seek refuge. But he suddenly thought of something and turned towards Katerina. Your Majesty Katerina? He used honorifics. Duke Covendier, when did he reveal Serena's whereabouts to you? Katerina stared at him coldly. After a while she still spoke. We just arrived at the Western Peninsula a week ago and entered Eternal Star City 6 days ago. And 4 days ago at noon, Covendier informed us that he found the traces of the Corleone traders. Katerina's expression was gloomy, but her lovable appearance made her look like a sulking, adorable beauty. Their condition was that in order to prevent the news from being leaked and thus harm Iris Flower's reputation, we must kill all of Serena's companions. From the children to the elderly, leave no one alive. Serena's entire body trembled. Ah, if I knew you had such an agreement, I would not have to go through so much trouble. But she immediately came to a realization. But that's right. If that supreme-class woman was around, I believe that you would not have been able to kill him. Thales lowered his head and sighed. When did the Duke of Iris Flowers have the intention to kill? Even if I could sever all ties with the Corleone family and draw a clear line with them after this, I would definitely leave some traces and cause endless trouble in the future, would I not? Zayn? Why did he do such an obviously unwise act? That morning when Zayn met me after testing me with a few words, now that I look at it, it was to find out Serena's whereabouts. His attitude suddenly became extremely strange. Also he brought, Thales' eyes brightened. It's that veteran, isn't it? Thales raised his head and asked slowly. He was probably unknowingly planted with some sort of tracking method. You do not need to chase after our convoy, because Zayn knows that Jennad will definitely do his best to follow behind me. You only need to chase after this veteran. The distance is so far, so no matter how many scouts and sentries my guards set up, they will not be able to detect your presence. As long as you are far away from the Central Territory, away from the suzerain's fortress that you run into every few days, and into the sparsely populated birch forest, Thales concluded with a sigh, you will be able to make your move. Katerina's eyes brightened. For a mortal, especially a mortal of your age, you are very smart and have quick reflexes. Right, I think so too, Serena interrupted with a smile, but she was glared at by Katerina and Thales at the same time. Alright, since I did not achieve my goal, Serena spread her hands in resignation, then revealed her small fangs. I can only do it myself. In the next moment, Serena's small hands turned into sharp red claws. She bared her fangs and pounced towards Thales at lightning speed. Thales shuddered, but his hands were tied behind his back. He could only kick his legs with all his might and retreat on the snowy ground. Boom. The snowflakes exploded and scattered. The ice-cold snowflakes pounced on Thales' face, stinging him so much that he closed his eyes. Thales opened his eyes and saw Serena's small red claws a few feet in front of him. This time, however, she was held tightly by Katerina. Since just now, you have been trying your best to lure me into killing him, Katerina said coldly. Even at this stage, do you still harbor any illusions about the throne? Little Serena grinned. Why can't I? I am the first in the line of succession. I am one rank ahead of you who are the second. Very well, Katerina raised her other hand and said coldly, anyway, I no longer harbor any hope of capturing you alive. Then I will directly change my line of succession. Katerina roared furiously and stabbed her sharp claws towards Serena's heart. Become the first. Rolana, who was beside Serena, only watched coldly. She did not have the slightest intention of interfering. However, in the next moment, then, something happened that shocked Thales and left him dumbstruck. The Lolita-like Serena seemed to have suddenly grown up. Her body swelled and she tore off all the clothes on her body. She turned into a bewitching beauty with a voluptuous and alluring figure who was almost as tall as Katerina. Her red eyes and silver hair were incredibly alluring. At that moment, this bewitching beauty had an enchanting smile on her face as she easily caught Katerina's pure white sharp claws. Katerina bared her fangs and roared furiously. She instantly sent out her other sharp claw. However, this attack of hers was also caught tightly by this bewitching beauty, as if she had predicted her position. Your strength is still so weak, crybaby. The bewitching beauty giggled and trembled for a moment. Thales trembled violently. Ugly-faced woman, Katerina said furiously and hatefully, you are a natural-born impersonator. When did you regain your abilities? Thales looked at the bewitching beauty with red eyes and silver hair before him and cried out involuntarily in shock. This is impossible. You only sucked my blood twice. Oh, about this. Under Katerina's solemn gaze, the adult version of Serena was naked, but not at all embarrassed. Blinking her intoxicated gaze, she sent him a seductive smile. Oh, about this. Your blood is more nourishing. Chapter 89. Battles between Supreme-class fighters were not like those between Super-class fighters and ordinary-class fighters, where the rhythm was slow and the power was scattered. The scene was often frightening, but it was actually a waste of power and stamina. On the contrary, almost every Supreme-class fighter was a terrifying existence who could control their power to the finest detail. They could release and retract their power at will. Hence, the battles between them were usually just right. They were simple and direct. They saved energy and time, but they were highly effective and deadly. To them, as long as one side made a slight mistake in their control, the other side's instant reversal was a common occurrence. Like now. Hestad pressed Chris onto the ground expressionlessly. He clenched his right claw tightly into a fist. His power slowly increased as his terrifying muscles contracted in his true form state. He aimed his fist at Chris' hideous head. Chris chuckled. Old friend, it is my honor to fight alongside you or to be your enemy, Hestad said plainly. The next moment he threw a punch. The force was boundless. It was so great that it was difficult to block it. Only 0.5 seconds had passed since his fist fell from the air and touched the tip of Chris' nose. In this 0.5 seconds, Chris suddenly bared his fangs and roared furiously. The bone wings on his back pierced through the snow-covered ground. The sharp spikes on the tips of the wings went straight for Hestad's eyes. A futile struggle. The battle-seasoned Hestad sneered in his heart. Then he unleashed the battle instincts he was most familiar with. His strong true-form body twisted swiftly. He released his left hand that was clamping down on Chris, and his right fist punched downwards without stopping. Chris seized the moment Hestad released his left hand and punched the ground with both fists. His heavily injured body rose violently and charged towards Hestad. Hestad's terrifying right fist brushed past Chris' hideous left cheek and left ear. The strong wind mercilessly scraped away his skin and flesh, bringing with it a frightening patch of black flesh. Thud. Hestad's fist landed on the ground. Snow flew everywhere. Half of the heavily injured Chris' face was scraped off. He roared and used the recoil force to bend his arms into elbows and hit Hestad's armored chest with all his might. Hestad watched his old friend's counterattack calmly. His chest pushed against Chris' arms. The muscles on his waist and legs contracted, and his bone wings spread out to maintain his balance. He absorbed part of the impact and diverted part of it. He only slid 2 inches backwards on the snow-covered ground, and Chris' attack was neutralized. Chris frantically flapped his skeletal wings, but he could no longer make Hestad retreat. The struggles of a trapped beast, the gigantic Hestad said coldly. Before Chris could react, Hestad roared furiously and clenched his claws into fists. His arms exerted force toward the center. Hestad's pair of heavy punches, which had an astonishing momentum, came from the left and the right, heading straight for Chris' head, which was pressed against his chest. Chris' reaction was extremely fast. He swung his elbows backward in an instant and hit Hestad's upper arms. Before Hestad's fists could land on his head, he exerted his strength. Under Chris' interference, Hestad's fists missed the latter's head by a hair's breadth. A pair of fists covered in bone spurs smashed together 2 inches behind Chris's head. Bang! The huge explosion even caused Chris to lose his hearing for a second. Fortunately, he had the powerful recovery ability of a vampire's true form. His body immediately mobilized the blood in his body and gathered it at his brain to heal his damaged ears. But the battle was not over yet. Hestad did not care that he had missed an opportunity to kill. He abruptly tightened his arms and trapped Chris in his embrace. "Do you prefer this way of dying?" Hestad said coldly. The muscles in his arms instantly tightened with great force. His terrifying arms strangled Chris' upper body and tightened even more. "After I crush all the bones in your body, I will mercifully dig out your heart." Asterisk crack, crack. Asterisk the sound of bones cracking could be heard inch by inch. Chris hissed in pain, but he could not break free from Hestad's embrace of death. Hestad laughed loudly and hugged Chris tightly as if he was hugging a comrade. Just like when they were young, they would hug each other without any ill feelings after winning a difficult battle. However, the glorious past had forever disappeared in the wind. Crack. Chris's bones were still shattering. "Before you die, repent to His Majesty." Hestad's arms tightened even more. At this moment, Chris, who was in extreme pain, revealed a smile with difficulty. "Time," he said in pain, "is up." Hestad was stunned. What time? He did not want to waste time. He prepared to continue exerting force in his arms and directly crush Chris in his embrace. But Hestad discovered to his surprise that the strength in his arms was actually becoming weaker and weaker. "What's going on? Why is my strength disappearing?" Hestad began to lose feeling in his arms. He furrowed his brows tightly and decisively let go of Chris. In the next moment, Hestad looked at his arms. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Impossible. There was no other reason. Half of his arms had already been corroded by Chris's black blood without him realizing it. "My true form armor, it's impossible for it to be corroded." Hestad clenched his teeth tightly, trying to understand this impossible scene. Hundreds of years of battles have proven this point, haven't they? Chris panted laboriously on the ground and laughed brokenly. "Haha, unstoppable power and unbreakable defense? Have you heard of the story of the spear and shield in the Far East?" Hestad took a step back in shock. "What? When did he?" His arms were still being corroded. "Your fists are both sharp weapons for striking and hard armor for withstanding impacts." Chris swayed as he stood up. "They are sharp and hard. Coupled with the increase in your strength, which is comparable to that of the great dragon, your terrifying battle instincts, and your unparalleled control over your strength, they are indeed. But what happens when they stand against each other?" With an unpleasant expression, Hestad headbutted Chris back to the ground. "No, no." But Chris swayed as he stood up again. He smiled and said, "The fists you hit the back of my head. When they collided, fine cracks that even you did not expect to appear. Perhaps after this battle they will repair themselves. But for my blood, these fine cracks are already enough for it to seep into your so-called unbreakable true form armor, and corrode the flesh and tissues that are completely unprotected." Chris placed his hands on Hestad's arms with difficulty. The black blood on half of Hestad's arm immediately flowed faster, and quickly seeped into his body from Hestad's wound. Hestad gritted his teeth. His body swayed. The black blood had already corroded deep into his body. "This is our end, tribesmen." Chris coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed bitterly. "Fighting with you is indeed an honor." Hastad could no longer support his body. He fell to the ground and roared furiously at the sky in grief and indignation. "Can't you see?" Katerina said coldly, "there has never been any nourishing human blood. I am afraid that she has been in perfect condition since the beginning. This woman is a natural performer. You have been deceived by her from the beginning to the end, just like how she deceived everyone in the Corleone family." Thales stared at the adult version of Serena in a daze. Could it be that she was not seriously injured at all? So her little girl form, her so-called alliance with me. When did she start? Her first time in Mindy's Hall? Morat's visit? Vine Manor? No. Then our alliance. However, the fatal battle between the Blood Clan sisters who would resort to any means necessary had already begun. Don't even think about transforming into your true form. Serena, who was obviously stronger, ignored her younger sister's hands that were clamping down on her wrists. She abruptly grabbed Katerina's neck and pierced her neck with her claws. She laughed and said, "Just like in the past, you have no chance." "Ugly-faced woman," Katerina said in disgust. Serena's expression changed. She whistled behind her. The contest of strength between Katerina and Serena finally came to an end, because the super-class blood clansman, Rolana, who was watching the battle from the side, instantly appeared behind Katerina and struck out with her claws. Katerina screamed and tilted her head to dodge, but her shoulder was still pierced by the claws. Serena tightly grabbed onto the injured Katerina. The two of them disappeared from the spot at the same time, then appeared in midair not far away and violently crashed into and broke two birch trees. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the snow and dust dispersed, revealing Serena's naked figure. She laughed softly and said, "How does it feel to be continuously attacked and not be able to transform into your true form?" Rolana's expression was cold as she appeared beside the two sisters and held Katerina in a tight grip. Serena laughed maniacally. Facing Katerina, who was obviously being suppressed, she punched her younger sister's face with the speed of the wind. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Katerina spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned to the side weakly. Oh no. It was obvious that Serena's side's attitude towards him was no longer that of an ally, like before. As of now, the Night Queen was his only hope. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Serena's second punch landed on the Night Queen's face. "Do you miss this scene, Kat?" Serena smiled happily and fixed her eyes on Katerina's gentle and beautiful face. "Sisters love." Katerina's eyes brightened. With a turn of her body, she easily scraped Rolana, who was behind her, down with a speed that the naked eye could not follow and the angle of her sharp claws. She even left a deep scratch on Rolana's chest that revealed her bones. But she had no time to care about Serena, who was in front of her. The patricide's punch landed once again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk this was the third punch with an even greater force. It blasted Katerina onto the snowy ground. Thales watched the battle anxiously. At the same time, he searched the remains of the carriage for something that could scrape off the rope. However, with his eyesight he could not catch the Blood Clansman's terrifying extreme speed at all. He could only see the scene where the three of them skipped frames. It was not that he did not think of taking advantage of the chaos to escape. But he also knew that on the snowy ground at dusk, he could not escape the Blood Clansman's pursuit with just his short and small legs, no matter which side it was. Rolana crawled up from the ground and hissed. On the other hand, Serena smiled cunningly and walked forward. But in the next moment, a strange sound came from where Katerina was. "Ah!" Serena's expression changed drastically. "Ah!" When Thales heard that sound, he suddenly felt his entire body tremble. He could not help but feel as if the entire world was spinning. Ugh! He could not even maintain his balance while sitting on the ground. He swayed and fell. He could not stand up anymore. Thales was extremely flustered. "What's going on?" Ugh! Ugh! Thales struggled, but his consciousness was blurry. It was as if he had lost all sense of direction. When he stretched his hand to the left, it would reach to the right. When he raised his head towards the sky, he would drill deeper into the snowy ground instead. After twisting about randomly, he finally shifted his gaze to the battlefield. He shifted it to Katerina. Her purple eyes had now turned pure black, and an ominous black liquid seeped out continuously. Rolana, who was beside her, was also like Thales. As if drunk, she fell to the ground, gritting her teeth and cursing. Thales was shocked. "Katerina is crying?" He instantly remembered Katerina's nickname, the Weeper. So, is this her ability? Black liquid flowed from Katerina's eyes. She let out strange and mysterious whimpering sounds. She slowly stood up and looked at her older sister. Tears of the Bloody Night. Serena swayed her body and said furiously, "It can actually be used without a true form?" Under the strange crying sounds, Serena struggled to hold on. She wanted to punch her younger sister's chest before she fell. Thought. Thales watched in astonishment as Serena's fist was firmly clamped down by a sharp white claw with bone spikes on it. Serena furrowed her brows. Katerina, who had been suppressed all this while, raised her rapidly changing head. Her ears were elongated, her fangs were sharp, and bone spikes protruded. Her entire face turned into a strange pale white color. Thales watched in a daze as Katerina's entire body swelled and changed shape. She grew white bony wings and slowly turned into a huge white monster. It was the true form unique to Supreme Class Blood Clansmen. Bang. As Serena screamed in agony, her younger sister's fist pierced through her abdomen. Ugh, yes, ugh, sister, ugh. The white true form Katerina widened her pure black eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. My younger sister, loves you very much too, ugh. Serena screamed and swung her body frantically. However, she was helpless against Katerina's strange cries. Ugh. Looks like you are not recovering well, sister, ugh. Katerina's current appearance was as if she was crying and talking at the same time. She appeared especially terrifying. On the contrary, ugh. I have improved too much. Ugh. The current me, I don't even need to transform into my true form, to use the tears of the Bloody Night. Ugh, ugh. This is a forbidden ability that does not differentiate between friend and foe. As Katerina used the tears of the Bloody Night, that she spoke of, she raised her fist that pierced through Serena's abdomen and pulled Serena in front of her. She revealed an expression that looked like she was crying and smiling at the same time. Thales closed his eyes in relief. Does this count as releasing an ultimate move in time? This change in the situation is really frightening. Katerina's bony wings slowly extended and spread open. The skin and flesh on her body began to fall. Very soon she would completely transform into a pure white true form blood clansman. However, now Rolana, Serena said with her last breath. Katerina furrowed her brows. Rolana, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have adapted to the feeling of losing her balance and direction. She tightly hugged Katerina, who was still transforming. Princess Katerina, I am sorry. Rolana flashed a charming smile, which immediately turned into a bitter and pathetic smile. But this is for freedom. An ominous premonition assaulted Thales' heart. Bang. In the next moment, Rolana's entire body exploded into black blood that filled the sky. It splattered all over a small corner of the world. Katerina, who had yet to completely transform, and the heavily injured Serena were drenched in black blood. Both of them covered their faces with their arms, resisting the black blood that filled the sky. A mere few seconds passed. However, the strange cries stopped abruptly. What replaced them was Katerina's screams. This is... She raised her trembling hands and looked at the black blood on them. She hissed in disbelief. Foul blood poison. Katerina seemed to have been splashed with sulfuric acid from Thales' previous life. Her entire body trembled in the black blood, and her entire true form began to wither. Without the effects of the tears of the Bloody Night, Thales sat up and watched this scene in a daze. What is this? At this moment, Serena tightly covered the wound on her abdomen and let out a sincere, wild laugh that filled the sky. In the next moment, the skin and flesh on her body fell off inch by inch, and a crimson stratum corneum grew and took shape. Her ears elongated, her bone wings pierced through her back, and bone spurs and sharp claws slowly took shape. Serena instantly turned into a huge blood-red monster. Other than the color, she was almost exactly the same as Katerina. There was only one difference. She was different from Katerina's pure facial features even though she had transformed into her true form. Serena's facial features. Thales trembled as he recalled a scene that he did not want to recall the most. A huge black mouth that split open to the back of her ears. A pitch-black, empty nose. Eyes that resembled two irregular black holes. This was, other than the fact that her skin was no longer charred and withered, this was the horrifying mummified Serena that Thales saw in the black coffin in Vine Manor that night. Thales watched this scene with cold sweat dripping down his back. He suddenly understood the meaning of Katerina's so-called ugly woman. Really? So ugly. Serena, who had an inelegant true form, opened her huge mouth and revealed similarly irregular fangs. She let out a wild roar at Katerina, as if she had caught her prey. Roar. Thud. Amidst true form Serena's hoarse and shrill laughter and Katerina's pained screams, the Night Queen's pair of bone wings were snapped off. Rip. In the next moment, Katerina's left arm was torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Crack. This time her right arm was forcefully snapped off. Katerina, who had lost both her arms and wings, roared madly. However, the true form Serena only revealed a victorious smile and punched her into the snow-covered ground. Boom. The horrifying true form Serena raised her red claws that were at least twice as long as the average blood clansman's and slashed downwards. Rip. She forcefully chopped off Katerina's legs. Katerina's true form appearance finally disappeared completely, and she returned to the adorable Queen in Black. However, she was already powerless to reverse the situation. Thales watched this reversal in a daze. Not good, he said in his heart. Not good at all. Katerina, whose limbs were all severed and her wings shattered, spat out a mouthful of blood indignantly. She watched as the true form Serena slowly returned to her normal appearance. The true form of a supreme-class blood clansman is very terrifying, Serena said happily and enchantingly to her younger sister, who was lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. However, very few people know that the process of transforming from a normal state into a true form is a process of changing the tissues in our body and undergoing blood transfusion and rebirth. Serena pulled up the cape left behind by Rolana after she sacrificed herself and wrapped it around her body. She sat down next to her younger sister and pretended to sigh. At this stage, the blood clansman's immunity towards special poisons is at its weakest. Especially when there are blood clansmen of the same clan and origin who willingly assimilate the tainted blood poison into their bodies, and then let you absorb it when you transform. Isn't this a very genius idea? You know, I've always had a headache over that so-called forbidden ability of yours. Thales found a sharp wooden fragment and desperately cut the rope that tied him behind his back. However, this was not as easy as it was portrayed in the movies in his past life. He could not see the situation behind him and did not know the most effective way to cut. He could not even use much strength. He had to be faster. Otherwise, after Katerina, it would be his turn. What should I do? Thales gritted his teeth and thought frantically. Katerina, who was powerless to retaliate, said furiously, "You crazy teased. You actually used the lives of your subordinates? Do you know how painful it is to implant the tainted blood poison into your body? Haha, I love seeing you like this the most. The cute look when the tables are turned at a crucial moment and you can only use foolish words to criticize me." Serena clapped and laughed happily. "The Night Wing King will probably be very pleased to see how powerful I am, right?" "Shut up." The Night Queen, who had lost all her advantages, Katerina hissed in indignation and resentment. "You are not fit to mention him. You killed our father." Patricide. Father. Serena suddenly turned her head and was enveloped in an endless chill. "You called him father? Just because he bit you on the neck?" Katerina, who was on the ground, seemed to have been hit in the soft spot. She was momentarily stunned. She then frantically retorted, "He saved us and raised us." Katerina, whose limbs were all broken, struggled to raise her head with a heart full of hatred and met her sister's gaze. "He bestowed his noblest lifeblood upon us. He allowed us to possess his bloodline, share his glory, and even inherit his title. He's like a father loving us. Otherwise we, the pair of orphans, would have died a violent death in the chaotic world of the Battle of Eradication." Thales shuddered. The Battle of Eradication? Serena's figure flashed in an instant. She grabbed the latter's neck and lifted her up. Filled with disgust and ridicule, the patricide coldly said to her sister, "Ignorant sister, you do not know anything. You only remember the doll he gave you. You only remember the love he gave you. Right, cat? You will always be a crybaby who hides behind me. Do you think that I do not know what you think? What I think about him?" Katerina's gaze seemed to have been frozen by something. She looked at her sister with a face full of suspicion. Serena spoke coldly. "Every time that man returns to the castle, you are the first fool to pounce on him and act coquettishly. If there is any ignorant maid or knight who shows even the slightest bit of love for him, you will mock and ridicule them, secretly suppress them, and have the people below isolate them. Weeper? Half of your tears are because you are afraid of me, and the other half is because you like him." Katerina trembled violently. "Yes, I know." Serena sneered and said, Cat, you do not only admire him, you worship him. Katerina struggled and revealed a look of disbelief. Under Thales's extremely shocked gaze, the patricide enunciated each word clearly. You still like him and desire him. You love him deeply. Katerina trembled as she looked at Serena. She could not speak. At this moment, Serena laughed maniacally in a deep and mysterious manner. You fell in love with the person who gave you a second life, the powerful and terrifying Nightwing King, did you not? No. Katerina's brows struggled, as if she was immersed in an unbelievable pain. Is that not the case? Serena said coldly, you wish that you were his wife, his lover, and not his daughter. Watching this scene, Thales was stunned. This is serious Oedipus complex? Thales lowered his head and sighed. Unfortunately, his life and death were still in the hands of this queen. He struggled to stand up. Really? What? Every time in the end. It's always me alone. To save the world? The heavily injured Katerina roared madly. Serena's gaze was cold. She stretched out her crimson claws and gently scratched Katerina's fair face. And your ugly and shameless feelings, let it end here. At this moment, wait a minute. Serena furrowed her brows slightly and turned to look at Thales. Thales leaned against the wreckage of the carriage and struggled to get up from the ground. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at the ferocious-looking Serena. Under Serena's gaze, he walked towards the black coffin. The legendary anti-mystic equipment. The Dark Knight Black Coffin. I heard that there is a mystic here? Thales' jade star panted and flashed a bitter smile. And the kind that can be released? Chapter 90. The Tower of Eradication, the House of Legacy, the Truth Library. This was a huge warehouse. The red light of sunset penetrated through the original crystal drop glass roof and shone on the rows of giant bookshelves. The books and records made of all kinds of materials were illuminated, making them look dazzling. Can you be more serious? A thin, handsome, middle-aged man with short gray hair was holding an everlasting lamp. He stood behind a row of huge bookshelves and looked at the other side of the bookshelves with dissatisfaction. There was a sickly blonde young man leaning against a bookshelf. Eternal Star City's Level 2 police officer, Cohen Caribbean, raised his head with a tired expression and looked at his teacher, Zadie Tafner. The police officer raised his hand with his last breath. Hey. I asked someone to apply for a month's leave, and it took me 7 days to rush to the Tower of Eradication. I didn't even catch up on my sleep before you dragged me here. I only ate 2 pieces of bread in between. Cohen slapped his stomach and protested weakly, What's wrong with you? Can't you at least show some concern for the students? His teacher, the middle-aged man, Zadie Tafner, snorted. He put down the everlasting lamp and picked up another book without a care. You were the one who suggested to look at the Inheritor's ancient book. You knew Shao would not agree to it, you stubborn Far Easterner. I can only hurry up and come with you while he's not here. Thinking about Master Shao, who was one of the Inheritors, and his temper, Cohen leaned against the bookshelf behind him, feeling that he really could not bring himself to look for books. He said helplessly, Shao, didn't he give up the right to inherit the Far East No. 1 sword sect to come to the Tower of Eradication? I thought he wouldn't be so conservative after doing such a thing. How would I know? Shao's inheritance has all sorts of strange rules. In any case, I still haven't figured out the operating rules of those sects. If we're from the Far East Sword Sect, then as a student, you should kowtow to me respectfully the moment you enter. If you disrespect me, like now, Zadie stared at Cohen fiercely, I can cripple your swordsmanship. Cohen rolled his eyes. Did you find any connection between the Disaster Swords and Blood Bottle Gang? The police officer asked listlessly. No, it's still the things that you and I both know. Zadie unhappily stuffed the ancient sheepskin book back into his hands. Because my efficiency is very low. There's another student who refuses to get up to help. Cohen pretended that he did not hear the last sentence. He said in a low voice, Then why don't you tell me about the current attitude of the tower towards the Disaster Swords? How much do you know? Maybe I can combine it with the information I saw at the police station? Jedi stopped what he was doing and looked at his own student. He was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and said, All right, but if you want to know, you have to join our secret team. Secret team? Cohen turned around curiously. Simply put, it's a small group of people in the Tower of Eradication who have been given a special mission. Their goal is to fight against the legacy of the Sword of Eradication outside the tower, which is also known as the Disaster Sword. I'm in. Cohen's eyes lit up. He had to join. He had to understand more about the disaster swords and the violent power of eradication. Even if, for Raphael and Miranda. He secretly clenched his fists. So straightforward? Jedi said in surprise. Then he smiled happily. All right, this team has Chartier and me. Now there's one more. Cohen opened his mouth wide. You guys, there are only 3 of us? A team of 3, to fight against the disaster swords? Cohen looked as if he had been tricked. He looked at his teacher in disbelief. You must be joking, right? What's wrong with 3 people? After all, we are a secret team. We have an official name. Jedi slapped his thigh and said with an unfathomable look. Shao calls us the Purgers. Cohen's expression froze. Purgers? Purging traitors? Then Raphael. But Chartier thinks that based on the blood debt that Crassus committed, it's better to use the name Avengers. Jedi leaned forward with a serious expression. And I think that based on the importance of our mission, we should be called. Cohen subconsciously wanted to cover his ears, but Jedi had already spat out the words. Kill Crassus, rebuild the Tower of Eradication, revive the extraordinary swords, and save Errol's Jedi team. Cohen looked at his teacher with disdain. I'm joking. The atmosphere is too serious. Looking at Cohen's expression as if he had eaten *T, Jedi laughed and patted his shoulder. But then he sighed. But unfortunately, until now, our knowledge of that violent power of eradication is limited, Jedi said disappointedly. After all, what we felt when we fought against them was not the full picture of their power of eradication. Cohen also became solemn. Is there no result at all? Jedi looked at his student. After a few seconds, he pursed his lips and said seriously, No, there are still results. At least we know that the violent and crazy power of eradication that originated from the disaster swords Crassus. Actually, it's to imitate a mysterious and terrifying power from ancient times. Look, Serena, why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Thales smiled as he looked at the despairing Katerina and the smug Serena. He said, There's no need to be so violent. Oh, Serena raised her eyebrows and threw Katerina away. Bang. The latter crashed into a nearby tree and struggled to raise her head. Serena gracefully walked towards Thales. Let it out. Serena looked at the black coffin and flashed a seductive smile. Oh, kick it with your legs. Thales' heart started beating uncontrollably. Calm down. At least she let go of Katerina. This is my only chance. I must seize it. The dark night black coffin can only be opened with the key that the king carries with him and the blood of a direct member of the Corleone family. Serena giggled. In other words, my blood and Katerina's blood. In the distance, Katerina raised her head strenuously and looked in his direction indignantly. Her limbs were healing, but it was extremely slow. Not to mention being reborn. This battle between sisters. She thought in despair, there's no hope of turning the tables. Is that so? Thales took a deep breath. Rolana and the others must have told you how Ralph and I escaped from the dungeon in Vine Manor, right? Serena narrowed her eyes. I have a special psionic ability. Thales trembled as he tried his best to weave his own story to make it seem more believable. Can break all shackles. Why don't I try it on this coffin? Thales touched the sharp wooden shard in his hand behind his back, feeling anxious. He did not manage to cut the rope, but it should not be a problem for him to cut himself. Although the side effects of that power might be a little big. However, without the assistance of his hands, would his losing control still work? Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. I can only try to kill you with my gaze. Serena's steps got closer and closer. So it's your psionic ability. But why do you think I tied your hands? Serena lowered her head and laughed coldly. I asked Rolana everything. Your psionic ability can only be activated when you cut yourself with fresh blood. This is a condom for you, Your Highness, she said softly. Thales' heart trembled. Did she notice this a long time ago? Serena continued to walk closer. That's far enough. Thales shouted. Don't come any closer. He had calculated that even if Serena flashed over from this distance, she would need at least a second or more. It was enough time for him to use that on the coffin. I have a wooden shard in my hand. Thales turned his body sideways and revealed a wooden shard. Then he carefully and quickly turned back. Panting slightly, he said, It's enough for me to cut my own hand. Do you really want to meet that mystic? He kicked the black coffin behind him. Do you want me to knock on the door for you first? Serena's eyes were cold. This brat. Is she betting on whether I dare to take the risk? My dear Thales. In Thales' vision, Serena stood still on the spot. She suddenly smiled brightly and spread her hands. You must have misunderstood. I don't plan to hurt you at all. To me, a living heir of Constellation is more useful than a dead heir of Constellation, isn't it? We have an agreement. With each other's help, you will one day be crowned king, and I will be restored to the throne. Have you forgotten? I am still engaged. Thales frowned. This old witch. The ugly-faced witch. Let's work together. The navy of Eastern Sea Hill and South Coast Hill, together with our natural geographical advantage at Seaviewing Cliff, can turn the Southern Sea of Eradication, which is rich in eternal oil, into Starry Night Alliance's inland sea. Serena extended her right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Constellation and Night Alliance, sharing benefits, helping each other, and deterring opponents on their respective continents. Your Extet and Kemu union are main of Night and Hanbol. Serena looked straight at Thales. This was my initial idea. Don't believe her. In the distance, Katerina spat out a mouthful of blood and said hatefully, only the craziest demon would dare to form an alliance with this bitch whose heart is as vicious as a snake and scorpion. Thought. Serena smiled coldly. She casually threw a snowball at an extremely fast speed, knocking Katerina out. Thales took a deep breath. Serena continued expressionlessly, I know that you are not an ordinary 7-year-old child. You have maturity and wisdom beyond your age. You know that my idea is feasible. She extended her hand towards Thales. We are allies. Thales lowered his head. Allies? Eh? You wanted to kill me before, Thales said with a frown. It was to divert my younger sister's attention and defeat her in the end. Serena smiled. It was a pleasure working with you. But Thales raised his head slightly and shook his head slightly. Serena, this is the last time I call you that. Serena's expression changed. Let's end the deception here. Thales sighed and said, You have never treated me as an ally at all, ugly-faced woman. Serena's gaze turned cold. When we first met, your words were filled with lies. You said that you are the true heir of the Corleone family, the legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain. Regarding this, I did not lie. Serena blinked her large, bewitching eyes. But Thales, who had a deep impression of her other side, was not swayed in the slightest. I am indeed the Night Wing King, King Laurie Corleone's first heir. Serena grinned and extended her index finger to wipe away a trace of blood on her cheek. She then stuck it into her mouth and sucked. This action made her even more alluring and enchanting. However, Thales was secretly anxious. How long can I stall for? What about Ida and the others? With Serena's speed, I only have one chance to lose control, and the effect is uncertain. I must not use this trump card until the very last moment. But you did not mention the fact that you killed the previous king. Thales shook his head. In other words, you are not someone who covets the throne but killed the king's father. Your crime is unpardonable and everyone has the right to punish you. Serena's bewitching smile began to freeze. Even if you become powerful, I am afraid that no one in the Night Kingdom will support your coronation. Thales raised his head to look at Serena and enunciated each word clearly. It is impossible for you to return to the throne. The sun was about to set. There was silence on the snow-covered ground. Serena stared at him and did not shift her gaze for a long time. I have had enough of you. Serena's smile disappeared. Her voice was extremely cold. Self-righteous mortal. You are right. Even if I kill Katerina here. The Sacred Blood Army that is loyal to her, as well as the clans behind the warriors such as Castigan, Sullivan, Loraloa, and those who covet the Blood Ocean throne, will not allow me to be crowned. So, your real enemies are the opposers who are practically everywhere in the entire Night Kingdom. Thales shut his eyes tightly and exhaled. So, you need the power of a country to destroy those opponents that you cannot defeat. Originally, I only wanted to borrow your power to intercept Katerina, but the assassination of the Extet diplomat group gave me a great revelation. Serena nodded with a frosty expression. The death of the heir triggered a war between countries. After all, the King of Constellation made a sacred oath in front of everyone. If you die, then the person who will avenge you will be the next king. Thales sighed. The next heir of Constellation died due to the Night Queen's shameless interception, and the latter disappeared without a trace. Serena shook her head and sighed. How many ambitious people do you think will attack the Night Kingdom at all costs, or at least make a related oath just for the throne of Constellation? After all, It will only take a week to cross the Sea of Eradication from Constellation's south coast hill to the Night Kingdom. War will cleanse the opposers of the Sacred Blood Army and give me a more obedient Night Kingdom. Serena took a step forward fervently. And the true heir of Corleone will turn the tide at the last moment. So, this is the purpose of the alliance. To use Constellation to cleanse your opposers. Thales looked at Serena's expression and said quietly, "The Starry Night Alliance is a complete scam. You don't understand, childish brat." Serena sneered. "The alliance is to fight against the enemy." Thales glanced at the unconscious Katerina. "No," Serena said coldly, "I mean to ally with your enemy and betray him at a critical moment. Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance." Thales furrowed his brows deeply. "So that's how it is. This is her logic of survival. The Starry Night Alliance." Thales' first diplomatic attempt in his life had completely failed. In the days to come, Thales could not help but think of this scene when he sat at the negotiation table countless times. At the same time, he vigilantly thought of the true meaning of an alliance. Many historians were surprised at how the Starry Night Alliance could be so stable between two incompatible races during that era. However, only a few people knew that the first Starry Night Alliance only lasted for slightly more than a month before it ended in failure. As expected, a cute, capable yet arrogant and childish lowly vampire who had lived for hundreds of years suddenly appeared. She had red eyes and silver hair, called me brother in a coquettish voice, and even fought to marry me. Thales sighed. "This kind of trick. I was thinking too much." Chapter 91. They, the heirs of the Disaster Sword, want to imitate a type of power of eradication? Cohen raised his eyebrows. Imitate? Does that mean that this power has an archetype to imitate? Archetype. Zadie thought about it seriously and nodded. Yes, you can say that. They want to imitate a type of supernatural power that acts as an archetype. Cohen frowned and said in a low voice, "Supernatural power? This is what we called the power of eradication a long time ago." So, the prototype of the supernatural power appeared before the Battle of Eradication, which is at least 700 years ago? The police officer asked, puzzled. Even longer, much longer than you think. Zadie took a deep breath and recalled the discussion he had with the other inheritors. He then said faintly, "It's been a long time." He said faintly, "The archetype you mentioned appeared from the era of kings to the era of the ancient empire, but the most famous record was at the peak of the first civil war in the ancient empire. There was a person with that type of archetypal supernatural power, who brought his troops into the capital of triumph and beheaded the supreme emperor." Beheaded? Emperor? Head? Cohen opened his mouth wide in shock. Emperor? I would believe you if you said it was the weak final empire, but that was the great ancient empire. Why didn't history classes mention this? During the era of the two empires, the emperor was assassinated more than once. There were 2 successful cases. As for why you as a noble don't know. Zadie smiled proudly. Firstly, due to a well-known reason, there are not many historical records of the 2 empires left in Constellation. If you want to find the most complete historical records, you have to go to the main Nox dynasty's Rise and Death Pavilion, or here, the Tower of Eradication's Truth Library. Secondly, the Jadestar royal family is the descendant of the Karas royal family. Even if they knew about this, do you think the Supreme King would be happy to put, "The Emperor was beheaded by the army," in the book? Back to the main topic. Zadie sat down cross-legged. This was Xiao's cross-legged sitting method. Compared to his other kneeling method, Zadie felt that this Far Eastern sitting method was more like a master's. He patted his sword. I heard that the person who killed the emperor relied on this mysterious archetypal supernatural power to defeat almost all the opponents of his era. Even the wizards had to be careful when they met him. All the opponents? Cohen asked in surprise. What's so powerful about this prototype? I'm not sure. Zadie frowned. It was recorded in Crassus' own notebook that the biggest characteristic of that kind of supernatural power is that it has no characteristics. Nothing special? Zadie spread his hands and said irresponsibly, "Anyway, that's what Crassus wrote 100 years ago." That's not right. Cohen furrowed his brows and said doubtfully, "If this supernatural power is really that powerful, wouldn't it have become the most popular power of eradication in the past 1,000 years? Wouldn't it have been learned and practiced by everyone?" Yes, why isn't it widespread? That's the weird part. Zadie had a mysterious look on his face. He looked like he wanted Zadie to know what was going on. We figured this out. Cohen raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms, refusing to ask. In the end, Zadie rolled his eyes at him, but he couldn't help but have the desire to confide. Cross's notes are vague, but there are clear records about the awakening and upgrading of this power. This is the joint research of him and another inheritor. Cohen stared at him curiously. Zadie opened his mouth softly and spat out words with a distinct Far Eastern accent that sounded like a poem. To transcend through life and death, to reach the peak of life and death. Cohen widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He shook his head twice. I don't understand. Zadie sighed. Our normal power of eradication, including the 4 original supernatural powers, needs to be awakened through unremitting swordsmanship and combat practice. However, this prototype cannot be awakened through practice, nor can it be improved through practice. Zadie narrowed his eyes mysteriously. As a power of eradication, it can only be awakened when the owner is in danger and is about to die. There's a chance for it to awaken. Cohen widened his eyes. To transcend through life and death, to reach the peak of life and death. It can only be awakened in a situation where death is inevitable. The huge truth library was filled with silence. 3 seconds later, Cohen opened his mouth in disbelief. No way. So, the people who have this prototype power of eradication are all? Yes. Zadie frowned, full of doubt and confusion. He said a few words. They are people who have experienced death. Cohen touched his abdomen with an unpleasant expression. There, the wound caused by the disaster swordsman from Blood Bottle Gang still seemed to be aching. Zadie's expression was complicated as he said, the awakened with this kind of prototype power of eradication are very few lucky people on the battlefield. They only awaken after suffering a fatal injury, and I guess that most of these people died from their injuries not long after they awakened. For example, you did not die immediately after your throat was slit, and then awaken this power. Then, with the recovery ability comparable to a great dragon, you healed your wound and stood up alive? Cohen frowned. It doesn't sound like something a human can do. The police shook his head in disbelief. He could not understand the meaning of this power. But it still appeared, his teacher said with his head lowered. I have another conjecture, and Xiao agrees with me on this point. Under Cohen's breathless gaze, Zadie slowly explained his reasoning. The stronger a person is, such as a supreme class to a super class, the harsher the conditions to improve this power of eradication. The requirement for certain death will be even more brutal, and the death rate will also be higher. That is why Crassus wanted to imitate it and not copy it. Cohen sighed. I guess that the crazy and ruthless aura is the side effect of this power of seeking death? Jedi nodded. So, even the lucky ones who survived, if they want to improve and become stronger after obtaining this power, they will have to go through even more tragic experiences of death again and again. Very few people survive and the others? So, Zadie sighed. It is impossible for it to be widely spread. Don't you think it's contradictory? Cohen raised his hand on the ground and protested. If you want to awaken, you have to seek death. If you want to become stronger, you have to seek death. Why did I practice this power of eradication? Haha, becoming stronger is not necessarily for survival. Zadie Tafner, the supreme class inheritor of the Tower of Eradication, chuckled. Don't underestimate people's determination to pursue power and become strong. Isn't Disaster Sword Crassus an example? Why do you think he imitated this dangerous power of eradication? Cohen furrowed his brows. Power? Become stronger? Raphael, why did you do it? Cohen touched his head and thought of a question. Other than that Emperor Slayer, are there any records of other awakened ones? Who was the first awakened in history? Didn't I tell you? Zadie scratched his head in an inelegant manner. If Director Lorbeck was here, he would have recognized this scratching gesture that was almost identical to Cohen's. We went through all the ancient books, and Xiao even went to the Rise and Fall Pavilion of Main Nox. The first suspicious record of it appeared during the Age of Ignorance. At the Iron Blood King's famous human's last line of defense, a heavily injured 16-year-old soldier awakened a supernatural power that could not be upgraded and became a joke. The second time it appeared was during the Age of Kings, on the eve of the Holiness Exorcism campaign. An ordinary 18-year-old infantryman came back alive from the Orcs' encirclement. After that, he mastered supernatural power and became a superclass. I guess, other than experiencing death, and their young age, you still didn't find anything, right? Cohen scratched his head. Zadie stared at him for a long time. No, we did find something, Zadie muttered. These people have one thing in common. What is it? Cohen immediately became spirited and widened his eyes. Remember the guy who chopped off the emperor's head? We have the life of that emperor slayer. Zadie sighed. He was also a knight and a Northlander. Cohen looked puzzled. Zadie narrowed his eyes. When he was still a page boy, the master of the knight he served died, and no one has ever taught that emperor slayer. Cohen shook his head. So that emperor slayer? Zadie exhaled. He only learned one set of basic swordsmanship. Under Cohen's curiosity, Zadie's eyes shone brightly. The sword of origin of supernatural power. Cohen came to his senses and widened his eyes in shock until they could not be any bigger. Zadie gently held the hilt of his sword and uttered a word. Northland military sword style. Thales raised his head. If I die here, the war between Extet and Constellation will definitely break out, he said calmly. Constellation will not be able to take care of itself, let alone invade across the ocean. 200 years in prison have taught me one thing. The vampire gently tightened the cloak on her body. Her curvaceous figure was even more distinct and alluring, but her tone was a little creepy. Power in your hands is the greatest wealth. Don't underestimate the temptation of power, Serena said calmly. It can make people go crazy. Do you know how many casualties this will bring? Thales asked calmly. Yes, precious lives, bloody sacrifices. Serena sighed, seeming to be sorrowful. But as the Far East said, a great general achieves his achievements on 10,000 corpses. Thales raised his head and his gaze was firm. Life is not a toy that you can play with, ugly woman. Don't call me that, I will be angry, Serena said softly. Thales ignored her. You don't have that qualification, no one has that qualification. But Serena did not continue to talk to him. She only said slowly, I finally succeeded. Thales was puzzled. But in the next moment he understood. He suddenly realized that he could not move. Thales was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. What's going on? Thales wanted to use the wooden piece to cut open his hands behind his back, but even his fingers were stiff. Usually, halting vision only needs a few seconds to deal with weak people. Serena walked up to him without a care in the world. Under Thales' astonished gaze, she took the wooden piece from his hand. But you are indeed the descendant of the emperor. It took me so long to stop you. Compared to my sister, this is not an ability that is practical in battle. Serena sneered. Why do I have to talk so much nonsense? Do you think you are the only one who is stalling for time? Serena said coldly, every second I talk to you makes me sick, brat. Thales looked at Serena with a pale face, but his neck was extremely stiff. Serena smiled faintly. Are you ready to welcome your death, second prince? Are you ready? How could this be? Thales was slowly able to move, but he had lost his greatest trump card. He felt extremely remorseful. If I had just, no. He suddenly came to a realization. It's still not too late. Thales gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Ugly woman? Serena no longer hid her expression. She revealed her hatred and disgust. Damn brat, I really want to suck you dry? Thales had a thought. Right. Come and suck my blood. If that's the case, Serena moved her face closer to him and took a deep breath as if she was smelling a delicacy. Her long eyelashes grazed his eyebrows. But Serena did not do as he wished. Don't worry, I won't let you bleed and use that psionic ability. What a pity. Serena caressed his face and blew gently into his ear. I still told you the truth, your blood is really nourishing. In the next moment, Thales was grabbed by the neck by Serena and lifted into the air. Why is she in this position again? Thales cursed in his heart. He could not breathe again. Serena sighed. Do you think I'm happy to pretend to be a little girl who can't speak properly and suppress my disgust to act coquettishly towards you? In the next moment, Serena's gaze turned cold. Or, do you think I'll really patiently wait for you to ascend to the throne, and then wait for you to become a white-haired old man to give me a mercenary troop that won't hurt me enough to restore my throne? Her grip tightened. Serena? Little girl? How dare you call me that? I've lived longer than all your ancestors combined, she said fiercely, almost crushing Thales' throat. For your rudeness, she said coldly, I'll let you taste the pain of being on the verge of death. Thales kicked and flailed in pain. But his hands were still tied behind his back, and he couldn't even make a useful struggle. I've gone too far, he thought in pain. A long time ago, Hestad told me that there was a great Khan from the Kisari tribe who was good at fighting. He once said this to his best ally, Serena said coldly as she looked at Thale's struggle without a care in the world. She said coldly, I grant you death without shedding blood. That silly, taking a beating sword style, that has been in decline for thousands of years? Cohen hit his palms in realization. I thought that since Quaker's Holiness Exorcism campaign, during the Age of Kings 3,000 years ago, after we completely defeated the orcs, no one practiced it anymore. Show some respect. Although many of the sword moves were used to defend against the orcs and the great dragons, they seemed childish and ridiculous in the subsequent wars. Zadie straightened his body and said seriously and solemnly, but that is, after all, the sword of origins of supernatural powers. Since the 4 original supernatural powers were born from it, why is it impossible for it to give birth to a 5th type of unusual power? So, we can deduce the necessary conditions for the awakening of the prototype power of eradication. Cohen reacted and frowned. Yes. Zadie nodded solemnly. First of all, you have to be very young. Maybe above 12 years old, but below 20 years old. Also, you cannot practice any power of eradication. Secondly, you have to have a complete foundation of the Northland military sword style. Thirdly, and most importantly, you have to experience death, but you cannot die immediately. Lastly, you have to have, as you said, a powerful recovery ability comparable to the great dragons, to survive from fatal injuries. This will ensure that your awakening will not be the last scene of your life. Then you have to repeat the process. The scion raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the glass. The sun was about to set. He remembered the silent figure with a sword on his back. I will find this power. No matter how hard it is, no matter what price I have to pay. This is my path. Zadie Tafner lowered his head and sighed. But that's impossible. There was a long silence. Teacher, this prototype, power of eradication. Cohen's expression was solemn. This time he was no longer impudent, but used honorifics instead. Does it have a name? Zadie paused for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes. The Emperor Slayer gave it a name. According to the legend of the ancient Bright God Church, after people die, if their souls cannot return to the kingdom of God, they will descend to hell. At the entrance to hell, in front of the residence of the 7 great kings, there is a dangerous and terrifying river. On it, there is a treacherous ferryman who rowed the boat all year round and was in charge of receiving these dead souls. That river is called Hell's River. Cohen was secretly shocked. He had heard of this legend. Maybe, it's not just a legend? So, when you see Hell's River, you see death. But the Emperor Slayer believes that there will always be some people who have souls that even Hell's River is unwilling to collect. The ferryman of Hell's River will send them back to the human world. They see Hell's River, but they return from death. Cohen widened his eyes. He heard Zadie enunciate each word clearly. So, that kind of power of eradication obtained after returning from death, it is called by the Emperor Slayer, the sin of Hell's River. Thales struggled with his hands that were tied behind his back. His lips trembled and turned blue. In front of this unparalleled power, he struggled with all his might, but he could not. Every pore on his body was covered in goosebumps under the enormous pressure. His bones were rubbing against each other due to the excessive tension in his joints. Blood gathered on the surface of his skin. His heart was beating faster and faster under the heavy pressure. Stars and darkness appeared before his eyes, and they gradually became blurry. There seemed to be a huge layer of glass between his mouth and the air, and he could not breathe. His trembling gray eyes watched as Serena's hands tightened. Thales was still struggling with all his might. His legs kept kicking, trying to break free from this hopeless and dark shadow of death. However, his vision was getting darker and darker, until he lost all his vision. His brain activity became more and more difficult due to the lack of oxygen. It became more and more difficult and slower. His thoughts began to no longer be clear. His memories began to become chaotic, and countless fragments appeared as they overlapped. His heart beat even more frantically, trying to send more oxygen to his brain. But everything was in vain. Until the only heir of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, stopped struggling. His eyeballs rolled to the upper edge, his legs hung limply and his shoulders relaxed. He calmed down as if he was dead. Serena flashed a satisfied smile. The sun set in the west and night fell. Thales Therangerana Kessel Jadestar. Dead. End of book. I lied to you. Chapter 92. Under the rising moon, Ralph anxiously galloped through the birch forest after nightfall. In order to maintain his balance, The Phantom Wind follower's pair of J-shaped elastic steel sheet prosthetics had a large surface area on the ground. Walking on flat ground always felt strange, but to his surprise the wide surface area made it easier for him to move forward in the snow, especially when he was riding on the wind. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. However, Ralph had no experience in trekking in the snow, nor had he lived in the north, which was filled with unmelted snow. Constellation Central Territory could only see sporadic snow, while the long and narrow Kemu Union and the 5 cities in the southeast were dry and warm. This brought him great trouble in tracking, even though he was the first person to notice the abnormality in Serena's carriage and immediately chased after it. The wind-controlling psionic ability allowed Ralph to move with the wind in the narrow and crowded Red Street Market, like a fish in water. His speed was not inferior in the dense birch forest. But he had to find that boy. The boy who gave the Phantom Wind follower a new life. Ralph passed through a forest and saw a flat piece of snowy ground in front of him. His gaze suddenly froze. The Phantom Wind follower shuddered and fell onto the snowy ground. Under the moonlight, a coquettish woman wrapped in a cloak loosened her grip. A 7- or 8-year-old boy with his hands tied behind his back slipped from her fingers without any reaction. He fell onto the snowy ground like a prey that had been brutally killed. He did not move. The coquettish and seductive woman turned around gently, licked her lips at Ralph and revealed a strange smile. No. Ralph knelt on the snowy ground in disbelief. His hands trembled as he reached for the boy with his eyes closed. No breathing. No heartbeat. No pulse. No, that boy. The boy who looked like an adult. The boy who gave me a choice. The boy who saved me from the abyss of despair. The boy who taught me how to read, spell, and communicate with sign language. Dead. No. Ralph raised his head. Half of his face was hidden behind the silver mask, and his expression was indiscernible. What's wrong? Serena Corleone tilted her head and blinked charmingly. Oh, are you here for little Thales? Ralph clenched his fists and stood up slowly. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger as he stared at the coquettish woman. Sorry, he's asleep. Serena giggled. I'll come find him in my next life. There was a sudden gust of wind on the ground. Serena's expression changed. The wind became stronger and stronger. It blew up the snow around Ralph and fluttered his clothes. The Phantom Wind follower glared at Serena. He had no idea how strong the woman in front of him was. However, he would do everything in his power to make the other party pay. In this way he would owe that boy a debt. I'll just pay it off. But in the next moment, Ralph realized something to his shock. His whole body stiffened. He could not move. What was going on? He rolled his eyes. This woman? Serena let out a delightful laugh. Her gaze never left Ralph, maintaining the pressure of pausing gaze. Children nowadays. She pouted and shook her head, seemingly distressed. She tapped the side of her eyes and looked at Ralph, who was frozen on the spot. Don't you use your brain when you fight? It was so dark. It was so dark. He couldn't feel the time. There was no space either. Why did it suddenly light up? It was too bright and blinding. These are memories? So many memories. One by one, familiar or unfamiliar scenes flashed past his eyes. It was chaotic. In the end, only messy voices were left. The central limit theorem provided us with a sufficient basis for random sampling. Don't be distracted. If you learn these well, at least you can go to the market research department of various companies after graduation. What is this? Chiron, if you arrived in a different world waiting to be saved, would you become stronger, farm, learn about technology and fight for supremacy? Would you want to change it? Forget it, the changes of society have always been unpredictable. Unless I am the god of creation. Well, conclusion, there is no point in asking you this question. What's with that look of disdain in your eyes? Such a familiar voice. Social class issues are often associated with inequality. Education, income, and capital are all common terms. Blau and Duncan, remember these two scholars. They will be your nightmare for the next 2 years. In our era, if you don't know how to use logarithmic linear models, don't even think about analyzing social class. So confusing. Why are these combinations illogical? Why are you so conflicted? Just tell me, are we going to be together? Why are you frowning? Why is everything so familiar but there seems to be a layer of fog? The key to the logistic regression model is this probability function. The probit model is actually similar to it. If you only know general linear regression and not logistic regression, don't say that you've learned regression models. There's no other reason. I just think that this is very embarrassing. Where am I? Everyone categorizes him as one of the three great ancestors, but compared to Weber's extensive quotations and scientific arguments, categorizing his philosophical meditations, which he came up with while sitting on a chair. Some radical scholars, including myself, believe that this is an insult to our discipline. What is this? But it's such a familiar name. A one-mode social network can be represented by a symmetric matrix, while a two-mode social network is more complicated. Look at your stupid faces. Have you never learned linear algebra before? If you haven't learned advanced mathematics, what makes you think that you have the ability to learn this discipline well? Bullsh*t. Wait a minute, I know what this is. I learned it, even written about it, taught it. I don't know why our family works so hard for you to read so many books, but our Wu family has always thought that knowledge may not necessarily be useful, but it is definitely priceless. Who's talking? What the hell is this? For example, teachers, school location, class nature, parents' income. Different factors have an impact on a student's performance. Some are at the individual level, some are at the class level, and some are at the school level. If we don't distinguish the effects of different levels and simply assume that they are effective in the same dimension, the conclusion that what has the greatest impact on a student's performance is unconvincing. Therefore, in education, a hierarchical linear model is often used to overcome this point. This principle is also applicable to our research. I know. I definitely know. Damn it, why can't I remember? Marx and Weber had diametrically opposed opinions on the autonomy of a country. The difference between the two types of national power defined by man is, did you not read the text? Can't finish it? Then why don't you sleep a little more? Wait, who am I? Who am I? The people led by Scochipo began to reflect on the Marxist scholar's social schema and Parsons' macroscopic theory. Society embedded in history may not operate as they expected. Just like that, the tradition of historical analysis returned to our field of vision. What am I? Do not think that qualitative methods do not need to be like measurement. On the contrary, we do not have clear scientific standards like measurement research. So, we need to prove and explain the scientific nature of why we use this method, and bring the research axis to your field. Otherwise, you are no different from writing a news report. Why don't you just change your major and learn journalism and become a reporter? I guarantee that you will earn more. But the voice that followed was even clearer, and it triggered his memories even more. Best, no matter what method you use, make him stay in the capital city. You will live. Hold him, this is my blood. You know my temper. This is Thales. Send him to the 6th house. Look at your silly face. Brat, I guarantee that you will not live to the 2nd year. No. Don't hit me. Don't. I'm just. Do you really not want to drink water? It's just next door. Listen to me, let me think of a plan. My name is Karak. I heard that you are the leader of your house? From today onwards, you have to give me half of the money. This is the last potion, no more. Don't come here anymore. Wait, there are some old clothes here, you can take them. Brat, you have to call me Sister Jayla. Standing above the heavens, surpassing the gods, looking down on all living beings. You can say, no, but you cannot refuse. This is only the first time you have lost control. I know that you have something that he doesn't. Didn't King Nuvan want fairness? Using my son's life in exchange for his son's life. An unprecedented amount of memories flashed in his mind. It almost squeezed his consciousness until it exploded. Suddenly, everything became quiet. Darkness descended again. He felt much more comfortable. He was sleepy. Maybe it was time to go. Go back to where he came from. Or, sleep from then on. At this moment, two unfamiliar voices rang in his ears. One of them sounded old and experienced. Such a soul. Oh, it is of unprecedented quality. Yes, mother feels it. The other voice was flat and shrill. Wait, the smell of danger is the same as 600 or 700 years ago. Thou art always cautious. Relax, mother will handle it. Strange, mother is hesitating. She doesn't like it or reject it. There are 4 forces pulling it, 2 going down, 1 going up. What a powerful life force. There is no one above to save it, but it is still rising. At this rate, it will rise back to the top in no time. And there is another force. Oh my God. Why are you panicking? Have you ever seen such a mixed blood and mixed soul? How is it possible? Unless Alchemy Tower and Soul Tower work together. Don't lose your composure. Keep to your duties and mind less about the matters above ground. Moreover, the 3 great magic towers have been destroyed for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, is it? My long-term memory has deteriorated again. Mother has made a decision. Let it go, let it rise. Prepare to open the countercurrent gate. Countercurrent gate? It can't be, right? One just rose back more than 30 years ago. It's too short. Will Mother allow this frequency? At least wait until the last one falls back. Do not ask, do not speak, this is Mother's will. You can only obey. Then he felt that everything around him was shaking violently. Asterisk boom. Crack. Asterisk, it was as if something had suddenly shattered, and he seemed to hear a clear and crisp sound. In the next moment, as if he had emerged from the surface of the water, he smoothly inhaled a gust of air in the invisible pressure and darkness. It was not just a gust of air. It was a force that surpassed mortals. Thales Jadestar remembered who he was again. At the same time his senses returned. All the pores on his body seemed to have opened up in an instant, greedily accepting information from the outside world. His sluggish joints no longer rubbed against each other, as if they were lubricated by a force. The blood that had gathered on his skin returned to his blood vessels as if it had received an order to provide nutrients for life. His heart, which had been beating too fast due to lack of oxygen, returned to a regular, slow beat. It was only stronger and more powerful than before. Thales felt it. A force started from an unknown corner of his body, rose rapidly, and instantly filled his entire body. The pain in his throat slowly disappeared. He could even feel that many of the small, hidden injuries in his body were slowly recovering. Soon, Thales felt the coldness under his body, the strong wind around him, and Serena's familiar laughter. Like a drowning person who had been saved, Thales opened his eyes abruptly. Immediately after, he looked at the sky while trembling, opened his mouth wide, and sucked in a breath of air that he had not breathed in a long time, as if he had been separated from it for many years. Phew, everything was the same as before. He was alive. Chapter 93. On the snow-covered ground under the moonlight, Serena laughed maniacally and raised her deformed sharp claws. Looking at Ralph, who was struggling in the halted vision, she shook her head gently and said, "If you didn't see this scene, perhaps you wouldn't have to die. After all, I need enough witnesses from both sides to spread the word about everything that happened today." But because of the Blood Clansman's extraordinary hearing, the complacent Serena suddenly shuddered. Want to spread the word? The words of the person involved are more convincing than the witnesses. Serena Corleone turned her head in disbelief. It can't be? A voice that the two of them were very familiar with rang out on the empty snowy ground under the moon. Isn't it? Say, ugly-faced woman? Under the double shock of Ralph and Serena, Thales Jadestar, who was supposed to be dead, coughed violently and turned over while panting. He climbed up from the ground with his hands tied behind his back. In a world that you do not understand, there is a bardic poem that goes like this. Thales stood up with difficulty and quickly thought about the current situation and the solution. He slowly said, "What cannot kill you makes you stronger and stands higher." A few seconds after Serena shifted her gaze away, Ralph broke free from his stiff state as though he had been liberated. But the two of them did not do anything else. They just stared at Thales in shock. How is this possible? Serena shook her head in surprise. She looked down at the hand she used to strangle Thales. Was it because I was imprisoned for too long that my strength and estimation have regressed? But he's clearly not breathing. What's going on? There's a problem. Ralph looked at Thales and flashed a gratified smile. He made a gesture. Do not look at her eyes. Thales returned a powerful gaze and nodded slightly. The silver-haired, red-eyed female Blood Clansman gritted her teeth and turned to glare at Thales. Damn it! Thales showed a smile that he had not shown for a long time. He deliberately avoided Serena's gaze and did not give her a chance to activate her ability. The prince clenched his teeth and pressed them against the tip of his tongue. Was I too nervous and scared just now so I did not think of biting the tip of my tongue? Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. I was forced to look at that path for so long. First target, Dark Knight Black Coffin. Was he really going to release that mystic? A strange expression flashed across Asda's face. But Thales only hesitated for a second before he prepared to attack. But just as Thales was about to bite the tip of his tongue and activate that taboo, something happened to his body. A strange wave surged out from his heart, surging up his chest, neck, face, and finally to his eyes. His blurry vision became clear, bright, and clear in an instant. The Serena before him became clear. Thales was momentarily stunned. What is this? He felt that Serena was like a blood-red lamp that emitted a piercing red light in the boundless darkness. He turned his head. Katerina lay unconscious on the ground under a big tree on his left. She was panting unconsciously, and a dim white light flashed in her eyes. Am I seeing things? Thales blinked in puzzlement as he looked at the scene before him. To his surprise, he realized that everything in the world seemed to have slowed down. Serena actually spent a whole 5 seconds gritting her teeth. Damn it! Her voice became extremely slow and thick, like the result of a tape recorder speeding up. That's not right. Is this time stopping a series of play? Ba. Time has slowed down? No. Thales felt that his movements had slowed down as well. It's just that my thoughts have become faster. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see more clearly. The wave surged into his brain and the scene before him changed again. At that moment, Thales could even clearly see something similar to radiation. The blood in Serena's body was moving vigorously, covering her heart, chest, arms, and the wings that were tucked away on her back. He could see that Serena's muscles were contracting vigorously, but the blood in her body surged in segments, full of gaps and discontinuity, as if something was damaged. Serena's claws, arms, legs, body, every part that could move or could not move, her center of gravity, strength, speed, and direction, seemed to be instantly under his control. He understood everything clearly. What's going on? Thales thought in alarm. Thales turned his head and looked at the black coffin. He saw that this strange legendary anti-mystic equipment was emitting a deep black aura and black light. There were also strange waves of various colors surging out continuously. It seemed so ominous. If I use mystic energy to open it inside. His heart skipped a beat. Is there a better way to solve the predicament before me? Thales had just thought of this when the wave seemed to have a mind of its own. It disappeared from around his eyes. Everything in front of him returned to normal. This is... Thales frowned. What kind of power is this? Damn brat. Serena regained her speech speed, and said through gritted teeth, All right, this time I will cut off your head. But a few seconds later, the wave appeared again. This time it went straight to his brain. Wait a minute. Thales shuddered. His brain, which was already different from ordinary people, seemed to have activated some kind of amplification device. A better way, the distance between the black coffin, Serena's speed, true form transformation, possible attack direction, Ralph's best route of support, the speed limit of the snowy ground, and everything in front of him turned into useful information that was stored in his brain in an orderly and rapid manner. Possible plans, expected risks, influencing factors, estimated success rate. This time the wave seemed to consume more energy than the previous few times. It only lasted for a while before it disappeared from his brain. In an instant, Thales felt as if he had run 1,000 meters. He trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Is this black technology or the Terminator? But suddenly he knew how to solve the situation before him. And the aftereffects are smaller and more comprehensive. Maybe I don't have to use that kind of power. A better way. Thales carefully avoided eye contact with Serena. He calmed his breathing and walked between Ralph and Serena. He smiled. You know, I really want to call you a whore, he said flatly with his hands behind his back. Stupid mortal. Serena frowned and thought to herself, he's so confident when he's so close to me? I'll kill this brat first. It's best if I decapitate him. There's nothing to be afraid of. The key was that super-class cripple. The female blood clansman glanced at the silver-masked Ralph. I have to make sure he stays and not let the truth leak. Faster. Serena gritted her teeth. Chris and Ishtron won't be able to drag this on for long. Oh, then why not? Serena smiled as if she was performing a magic trick. Her speed was so fast that Thales gasped in amazement. My dear Thales? She calculated the distance between her and Ralph, as well as the speed at which she transformed into her true form and pounced forward. Ralph furrowed his brows. He saw that Thales' hands, which were tied behind his back, were changing rapidly. Even though there was no head and chest, he could still recognize them. Push me left tree. Twice in a row. Ralph narrowed his eyes. What a familiar feeling. Just like the time in the dungeon. Because if I called you a whore, I was afraid that I would insult this sacred profession, Thales said flatly. So in your heart, Serena chuckled and moved her claws. Whores are sacred? But I still have to thank you. Thales exhaled. Under Serena's astonished gaze, he enunciated each word clearly. At least before you killed me, you told me the truth. My blood is very nourishing. In the next second, Thales swung his hands behind his back. Begin. Before Serena could react, Ralph's pupils trembled. His psionic ability was instantly activated. A gust of wind rose out of nowhere and charged towards him. Whoosh. But it did not attack Serena, who was fully on guard. Instead, it swept Thales up and blew him towards the sky. Thales clenched his teeth and tried his best to support his body. He narrowed his eyes to withstand the impact of the wind. After all, he was not Ralph, who had been immersed in the art of human kiting for many years. In the air, time seemed to have slowed down again. But he knew that was not the case. The fluctuation gradually filled his limbs. Thales instantly felt that he had grasped the balance of the wind by turning his limbs lightly. From the corner of his eyes, Serena screeched and transformed into her terrifying true form. "Where do you think you're going?" Serena widened her black hole-like eyes. She spread her red bone wings, tore her cloak, and flapped her wings to soar into the air. She roared hoarsely and rudely. "Mortal brat." But Ralph's gaze was firm. He stepped on the gust of wind and charged towards the Blood Clansman. He wanted to hold this monster back. This was the boy's plan. Thales flew towards a big tree on the left. It was the birch tree that was broken during the Sisterhood War just now. On the ground beside it was an unconscious figure. Serena's expression suddenly changed. She realized what Thales was going to do. But in the next moment, the sound of wind whistled behind the patricide. Serena instinctively turned around and clawed. Clang. There was a violent sound of metal clashing. It was not Ralph who attacked. Instead, it was a steel rope in Ralph's hand. Serena, who was caught off guard, frowned. Her arm was tightly entangled by the steel rope that came charging at her. "Ah!" Serena screamed frantically. She was dragged backwards by the steel rope that was carried by the gust of wind. She tore at the steel rope, but it was futile as sparks flew everywhere. On the other end of the steel rope, Ralph flew in the air with his teeth clenched. His legs were below his knees. 2 pieces of crude steel prosthetics had already disappeared. The steel rope was the equipment Ralph used to fix his 2 prosthetics. It was extremely tough. "I will never let you pass." The Phantom Wind follower's gaze was firm. Thales landed on the snow-covered ground with his hands tied behind his back. He rolled forward twice in a disheveled manner. That fluctuation dissipated. A wave of exhaustion swept over him. His entire body was sore. Some of his joints even felt as if they were being torn apart. Thales vaguely understood that this was because his current physical fitness could not keep up with the balance he made with the help of the wind just now. But he still struggled. With his hands behind his back, he squirmed and crawled in front of that person. That was the key point of his plan. Caterina Corleone. The Night Queen who was on her last breath. Thud. The prince bumped his head into Caterina's pretty face. He knocked the latter slightly awake from her unconsciousness. He stared at Caterina's unfocused gaze and spat out 2 words. "Bite me." Caterina, whose limbs were all broken and only her torso left, was heavily injured and unable to continue, raised her head with difficulty to glance at him. The transmigrator said coldly, "That's right. Suck blood." However, the Night Queen, who had lost her confidence, merely glanced at the situation in the field before she shook her head powerlessly and bitterly. "It's useless. My injuries are too severe. You should leave quickly. Perhaps you can escape." Caterina lowered her head as if she had resigned herself to her fate and closed her purple eyes. On the other side, Ralph was still using the steel rope to maintain his distance from Serena while struggling to deal with her. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. This woman. And she's even a queen? At this moment, Ralph's pained groan came from afar. "I can't waste any more time." Thales made his decision. The prince, whose hands were tied behind his back, licked the tip of his tongue and furrowed his brows tightly. "Didn't Serena say that it's my blood? It's more nourishing." In the next moment, Thales closed his eyes, bit the tip of his tongue with his upper and lower teeth, and fiercely knocked his chin on the snow-covered ground. He heard a small sound. Then, a wave of intense pain traveled from the tip of his tongue. Thales was in so much pain that tears came out. The feeling of biting my tongue, it hurts so much. But Thales still struggled to stand up with tears of grief. Without hesitation, he threw himself onto the ground next to Caterina without any hesitation. Then, under the shocked gaze of the head of the Corleone family, the Weeper, and the Night Queen, Caterina van Corleone, Thales fiercely kissed Caterina's lips. Caterina subconsciously wanted to struggle. Until Thales' eyes widened in anger and stuck the tip of his tongue, which was filled with blood, into her mouth. A second passed. Katarina's entire body trembled. This is the taste of this blood. Ah! Ralph's furious roar came again. Thales furrowed his brows and stared at Katarina's incredulous gaze. This woman. Why is she so unreasonable? Her sister, Serena, was obviously intoxicated with excitement, savoring it carefully, and looking like she was about to attract fans. Could it be that she doesn't like? But he did not finish his thought. Because in the next moment, Katarina struggled with her broken body and revealed a terrifying, thirsty and bloodthirsty gaze. The purple-eyed blood clansman, who only had her torso left, suddenly turned around and pressed the 7-year-old child under her body. Thud. The Night Queen lunged forward wildly. She bit Thales' mouth tightly, madly sucking his blood. Bang. Thales felt a sharp pain from his tongue. Once again Thales cried in pain. Ugh. He desperately shook his head violently, forcing Katarina to let go of his mouth. Thales' tears flowed as he panted intensely. I was wrong. This is definitely crazier than her sister. Thales raised his head and furrowed his brows as he stared at Katarina, who was on top of him and had a fierce look on her face because she was disturbed from eating. In the next second, like an impatient lover, Thales anxiously extended his head and exposed the skin on his neck. He said to Katarina without a care in the world, "Quick, neck. Hurry up." Katarina revealed a longing gaze. She lowered her head fiercely and used her teeth to tear open the collar on Thales' shoulders. Hey. Before Thales could finish speaking, Katarina angrily bared her fangs and fiercely bit his neck. She started sucking his blood. Pain, sucking sensation, dizziness, numbness and pleasure all assaulted Thales' mind in an instant. Thales cried in pain and looked pitifully at Katarina, who was ravaging his body. Powerlessly and bitterly, he finished his sentence. Can I be gentler? Amidst the strong wind, Serena grabbed onto a tree and finally steadied herself. Damned bug. I've played for long enough. In the next second, she raised her head ferociously, grabbed the steel cable fiercely and pulled it. The great strength strengthened by the true form was activated. Ralph, who was at the end of his tether, was dragged along by the great force on the steel cable. He crashed into a birch tree beside him and fell powerlessly onto the snowy ground. Ralph climbed up with great difficulty, but he could only lean against the birch tree weakly after losing his prosthetic leg. Ralph used his psionic ability to breathe in a mouthful of cold air again. He stretched out his arms and flung out 2 hidden blades. He rose into the air again and faced Serena head-on. They fought at close quarters. But Ralph was caught by Serena's nimble claw in the blink of an eye and struck his first hidden blade at a tricky angle. The strength in Ralph's sword disappeared. Clang. The blade, which was not as hard as the steel cable, shattered inch by inch. Serena's strength was ingenious. Ralph, who was in the air, suddenly froze. He had no choice but to first adjust the wind to reduce her strength. However, in an instant, Serena expressionlessly extended her long leg and stomped heavily on his other arm. Ralph grunted and flew backwards. His arm seemed to have been fractured. In the next moment, Serena's face was ferocious. She flapped her bony wings and instantly accelerated towards Ralph. Her sharp claws attacked. Clang. She crushed Ralph's last hidden blade with her claws. I miscalculated. Ralph thought disappointedly, I can't stop her at all. He remembered what the air mystic had told him a long time ago. I have seen quite a number of supreme class people. Their fighting styles are basically, Asda said slowly at that time. They can control their attacks freely, meticulously, perfectly, and without any hesitation. The battles between supreme class people seem boring and simple, fast and monotonous, but this kind of terrifying control between the millimeters is far from what those brats in superclass who waste their energy or strength recklessly can imagine. As for your problem, if you encounter a supreme class, Asda's blue robe was so distinct that Ralph could still remember his indifferent and colorless face. If you don't get close to them, you can use your psionic abilities to fight for a while. But Asda immediately raised his head and revealed a thoughtful expression. There is only one exception. If you encounter Black Sword, Ralph recalled that Asda smiled lightly at that time. Remember to write your will beforehand. Recalling the past, Ralph sighed in his heart. Damn it! As expected, Supreme Class and Superclass are not on the same level at all. I can't even stop him for a few minutes. The Phantom Wind follower gently closed his eyes. It ends here. At least the debt has been paid. But in the next moment, the sound of violent wind and the sound of hands clashing could be heard. Until the last sound. Splat. Ralph opened his eyes in surprise. Damn it! Serena covered her left shoulder and flapped her bone wings. She screamed and retreated madly. Until she was a few meters away. A few seconds later. The patricide raised his head and looked at the person opposite him with a hateful gaze. That pure white true-form blood clansman. My dear sister. The cold and elegant Caterina Corleone stood coldly in front of her. Her limbs were complete and powerful. Her bone wings could expand and contract at will. Her purple eyes were cold and fierce. It was as if she had never been injured. In the queen's left hand was Thales, who was groaning and gasping for breath. Serena looked at her younger sister ferociously and resentfully and let out an indignant roar. The Night Queen took a step forward and casually threw Serena's bloody left arm, which she had just torn off, onto the snowy ground. Her expression immediately turned fierce. The second round. Tower of Eradication, Sharp Blade Valley, Underground Secret Chamber. Xiao stroked his long white beard and slowly walked in. He lit the everlasting lamp in the corner of the room. It was a strange circular room. There were no objects at all. There were only thick stone walls. The stone walls were full of scratches of various colors. Some were deep, some were shallow, and their lengths varied. It was as if they were scratched randomly. Xiao turned around and looked at the other side of the room. It was a curled-up figure trembling in the corner of the room. Xiao looked at that person for a while and sighed slowly. It's getting worse? The figure trembled continuously and only managed to say after a long while, It's devouring me. Xiao's expression was solemn. Devouring? You mean it's corroding your body? The figure trembled and raised its head to laugh bitterly. It's more than that. This kind of power, it's like it's going to happen to me. It's alive. Xiao Yi frowned. What's going on? The figure continued to tremble as if it had seen the deepest fear. It has its own consciousness. Like a demon in the bottom of my heart, it's urging me, threatening me, scaring me. Go and fight. Go and fight. Go and kill. Can't stop, until death greets me, or death rejects me again. Can't stop. Xiao closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were already red. Xiao, the respected Far East successor of the Tower of Eradication, slowly sat down cross-legged beside the figure. His eyes were filled with grief. Perhaps this plan is wrong from the start. Even a genius like Crassus, how can we? Xiao's words were filled with pain and heaviness. The two of you. I shouldn't have let you go in the first place. However, the figure only laughed coldly. Impossible. Horace and I. Let's not talk about whether he can survive. He fought so many battles later on, and killed so many people. If Horace was the one who went in the first place, can you imagine how he is now? The figure curled up even more. Xiao gripped his sword tightly. His heart was filled with regret and pain. He sighed for a long time. When the figure saw Xiao's expression, he tried his best to smile. Teacher, don't worry, I can hold on, until I complete my mission. I can? Xiao extended his hand in anguish and placed it on the figure's shoulder. He could not help but say, You've worked hard, child. You've endured for more than 30 years. Chapter 94. When Thales woke up from his weak and unconscious state due to excessive blood loss, he realized that he was leaning against a huge birch tree. Ralph guarded him closely by his side. Seeing that he had woken up, the phantom wind follower heaved a sigh of relief. How is the situation? Thales asked weakly as he touched the two fang wounds on his neck that had magically closed and stopped bleeding. Very good. Ralph gestured strenuously. With Ralph's help, he tried his best to sit up and looked at the two huge, terrifying monsters, one red and one white, under the moonlight not far away. Serena retracted her skeletal wings in a dispirited manner. Covered in wounds, she supported herself against a birch tree and spat out a mouthful of blood in a disheveled manner. She panted violently. She, who once held the absolute advantage, forced herself to raise her head and look at her cold and aloof younger sister in front of her. The true form Katerina only had a few scratches on her body. It seems that the victor has been decided, patricide sinner, the Night Queen said coldly and raised her pure white right claw. Are you going to surrender or be executed on the spot? Serena tried her best to support her body. She gritted her teeth and shut her eyes tightly. In the second round of the death match, Serena, who was greatly weakened and had used up all her trump cards, faced Katerina, who had instantly recovered and was full of vitality and was even stronger than before. Other than her left arm being cruelly torn off from her back, her right calf was also broken, one of the results of Katerina's tears of blood. She could not even maintain her balance while standing on the ground. One of her skeletal wings was torn into 3 pieces, and her body was covered in layers of lacerations. 2 of Serena's only right claw were broken as well. A terrifying bloody wound down from her ugly face to her chest. Serena resisted the dizziness caused by her severe injuries and stared at everything in front of her in a daze. Did I fail? Racking my brains for a plan. Using every trick in the book. Using Constellation's power to purge the Sacred Blood Army's opponents. Using Constellation's power to ambush and restrain Katerina. Or at least cutting off the wings around her. Even in the worst-case scenario, I must be able to hide and protect myself. These goals? Serena looked at the weak boy not far away in despair. None of them were achieved? What? Freedom? Serena lowered her head and sighed. Why is it so hard? Her eyes dimmed, and her body began to be unable to support the true form which consumed a huge amount of energy. Her blood and tissues automatically withered and changed. Her body shrank, and she turned from an ugly-faced woman back into the alluring Serena. Very well, if you still have one good point, sister. Katerina narrowed her eyes. Her claws gently scratched a birch tree beside her, leaving a deep mark. That is, you can always seize the opportunity to surrender to save your life. The naked Serena, who had transformed back into her human form, sneered weakly. She forced herself to say, of course. An older sister always loves her younger sister. At this moment, Serena's and Katerina's ears twitched at the same time. Swoosh. From the birch forest nearby came the sound of someone flying at high speed. In the next second, the old butler Criscorleone's figure appeared in front of Katerina. After exchanging blows with the astonished Katerina, Criscorleone instantly retreated to Serena's side. He took out the cloak he had prepared beforehand and draped it over Serena. The luxurious clothes on his body were tattered. Part of it was torn when he transformed into his true form, while the other part was left behind from the fierce battle with Hestad. Your Highness. With just a glance, Criscorleone understood the current situation. He said with a solemn expression, Your Highness. With a solemn expression he said, I strongly suggest that we retreat for now. Thales frowned. He remembered Gilbert's evaluation of this old blood clansman. The Night Queen revealed a complicated expression. Criscorleone, with your achievements in battle, you can be conferred a marquis. I still remember the surprise in my father's eyes when you mentioned that you wanted to serve us as a butler. Now that I look at it, he trusted his old subordinate too much. Katerina raised her pure white and strange true-form head and furrowed her brows slightly. Where is Hestad? He got what he wished for, Your Highness Katerina. Criscorleone turned around and politely bowed slightly to the second young lady of the family, the true head of the Corleone family. Hestad died in battle in a glorious and joyful manner. He left without regrets and was freed from the pain of immortality. Leaving behind only us old comrades. Criscorleone sighed secretly in his heart. To continue suffering in this world full of lies. Hearing the news of her subordinate's death, Katerina roared ferociously and spread her skeletal wings again. At this moment there was a sound from the trees. Asterisk swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Asterisk more than 10 human figures appeared behind Katerina one after the other, as if a frame skipped. The warriors of the Sacred Blood Army finally arrived late. Criscorleone supported the ashen-faced Serena and observed the worsening situation. His expression was grave and solemn. Your Majesty. Although the remaining 12 men and women of the Sacred Blood Corps had injuries of varying degrees, they all wore resolute expressions as they respectfully saluted the Night Queen. Katerina did not even look at them. She only nodded slowly. Surround them, the traitors, she ordered coldly. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to her proper role, the aloof and mysterious Night Queen who had spread her name throughout the 200 years of war in the Eastern Peninsula. The 12 figures instantly spread out and firmly surrounded Serena and Criscorleone. Although no one gave them a second glance, Thales' heart still tightened when he saw these people appear. This is the Sacred Blood Army. They actually did not have many casualties in such an intense battle. Thales panted weakly and said to Ralph seriously, Be ready at any time and act according to the situation. Both sides have a very deep grudge against us. Do not let down your guard. Ralph nodded. Thales began to worry about the others again. The Sacred Blood Army has so few casualties. How are Putray, Waya, Korra, and the others as well as Jadestar's private soldiers? Did I forget about someone? Strange. Who exactly did I forget? Thales scratched his head laboriously and vexedly, trying to remember. But soon he would not have to be vexed anymore. Ahaha, you are here, boy. A loud greeting came from behind him. Thales sighed. So it's her. Thales, female protector on this trip, Ida, dragged the dying and powerless Simon Corleone out of the thicket like a donkey pulling a mill. She immediately attracted everyone's attention. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Ida said excitedly. Thales rolled his eyes. He turned his head and was stunned along with Ralph. What's wrong? Ida, who had a beautiful face, silver eyes, bright hair, and slightly swaying ears, casually tossed Simon aside. She exhaled as if she had been released from a burden. She turned around and clapped her hands. She looked at Thales, who was stunned and speechless, and said briskly and disdainfully, "Have you never seen an elf before? I've never seen an elf who is as beautiful and stylish as I am, and as handsome and elegant as I am? I'm guessing that with their sense of smell and hearing, that group of blood clansmen might have already found His Highness." Wyacasso cut the branches above his head and covered his left rib that had just been bandaged. He stared at the birch bushes in the dark and said with difficulty, "And we are still running around like headless flies." Putray lit a torch and carefully observed the footprints and wheel tracks on the snow. He said indifferently, "Instead of complaining, why don't you save your strength? You'd better save your strength. You may have to use your sword later, if you can still wield it." Behind him was a Jadestar private soldier who was left behind on the road. He was supporting Korra, who was almost unconscious. "Damn it, I lost Prince Thales on my first escort mission." Waya sensed his injuries and sighed regretfully. "I am probably the worst attendant to a prince in the history of Constellation." When he heard this, Putray's hand, which was holding the torch, suddenly trembled slightly. "No, Lord Putray Nemain, the diplomat group's vice diplomat, said slowly, "You are not." Waya turned his head and looked at Putray in surprise. The vice diplomat, who had always been indifferent to others, showed an unusual expression of loneliness and sorrow. "Believe me, you are not the worst attendant. Once, there was a prince's attendant, who was much worse than you are now. It can be said that he was a complete failure." Waya asked in a daze, "Which attendant?" Putray closed his eyes dejectedly and only shook his head. At this moment, Waya's expression changed and he turned around quickly. The single-edged sword in the attendant's hand was instantly unsheathed and slashed diagonally behind him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Putray covered his right shoulder, which was severely injured in an instant. He fell to the ground and panted continuously. It was a wound caused by a sharp claw. It was only a few inches away from his throat. Korra fell to the ground powerlessly. Beside him, the Jadestar private soldier knelt down in disbelief. He covered his neck that had been slashed open and struggled to inhale the last breath of air in his life. Damn it. Waya's action just now had affected the wound, which was not light to begin with. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and raised his head to look at the enemy who had suddenly appeared. Very good intuition, boy. The super-class blood clansman with extraordinary speed, blonde and handsome Istrone Corleone, stood in front of them and licked his sharp claws that were covered in blood. He flashed a confident smile. "At this age, with such skills and the power of eradication. You are one of the seeds of the Tower of Eradication, right?" Istrone took a step forward. His eyes shone with a cold glare. "Will it taste even more delicious?" "No." Thales shook his head in resignation, letting go of the surprise and doubt in his heart. "I have just never seen such a, conscientious elf." The next moment, Thales' head was struck violently. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under Ralph's stunned gaze, Thales touched his head with tears in his eyes and looked at Ida pitifully. "What kind of protector is this? Hey. What kind of expression and answer is that?" Under Thales' tearful gaze and the hostile gazes of all the blood clansmen present, Ida snorted in dissatisfaction. She kicked the unconscious Simon Corleone by her feet without realizing it. "I went through a lot of hardships, exhausted all my strength and used all sorts of methods to capture this terrifying supreme-class opponent alive. Then, I cleverly captured him as a hostage so that you would have more bargaining chips in your negotiations. Capturing him alive is even harder than killing him. I spent a lot of time." Yes, that's right. "It's not because I got lost in the bushes." Ida raised her head proudly. Then I immediately rushed over to provide support, to save you. Thales rolled his eyes in resignation again. Thank you for for rushing over now. There is only one question. Thales held his forehead and sighed. Are you a police officer? A what? Ida was stunned when she came to his side. Thales supported his weak body and sat upright. His expression changed and he said solemnly, You came at the right time. Capturing the enemy alive, well done. Ida then curled up the corners of her lips and chuckled. Katerina turned her head and looked at the dispirited Simon on the ground. She then stared at Thales. You want to use him as a bargaining chip? Looks like you still don't believe us. Thales stared back at the Night Queen without showing any signs of weakness. Of course, you are Serena's younger sister after all. Enough. Katerina turned her head with a cold expression. She decided to settle the matters within her family first. She shouted, Serena Corleone, Chris Corleone, surrender yourselves. I promise that I will give you a fair trial according to our tradition. Chris looked at the Blood Clan warriors surrounding them and Ida in the distance. He sighed. He was prepared to change into his true form and fight for the last time. At this moment, Serena suddenly extended her hand and stopped her subordinate's movements. Do you think this is the end? Serena smiled wanly and looked at her younger sister, who was certain that victory was within her grasp. Katerina furrowed her brows. It has come to this. What other trump cards does she have? Thales suddenly remembered what Serena had said. War will purge the Sacred Blood Army's opponents and give me a more obedient Night Kingdom, and the true Corleone heir will turn the tide at the last moment. Wait a minute. Turn the tide at the last moment? He was shocked. Serena only had 3 people. How could she turn the tide against the attack of the suzerains of Constellation? So, the meaning of this sentence is, Thales furrowed his brows. She has reinforcements? In the next moment, Serena revealed a desolate expression. She opened her mouth abruptly and spat out a crimson ball from her throat. She caught it in her hand. It was a strange, wriggling ball. Chris' expression changed abruptly. Katerina looked puzzled. She did not recognize this thing. Thales thought of something. That strange fluctuation surged into his eyes. That ball. It was emitting crimson red light. The texture of this light. Why does it look a little familiar? Thales' heart skipped a beat. He turned towards the black coffin in the distance. Is it the light of the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Could it be that the red ball is also... Why? Katerina asked sarcastically. Do you still want to fight to the last soldier? Serena ignored her. She only crushed the squirming red ball in her hand under everyone's watchful eyes, as if she had accepted her fate. The ball was crushed in her palm and a red liquid flowed out. It was like blood. You forced me to do this, Serena said desolately with a hoarse voice. In the beginning nothing happened. But a few seconds later, a loud noise came from afar. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it was like the eruption of a flood. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the sound was getting closer. It came from the east. Everyone's expression changed. What did you do? Katerina's expression was gloomy as she looked at the desolate Serena. Serena smiled bitterly and miserably. I made my last and most desperate choice. The loud noise grew louder and closer. Everyone turned their heads vigilantly and observed their surroundings. However, there was nothing around the birch tree forest under the moonlight. Hey boy, you have a good brain. What exactly is this? Ida asked curiously. Thales shook his head solemnly. He had a bad feeling about this. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sound that was like a torrential flood was getting closer and closer, almost within reach. It came from the east. However, even the Blood Clansmen, who were known for their sharp hearing, looked at each other in surprise. Obviously they did not hear anything. Finally, after a few seconds, the sound gradually became softer. Gradually weaker. Finally, it completely disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one understood what had just happened. Only Thales stared at the east in a daze. Under that fluctuation, his eyes saw something. Behind those birch trees. Such a bright light. Crimson light. Suddenly, under everyone's bewildered and uncertain gazes, rustling sounds came from the direction where the strange noise disappeared. It came from the birch trees in the east. Rustle? It was as if someone was walking in the snow. Their footsteps were unsteady as if they were not used to the snow. A normal person? A commoner? Katerina furrowed her brows, while Serena flashed a wan smile. Finally, a thin and frail figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. That was the owner of the footsteps. A young girl. A young girl with a face full of smiles. She slowly walked out from behind a birch tree. Seeing her, the heavily injured Serena Corleone trembled uncontrollably. Everyone else revealed surprised and puzzled expressions as they looked at each other. Only one person. Who is she? The young girl quickly swept her gaze across the entire place and said gently, "Oh, so it's here." Katerina furrowed her brows deeply. Who is she? Is she Serena's reinforcement? A delicate girl? No, it's better to be careful. After all, she's Serena's backup plan. Katerina quickly considered the situation. The young girl flashed a smile. It was bright and dazzling, pleasant and gentle. However, Thales instinctively felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Can you give me that box? This was promised a long time ago. The young girl smiled and pointed into the distance. Thales turned his head. His face was pale. The young girl was pointing at the dark night black coffin. Katerina's expression was solemn as she cautiously took a step forward. No matter who you are, the queen said steadily, I advise you not to interfere in matters here. The warriors of the Sacred Blood Army had cold and stern expressions as they looked at the reckless young girl. Under Katerina's telepathic instructions, one of them nodded. 5 Blood Clan warriors instantly disappeared and blocked the path in front of the young girl. They stared coldly at the young girl. What? You want to say, no? The young girl seemed a little surprised. Why are there people like this every time? I will be very distressed. Don't say no. Under everyone's bewildered gazes and expressions, she immediately smiled and shook her head. Don't. The young girl happily revealed her pearly white teeth. It will hurt. Thales looked at the strange confrontation between the nameless girl and the blood clansman in front of him, puzzled. The way she speaks, this attitude where she talks to herself, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. At this moment, a voice that was mixed with fear and trembling traveled into the air. Run? Everyone turned their gazes. The Supreme Class Elite Simon Corleone, who had just woken up, sat up. At this moment, he was staring at the young girl with widened eyes. His face was filled with uncontrollable panic, like a mouse that had seen a cat. Run, Simon? Katerina could not stand it anymore. She shouted sternly to stop him, You have forgotten yourself. The Blood Clan warriors looked at each other. They could not believe that their commander was in such a state. But that was not all. In the next moment, the battle-hardened Supreme Class Elite, the Marquis of the Corleone family, one of the terrifying 4 wings of Night King, the famous flashing wings Simon Corleone actually moved his buttocks on the snowy ground like a child. He curled up and trembled. No. All of you do not know, all of you do not understand. The young girl looked at Simon tenderly and grinned. Simon immediately shuddered. He trembled, and under everyone's incredulous gazes, his handsome face twitched. He shook his head desperately, sat on the ground, and stomped on the ground as he retreated. It was as if he had seen the deepest nightmare. With a sobbing tone and a distorted face, Simon screamed shrilly in a shrill and fearful voice. Run. In the secret chamber. Take a breath and repeat what you said in detail. In the darkness, Black Prophet, Morad Hansen held his staff tightly. His expression was unprecedentedly grave. His right-hand man, Raphael Lindbergh, was leaning against the wall, panting as if he had just run all the way here. He said anxiously, gasping for breath, Don't worry. Panting, he said anxiously, because the prince's diplomat group is heading north, we placed them at the border between Constellation and Extet. The people who are searching for Ramon are also preparing to withdraw, but both of them have not returned. 1 day ago, someone found one of their corpses. Raphael lowered his body and held onto his knees. He clenched his teeth and panted, trying to calm down this breath of air. And then? Morat asked calmly, how did they die? In the next moment, it's. Raphael raised his head, panted, and said through gritted teeth, It's that. Morat's pupils shrank. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand and listened to Raphael finish the word. Chapter 95. In front of the castle's gate. Simon Doley tugged on his heavy chainmail helmet and clenched the polished spear in his hand. He stood behind his master, his cousin who was 17 years older than him, the Knight of Angor Doley, adjusting his breathing. Beside him and behind him were countless knights and warriors. They stood behind the castle's gate. Everyone had different expressions. Some were trembling nervously, some had a determined look in their eyes, and some looked numb and unfocused. Many people were whispering to each other. Simon vaguely heard words like monster and annihilated. His cousin, Knight Angor, nodded at the middle-aged man in a purple robe beside him. The latter turned around and left. Simon recognized him. He was Wizard Sheely from Soul Tower. He was the wizard consultant of Sword Lake City. But why did he leave? Simon thought doubtfully. Soul Tower has been destroyed. Where else can he go? Knight Angor rode on his horse and lifted his helmet. He looked at Simon worriedly. The latter tried his best to stand straighter. I'm a knight squire after all. Simon thought nervously. I can't embarrass myself in my first battle serving my cousin. Knight Angor did not look at his cousin anymore. Instead, he raised his head with a determined look. He turned his horse around and looked at the knights and soldiers. They are outside the gate. He shouted, those shameful followers, the Redalians, the Nedardians, the Kalansans, the Red Earthlings, the Northlanders, the Far Easterners, and perhaps the damned Empire's people. They come in all shapes and sizes. But I don't care. Angor's determined eyes glanced at everyone. Because they all have one thing in common. Angor pulled out his long sword from his saddle and shouted with all his might, we don't have long to live. Almost all the knights and warriors raised their weapons, knocking them or raising them high. In the metallic sounds and the rain of blades, everybody followed their commander and instinctively roared, Wua! Simon was among them. He roared at the top of his lungs. This gave him a lot of confidence when he first entered the battlefield. The victory of the Northlanders proved that they, those monsters, those calamities, are not invincible. Angor shouted, and what we are facing is just a broken army. Many people held their weapons tightly. We will crush them. Wua! Open the city gates. Elder Leo ordered loudly. The soldiers at the top of the gate turned the winch, and the gate of the castle began to rise. Knight Angligo, the commander of the assault team, rode his horse to the front of the team. Simon quickly held his gun and followed. After you open the gate, no matter what you see, remember? Commander Angligo raised the iron-colored longsword he inherited from the Temple of Knights. His sonorous voice traveled into every warrior's ears. We are the sons and daughters of Thornland, the warriors of the Thorny Lands, the protectors of the Southwest. Wua! We would rather bleed for freedom than succumb to fear. The light of the Republic once shone on our ancestors, and not even the Empire could erase it. Wua! Dragons, elves, beastmen, and evil empires, none of them can make us bend our knees. The children of thorns are born to resist. Wua! May Errol's light bless Sword Lake City forever. Children of thorns, advance. Wua! The gate finally rose to the top. Simon stood beside his cousin and looked at the shield with the image of a thorny sword on his saddle. I am a member of the Dolly family. He clenched his spear tightly and looked outside the city gate. There was a murderous army there, but they could not hide their exhaustion and injuries. They were also fewer in number than them. These are the supporters and followers of those calamities? Simon shook his head and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. We, the Dolly family, have protected Sword Lake City for generations. I am a child of thorns. I will never surrender. Knight Angligo put down his long sword and took the spear from Simon's hand. Follow the formation, Simon. Angligo frowned and whispered, if there is a secret passage under the south gate. Secret passage? Before Simon could react, Knight Angligo swung his spear fiercely. Supernatural power surged into his arm, and he urged his horse forward. What does cousin mean? Simon drew the sword from his waist. His body trembled uncontrollably as he followed the main force out of the gate. He saw them get into formation in an extremely short amount of time. The knights were in front, the infantrymen were at the side, and the archers were at the back. He saw his cousin roar and kick his horse's abdomen. The horse trotted and sped up, and the knights beside him followed fearlessly. He saw the infantry commander turn around and draw his long sword. He raised his shield and let them advance. He saw the archers fire 2 rounds of arrows and exchange a rain of arrows with the enemy. He raised his shield with all his might and felt the tremors on it. Many of the infantrymen fell under the rain of arrows. He saw the knights roar in unison. They leveled their spears and charged forward in a row. Different kinds of supernatural power appeared with the knights. He saw his cousin's hands also surge with the supernatural power taught in the Temple of Knights. He shook his spear and leveled it at the enemy. He saw himself raise his long sword and follow the infantry with a roar. Then, He saw his cousin right in front of him. Suddenly one of them appeared. A young girl. His cousin raised his spear and stabbed at her without hesitation. Simon Corleone was shocked. He came to his senses. The vampire Marquis thoughts returned from the night squire from more than 600 years ago to the birch forest unique to the northern region of Constellation. He looked at the scene in front of him in fear. It was still that girl. The battle broke out without warning. "Do it," Katerina ordered coldly. "Die." Two vampire warriors of the Sacred Blood Army appeared beside the strange girl one after the other. Another warrior appeared ferociously in midair and attacked from above. The girl raised her head and smiled. Simon extended his hand towards the Night Queen, Her Majesty Katerina, who had a grave expression on her face. He shouted loudly in fear, "No!" Beside him, the 7 or 8-year-old boy, Thales said to the two people beside him in annoyance, "Why did they start fighting?" While speaking, the 3 warriors of the Saint Blood Army had already extended their sharp claws that were comparable to steel blades mercilessly. Katerina furrowed her brows tightly and stared at the young girl. However, the girl continued to smile. She didn't care about the danger in front of her and didn't even resist. In the next moment, the pupils of everyone who was watching the battle, including Katerina and Thales, shrank. What was going on? Rip. The blood clansman in front pierced the girl's chest with his claws and dug out a bloody heart. Swoosh. The blood clansman at the back cut the unresponsive girl in half at the waist. Blood flowed all over the ground. Thud. The blood clansman above grabbed and twisted, pulling the girl's head out from her thin and weak neck. He took out a section of her spinal cord, and blood gushed out like a fountain from her artery. Under the bloody and cruel method, the girl's body was instantly broken into 3 parts. Blood splattered everywhere. Thales endured the nausea and furrowed his brows slightly. He saw that Serena still had a look of despair on her face, but Chris Corleone, who was beside her, had a deep frown on his face. The 3 Blood Clan warriors killed the enemy in an instant. Their extraordinary ease made them look at each other in confusion. However, they still respectfully returned to the Queen's side and meticulously handed over the girl's head. Looking at the girl's head and her smiling face before she died, Katerina let out a low roar. "That's it? Isn't it too simple? These are Serena's reinforcements?" Only Serena, who was surrounded, chuckled strangely with lifeless eyes. Everyone felt that something was strange. At this moment, Ida widened her eyes and shouted, "Something's not right." Those who had long been suspicious looked at the girl's corpse on the ground at the first instance. However, nothing had changed on the 2 parts of the headless corpse. In the next moment, the situation in the field changed abruptly. A few tragic howls suddenly rang. The ones who screamed were the 3 Blood Clan warriors who attacked and killed the girl. The 3 of them clutched their chests and abdomens tightly and bowed deeply. One of them even fell to the ground in pain. "Your Majesty." He scratched his chest and abdomen. His face was contorted, as though he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. Katerina looked at the tragic state of her 3 subordinates in shock and anger. "Is it poison?" Thales raised his head. Ripples surged into his eyes. Immediately after, he opened his mouth wide in shock. The bodies of the 3 Blood Clansmen emitted a crimson light that was much more dazzling than the others. Katerina was about to carefully examine her subordinate's condition, but a figure that surpassed the speed of sound appeared beside the Queen in a flash. Before Katerina could react, the figure dragged her backwards. "No, Your Majesty." Simon, who had transformed into his true form, firmly dragged the furious Katerina and shook his head agitatedly. "We must retreat." "No. It's so hot. That there's something." The tragic howls of the 3 Blood Clan warriors became more and more frightening. 2 anxious comrades appeared beside them and anxiously examined them. Through the special vision brought about by the strange ripples, Thales looked at the field in shock. He said anxiously to Ida and Ralph, "No matter what that thing is, I think we should all leave first." But before he could finish speaking, boom. Thales subconsciously closed his eyes and covered his ears. A huge explosion and roar suddenly rang out violently. Everyone stared at the field in bewilderment. The 3 elite Sacred Blood Army warriors exploded like balloons. They exploded into countless broken limbs and bodies of various sizes. Thousands of crimson drops of blood splattered in all directions. The 2 comrades who were nearby and were affected by the explosion fell powerlessly on the ground. After twitching for a while, they also started to howl in pain. "Damn it. Katerina roared furiously and shook off Simon. But immediately after, something even stranger happened. The blood and broken limbs all over the ground seemed to have a life of their own. They moved on the ground and gathered in one spot. The blood all over the ground flowed happily and gathered into a blood-red sphere. Thales furrowed his brows. He swore that he saw the most disgusting scene in his life. A blood clan's broken hand relied on its fingers to pull on the ground and crawled agilely towards the blood-red sphere. With all its strength, it leaped into the sphere that seemed to be made of blood. It was not just the broken hand that could move on its own. There were also rolling calves, moving lips, shrinking and moving stomachs, thriving organs, and even lively eyeballs, a brain that rolled strenuously, and a spinal cord that slithered forward like a snake. All of them were like servants who were summoned by their master, happily fusing into the crimson sphere of blood. Boom. The two blood clansmen who were howling in pain on the ground immediately exploded into blood-stained limbs that scattered in all directions. Their blood and broken limbs also came alive in an instant and fused into the large sphere that had expanded to the height of a human. Katerina looked at everything in front of her in astonishment. This was beyond her understanding of the world. The blood clansmen looked at each other for help and fear. Simon stared at the sphere and recalled the most unbearable and terrifying memory. Tisius, what did you do? The queen roared at Serena in a frenzy. However, Serena only laughed miserably. As long as we all die here, we will be freed from his curse. Chris sighed at the side. Thales, who had a strong urge to vomit, covered his mouth. What the hell is that? Thales said incoherently as he pointed at the sphere and the broken limbs that were jumping happily around it. He looked at the strange scene before him in disbelief. I don't know. Ida looked at it in a daze as though she was scared silly. But I don't want to die in that way. Ralph, on the other hand, had a horrified expression as he gestured frantically. Terrifying. At this moment the sphere finally stopped expanding. The crimson sphere slowly shrunk. At the same time, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ball-shaped blood. It was a person. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the strange, smiling girl walk out of the sphere naked with her head and body covered in crimson blood. I told you. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. It will hurt. What on earth are you? Katerina gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. The girl raised her head and wiped away the area around her blood-filled eyes, revealing her skin and eyes. She looked at Katerina. Aren't you His Majesty? The girl laughed and said, Why? Did they not tell you when you ascended the throne? Katerina had a puzzled look on her face. I suppose you did not ascend the throne normally? The girl smiled gently but immediately shook her head. Her smile was strange. Or could it be that B*****starred Bloodthorn has already given up on all of you? At that moment shock and fear erupted from Katerina's eyes. Thales furrowed his brows. Bloodthorn. It's that title again. And this girl. I hope she is not what I think she is. Thales gritted his teeth. He decided to ignore what was happening here and run away first. At this moment the girl took a step forward. Everyone's nerves tightened, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. Only one person, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, walked forward step by step, mournfully. It was Serena. Behind her, Chris's gaze showed hesitation and reluctance. According to the agreement, I brought you the Dark Knight Black Coffin. Thales watched in bewilderment. Serena lowered her head with a pale face and trembled as she knelt down. Lady Blood Mystic. At that instant the surroundings were deathly silent. Thales opened his mouth wide and covered his face with his hands. Guess what comes? He turned to Ralph. Is that your former boss? Thales furrowed his brows tightly. However, the latter's face was also ashen. He gestured, I have never seen him before. Thales gestured back with an unpleasant expression. All right. Run. Ralph tightened his grip on the steel prosthetic leg under his feet and carried Thales without batting an eyelid. Yes. The blood mystic flashed a charming smile. You're late for the promise of 200 years. I'm very sorry, sir, Serena said bitterly. When I attacked, the blood mystic clearly did not intend to listen to her explanation. She only smiled and looked at the black coffin in the distance. So, how do we open it? Katerina's expression changed. But Serena did not look at her younger sister. She closed her eyes and said without any reluctance to leave. With my blood. Very well, the blood mystic repeated with a smile. With your blood. The blood mystic gently extended her hand towards Serena and touched Serena's face. The next moment, Serena suddenly revealed a pained expression. But at this moment, an unexpected figure roared and charged over without any hesitation. Ah! Chris Corleone roared as he transformed into his true form and flapped his bone wings. Chi! He cut off the blood mystic's hand with one palm. Then, under the blood mystic's surprised gaze, Chris turned around and threw the dejected Serena more than 10 meters away. This is? Serena was startled. She looked at the old butler while she was in midair. Chris. She muttered. Your Highness Serena. Chris Corleone violently grabbed the blood mystic's other hand and shouted angrily, You can't give up. Why did you set foot on this path? Serena shuddered. She gritted her teeth and her body fell with a loud crash. But the next moment, the blood mystic's severed hand was pressed against Chris' body. The latter immediately howled in pain. Oh! He closed his eyes and knelt down abruptly as if he was being tortured. His pair of bone wings twitched continuously. Immediately after, Chris's entire body emitted crimson smoke. Look, your blood is boiling. The blood mystic who had lost both her arms bent down and looked at him with a smile. Your life is burning. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the next moment, Simon Corleone dashed to the blood mystic's side at an undetectable speed with an expression as if he was facing death with equanimity. With a karate chop, he cut off the blood-red girl's head. Simon gritted his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart. He turned his head and said, You're really lousy, old man. Only then did Chris relax. His face was ashen and he could not stop panting. Hee. He laughed bitterly and said, The one who saved me was actually you, Simon. Shut up, old man. Simon's gaze, which was mixed with fear and hatred, shifted from the blood mystic's body to Chris. Among the three of you, I hate you the most. Katerina's voice rang out just in time. Leave 5 people to cover the retreat. She flew into the air and madly roared her orders. The rest of you take the black coffin and retreat immediately. The Sacred Blood Army did not hesitate. Among the remaining 7 Blood Clan warriors, 2 figures flew and rushed towards the black coffin. One in front and one at the back, they carried the black coffin. However, in the next moment, a head strangely grew out from the chest of the blood-red girl's body. The reason why it was strange was because the head did not grow out from her neck. Instead, it grew out from between her breasts by tearing her chest apart. This is... Chris and Simon looked at each other. What kind of monster is this? No one is allowed to run. Under Chris and Simon's terrified gazes, the head on her chest raised its eyes and smiled happily. If those people discover me, I will be very distressed. No one is allowed to run. The blood mystic took a light step forward and raised her only remaining hand. The head on her chest said loudly, The blood of this world. All of it belongs to me. In the next second, a terrifying tremor came from the ground. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Chris and Simon stared at the ground in shock and bewilderment. Then they looked at each other. What is this? Thales, who was carried by Ralph, tiptoed along with Ida and the other 2 for about 20 steps. At this moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk a figure descended from the sky. It crashed onto the snowy ground in front of Thales. Thales' expression changed. With a distressed expression, he stared at Serena, who fell from the sky, and sighed. Why is it you again? Serena, who was heavily injured, struggled to climb up with one hand on the birch tree. She looked at them with a fierce expression. Did Chris throw me here on purpose? Does he think that this boy has a way out? Serena's eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered something. No wonder Chris wants me to go with them. Let's make a deal. Take me away, she said coldly, and I will not stop you from leaving. Thales was stunned. Then anger rose in his heart. This old witch. But the blood mystic's faint chuckle could be heard. No one is allowed to run. The ground trembled. In the next moment, Ida roared and pushed Ralph and Thales away. Serena also flew up in shock. Asterisk shing. Asterisk the elf spun around and swung her scimitar, cutting off a tree root that emerged from the ground. Take him away first. Ida shouted angrily. She turned around and cut off a tree root that wanted to chase after Thales. However, 1 root, 2 roots, 3 roots. Even more roots emerged from the ground with a loud bang and swept towards Ida. The elf roared and swung her scimitar at the tree roots in all directions. Ralph and Serena struggled to climb higher up the tree. Damn it! Thales looked at the tree roots in shock. What ability is this? He saw Serena from the corner of his eye. She was right beside them. Thales wrapped his arms around Ralph's neck and said fiercely, "You created this mess yourself. Why should I clean it up?" But Serena did not have time to answer him. Because the birch trees on both sides had actually come to life. Bang. The birch trees swayed their huge branches consciously and whipped them in the direction they came from. Ralph, who could not avoid it, had a change of expression. He could only activate violent wind to block the branch. Bang. But behind him, another dozen branches whipped at him. Ralph's expression changed. This time, the phantom wind follower used all his might and threw Thales towards the empty space outside the forest. Bang. Immediately after, Ralph was whipped by the branches around him and fell towards Ida. No. Thales looked at the snowy ground that was getting closer and could only close his eyes. Until he was held in an embrace by an arm. Bang. Serena carried Thales with one arm and fell onto the snowy ground, rolling twice. Thales panted as Serena carried him. The two of them looked at each other and snorted. "I just saved your life. Of course I can take it back. For the sake of your life." Serena said fiercely, "Hurry up and take me away. I know you definitely have a way. Murat already said that your relationship with the mystics is unclear." T. Thales was also in a bad mood. He clung to Serena's neck awkwardly, completely not in the mood to feel the softness of her chest. He could not help but curse and interrupt her. "You're the one with an unclear relationship with the mystics. Your whole family is with the mystics, but they met a group of acquaintances. Ugly-faced woman, how dare you come back?" Katerina, who was in an extremely bad mood, had already returned to her human form. She landed on the ground and said angrily, "And you, brat? Do you have a death wish?" Behind her, 2 blood clansmen carried the black coffin and rushed over. "I didn't want to either." Thales gritted his teeth. "It's all thanks to your good sister." Bang. In the next moment, a few more tree roots emerged from the ground. "Be careful." Thales cried out in alarm. Katerina quickly flew over, but watched in shock and anger as the 2 blood clansmen carrying the black coffin were tightly entangled by the tree roots. The 2 blood clansmen who were entangled by the tree roots immediately let out a deafening roar, but it quickly turned into a pained howl. Thales and Serena flew over to dodge the tree roots. They watched in horror as countless small roots grew out of the tree roots that entangled them and pierced into the skin of the 2 blood clansmen. The flesh and blood of the 2 blood clansmen rapidly shriveled and dried up, turning into the same color as the tree roots. They then merged with the tree roots and drilled into the ground. "Are you sure that she is the blood mystic?" Thales furrowed his brows and shouted, "Not the tree mystic?" Compared to the air mystic and Asda's clear abilities, which he had seen before, he completely did not understand what the blood mystic's abilities were. Blood, resurrection, corpse fragments, and now trees. My God, what else can she do? Also, Thales sighed. He suddenly sincerely felt that compared to the blood mystic, Asda was a good person in every aspect. Both of them are good people. Compared to that kind of death, pinchball is really a VIP treatment. Serena carried Thales and flipped onto the black coffin, avoiding the attack of the 2 tree roots. "I don't know." She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not a prophet." The tree roots seemed to be extremely wary of the black coffin. They did not dare to enter the vicinity of the black coffin. They only paced back and forth as if they were consciously waiting. Katerina also flew onto the black coffin. The 2 sisters' gazes met. Hatred and disgust surged into their hearts at the same time. Both of them roared, "Crybaby! Ugly-faced woman!" 5 blood clansmen flew up. The strange-looking blood magus sneered. She raised her severed hand. Before the 5 blood clansmen could get close to her, their bodies trembled and they fell to the ground, convulsing beside the mystic. In the next moment all of them moaned in pain. "Monster!" Chris pounced forward with a furious roar. His corrosive, strong, acidic blood spread out and instantly corroded half of the blood mystic's body. "Ah, you're using blood to deal with me?" The blood mystic smiled. The strong, acidic blood that filled the air trembled and all of it flowed into her body. Chris watched in bewilderment as the blood mystic absorbed his blood. As if she had inhaled the best drug, the blood mystic opened her mouth and praised in an exaggerated manner. Then, without a care, she plucked off her crooked head. She pieced it back onto her own neck. "Monster?" The blood mystic shook her head. Feeling the connection between her neck and head, she exhaled and looked at the 5 blood clansmen moaning in pain. She smiled slightly. "Don't say that." She chuckled and said, Aren't all of you about to become monsters as well? Simon flew behind the blood mystic. He was about to attack when he saw the scene in front of him in horror. The 5 moaning blood clansmen suddenly started to howl. One of the blood clansmen watched in horror as a bloody mist burst out of his chest. A blood-red hand suddenly grew out of the exploded hole and kept twisting. It looked like the color of a newborn baby. No. This warrior was originally the most determined of the soldiers. At that moment, when he saw the strange arm that kept twisting in front of his chest, he started to cry and scream. "Save me." A strange eye suddenly opened on the back of the hand. Then, as if it had a mind of its own, the hand grabbed the warrior's head. Bang. It tore his head off while he was still alive. Blood splattered everywhere. Chris and Simon stared at this scene in a daze. The other 4 warriors met a similar fate. A strange tentacle grew out of one's eye and dug out her heart. Another person's spinal cord was pierced by hair that suddenly grew out of nowhere and was torn into a dozen pieces. Another person's shoulder actually grew another head that looked exactly the same. It laughed at him until the warrior chopped off the head on his shoulder out of fear and died mysteriously. There was one person who was the most terrifying. 2 mouths with fangs grew out of his palms and pounced on the warrior's body and started to eat him alive. What is this? No. Let me go. Monster. Die. Don't. Boom. Simon could not take it anymore and attacked decisively. He tore the blood mystic's body into 2 again. Then he turned around and freed the warrior who was being eaten by his own hand. But Simon did not come out of it unscathed. The sharp claw he used to tear the mystic apart instantly started to twitch and expand. Rip. Simon frowned and cut off his own arm without hesitation. I thought you were too afraid to make a move. Chris sighed and stood up shakily. Yes, of course I'm afraid. Simon looked at his severed arm that had fallen to the ground and started to move around. He also looked at his entire body, which was trembling almost uncontrollably. But Simon clenched his remaining claw tightly. He closed his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "But there's still hatred, cousin." And the entire Sword Lake City was destroyed by such a monster. Ha! Chris laughed bitterly. He looked at the blood-red ball that rose again and spread his wings. Looks like my ability is useless against her. Nonsense, she can't be killed at all. Simon clenched his teeth and panted. He moved his claws. If you're afraid, you should run for your life. Leave her to me. Chris snorted coldly. You mean leave you to her? The 2 of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time. I really miss the old days, Simon said softly, feeling much less nervous and trembling. Only the 3 of you, Chris said quietly. Chris silently said, expelling the huge shadow of darkness that had haunted the 4 of them in the past from the bottom of his heart. Guess how long we can stall for? Simon clenched his fists. 3 minutes. Chris frowned deeply as he watched the blood-red girl walk out of the blood ball again. It was the blood mystic. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time, she said with a chuckle. My pets too. The expressions of the 2 blood clansmen froze. Boom. A loud sound rang. Under their terrified gazes, a monster that looked like a large, blood-red octopus emerged from the snow and rose from the ground. It was as tall as a few men and formed by countless severed limbs. It flung out a large tentacle and lifted the blood mystic. Roar. The blood-red tentacle monster extended 2 more tentacles and attacked the 2 supreme-class blood clansmen. Is it that? Simon asked with a pale face. It seems so. Chris sighed and prepared to dodge in advance. He was not as fast as Simon. Legend has it that in the Battle of Eradication, Raikuru's mortal enemy, the Hydra Kilika, the 2 blood clansmen flapped their skeletal wings and dodged the tentacle's attack. I just didn't expect it, Chris said slowly. It's actually the blood mystic's pet. In the next moment, Chris and Simon, who were dodging in the air, shuddered at the same time. They flapped their skeletal wings and pounced towards the Hydra. Damn it. Chris watched in horror as his skeletal wings flapped uncontrollably and the tentacles grew bigger and bigger before him. The 2 tentacles each divided into dozens of thinner tentacles. They exerted force and entangled the 2 supreme-class blood clansmen. Boom. Thales stared blankly at the giant octopus with blood-red tentacles that crawled out of the ground. Fortunately, he did not go closer to take a look, or else he would probably vomit at the sight of the wriggling limbs inside. However, the other two silver-haired blood clansmen only glared at each other. This is the disaster you brought. Katerina formed sharp claws and her gaze was fierce. I brought it? No. Although Serena was heavily injured, she did not want to be outdone and formed her only claw. I am your disaster, am I not? Betraying our family to the mystic. Is your brain not working properly? Katerina bared her sharp fangs. At least I won't be caught by you idiots. Serena bent down and prepared to attack. Stop. Thales, who was between them, looked at the tree roots that were glaring at him covetously. Then he looked dejectedly at the huge blood-red octopus in the distance. Stroking his weak heart, he raised his hand and said weakly, Intermission. Once we're out of danger, you guys can find a place to chop them into pieces, okay? The sisters snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Bang. When the three of them saw the two supreme-class blood clansmen being entangled by two tentacles, their expressions instantly changed. Serena turned her head and said coldly, It's up to you, brat. After all, you have a bad relationship with the mystic. How could you say that? Thales said angrily, You are the one who made a deal with the mystic and took the coffin. At this moment, Thales thought of something. He turned towards the black coffin under his feet, then looked around at the tree roots that kept twisting but did not dare to approach him. Thales extended his hands and poked the blood clansmen on both sides. I heard, this broken coffin is a legendary anti-mystic equipment. Thales remembered Yodel's dusk short sword and the ending when it pierced through Asda's chest. The prince turned his head to the left and right and looked at the two sisters. According to you, this is the only weapon that can fight against the mystic? Katerina stared at Serena with hatred and shook her head coldly. It's useless. The Dark Knight Black Coffin's function is only to imprison. Thales was stunned. He scratched his head and asked, Imprison? Is it not enough to imprison? That disgusting pervert. Under Thales' puzzled gaze, Serena stared at Katerina in disgust and said to him, Idiot, she means that the Dark Knight Black Coffin has already imprisoned a mystic. If you want to imprison the blood mystic. Chapter 96. Chris, who was on his last breath, felt the Hydra Kilika's dozen or so tentacles disregard his corrosive blood as they wrapped around him tighter and tighter, even fusing with him as they dissolved. He looked at Simon and sighed, Why can't I avoid them even with your speed? I don't know. Simon struggled madly, but realized that his limbs were not listening to him at all. I feel like I've lost control of my body as if I sent myself up. The tentacles wrapped around the two of them and sent them to their master. The blood mystic sighed. Thank you for not jumping up and down anymore. I can have a good meal again. Chris and Simon shuddered slightly. The blood mystic smiled and said, You know, ever since I was hit by the dwarves' damn cannon, I've been a little weak. Under Chris and Simon's fearful gazes, the blood mystic gently finished her last two words. Need supplies. The next moment, the blood mystic stretched out her hands and stroked their faces with a smile. Absolutely not. Katerina's expression was solemn. This black coffin was named after the god of Dark Night. What makes you think that a prisoner imprisoned by a god would be safer than the blood mystic? Of course, turning into dozens of sticky moving pieces is really the safest, Serena said sarcastically. Thales lowered his head and weighed his options, but a voice suddenly came from behind him. So, who exactly is inside? A gentle voice came from behind them. The three of them shuddered and turned their heads. They saw the blood mystic standing on a tentacle made of broken limbs and blood, smiling at them. Thales resisted the urge to look at the wriggling, nauseating, broken limbs and various organs on the tentacle. Then he felt figures flash by his sides. Hey! Thales only had time to shout one word as he watched the two sisters' figures leave. However, he immediately saw, to his shock, Katerina and Serena shudder at the same time. The two of them jumped down from the black coffin uncontrollably and walked towards the tentacles under the mystic's feet. What's going on? What did you do to me? Katerina trembled as she walked forward step by step. Shocked and furious, she fell into the bloody hole formed by the tentacles. Where's Simon? Idiot, isn't it obvious? Serena also shuddered and moved. She was convulsing as she was wrapped up by the tentacles. She gritted her teeth and said, She's controlling our bodies. I've just recovered some of my strength. It's been a long time since I last used it, so I'm not very familiar with it yet. The blood mystic smiled and wrapped the two sisters in a tentacle made of severed limbs. Don't be impatient, I still need your blood later. The girl turned her head to look at Thales. The boy felt his skin crawl as he stared at the mystic. His heart started beating violently again. The last time this happened was in a chess room in Red Street Market. The tentacles moved and the blood mystic's face, which was drenched in blood, slowly approached him. You. The girl scrutinized him. The mystic took a deep breath. The blood flowing in your veins feels strangely familiar. Bloodline? Thales was instantly shocked. That was right. I have one last trick up my sleeve. He cleared his throat. Although I can't remember, for the sake of this bloodline, I won't let you suffer. The blood-colored girl smiled and extended her hand towards him. Wait. Thales roared. This blood mystic? Thales closed his eyes and hesitated for a moment before he slowly and arduously said, I am also a mystic. I'm also a mystic. The blood mystic's expression froze for a moment. Thales opened his eyes gently and calmly stated the truth he was most worried about. We are the same kind. The blood mystic was unmoved and spat out a word, lies. She pressed her hand against Thales' face. Wait a minute. I know Asda Sakern, the air mystic. Feeling the warm blood on his face, Thales quickly said, Asda said that I am a newborn mystic after the battle of eradication. The blood mystic's blood-stained hand stroked his face. Asda? A newborn mystic? The girl chuckled and said, How smart of you to choose that guy who was just sealed to testify for you. I'm telling the truth. Thales was scared out of his wits. He raised his hand and said, I can prove it. That loss of control. The girl's face was still full of smiles. But her tone changed. Loss of control? She said softly. Oh. Thales was stunned for a moment. His understanding of mystic energy was still too little. He could only try his best to recall that night in Red Street Market. Asda wanted to kill me, but my power seemed to have interfered with him. There was an explosion. He said that only mystic energy can interfere with each other. Thales frowned. He also said that I am the first in more than 1,000 years. He will guide me, if you need me to prove it, but he did not continue speaking. Enough. The girl looked at him solemnly. So it's true. You are a mystic. Thales widened his eyes. You believe me just like that? Isn't it too easy? But the girl seemed to see through his doubts. Your blood and vitality are telling me, you are not lying. Blood? Vitality? Thales remembered Asda's control over the air. Curiosity surged. You really believe me? He still asked, not daring to be certain. But the blood-red girl ignored him. So, you are the one with the potential to become a mystic, the first in more than 1,000 years? Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I saved my life again. That's what Asda said. He also said, but the girl still did not let him finish speaking. So, Asda found you. Thales could only shut his mouth and nod. The blood mystic only stared at him and asked warily, which faction did you choose? The extremists, the obfuscators, the moderators, or the magic empress? Ha! Thales looked puzzled. The girl frowned. Did Asda not tell you about the history of mystics? The 3 mystics' internal wars and the 3 great treaties? Thales shook his head, not understanding. Internal wars? Aren't mystics immortal and indestructible? The mystic stared at Thales. He also did not explain the rules of the mystics, 3 deaths and 1 prohibition? Thales widened his eyes and shook his head. The blood-red girl's expression became more and more unpleasant. Did Asda talk about the difference between matter and perception, and the connection between chaos and purity? Thales sighed and shook his head helplessly. So, which stage are you at in the 4 stages of mystics? You should know this, right? Thales still shook his head in shame. Then which magic tower's inheritance of knowledge did you receive? The girl spat out words that Thales had seen in books before, but he had no clue about. Alchemy Tower? Soul Tower? Or Ascetic Tower? Or is it an independent inheritance that has wandered outside? Thales was already numb. He just shook his head mechanically. The girl looked at him in disbelief. So, you don't even know the connection between mystic energy and magic and the difference between mystics, wizards, and witches? Wait, do you know about wizards? Thales stared at her innocently. You don't know anything. How did you become Asda's so-called newborn mystic? The mystic sighed. Thales lowered his head and spread his hands in secret. No teacher, no education. It's not my fault. You're no different from a normal person now, the mystic said quietly. Thales did not know how to answer. Silence. Giza suddenly chuckled and said, Asda, did that fool go to the capital because of you? Well. Thales scratched his head. I don't think so. We bumped into each other by accident. But he was indeed sealed because of me, he thought to himself. But of course I can't let you know. The girl suddenly said softly, Giza? Thales was stunned. He raised his head. What? The blood mystic looked up. Giza Streelman. That is my name. If you are also a mystic or a candidate to become a mystic, then you have the right to know my name. Both of them were silent for a moment. Very well. Her hostility disappeared. Thales felt assured. Then the next step, Miss Giza, Thales said cautiously, I have a few friends. Why? The blood-red girl, Giza interrupted him with a smile. Thales was puzzled. Giza looked at him with a meaningful gaze. If you are determined to become a mystic, why are you mingling with humans, elves and blood clansmen? Damn it, who wants to become a mystic? A mystic who is treated like a rat on the street every day? But of course he could not say that. Thales scratched his head. I was born there after all. Giza shook her head and laughed hoarsely. You can't get rid of your past either, can you? Just as Thales was thinking about how to answer, something unexpected happened. In the next moment, the blood mystic, Giza pressed her hand against his face again. Thales cried out in surprise. Don't worry, I will act quickly, Giza said calmly, her words filled with a frightening chill. You will die without a sound. Die painlessly. Thales' pupils instantly shrank to the smallest. Wait, why? He shouted angrily. Why do you want to kill me all of a sudden? Aren't we the same kind? Thales asked in shock and anger. Your goal is to save the mystic in this coffin, isn't it? If you want to save him, why do you want to kill me? Giza stared at his twisted expression, which was filled with resentment. She gently caressed the side of his face and revealed a gentle smile. Who told you? Giza glanced at the black coffin and said gently, I want to save the mystic in this coffin? Thales shuddered violently. No way. She's not here to save him? Then why go through so much trouble? A thought immediately came to his mind. This is. Thales trembled and asked in disbelief, the civil war of the mystics you mentioned just now? Giza smiled softly and did not answer. Thales suppressed the panic in his heart and tried hard to organize his words. We are already enemies with the world and are at a disadvantage. Why do you still want to kill each other? If you kill me, you will have even less help in the world. At least, think about the future of mystics. Giza smiled. This time, her smile was happier than usual, but it was also more bitter. The future of mystics? Giza closed her eyes and shook her head slowly. Asda and the moderates he belongs to might still have the thought that mystics can always win their own future. Thales watched in surprise. The blood slowly faded from Giza's face, revealing her originally elegant face. But he did not have the energy to observe her appearance. But I gave up a long time ago. Giza smiled shakily. To Thales she looked more like she was crying. Existences like us, the fewer the better, isn't it? What? The pain in our bodies and the pain we caused is already enough. Why do we still need a newbie like you to bear it? This? Thales' eyebrows twitched. He looked at Giza, his heart filled with panic. Giza gently covered his face with her hand. The blood in Thales' body began to tremble uneasily. Don't worry, child. You will die peacefully here. Giza looked at him pitifully and gently stroked his hair. You will never become a mystic. I will never let you suffer the pain of being a calamity. This is for your own good. At that moment, the boy used up all the grief and indignation he could muster in 2 lifetimes. He just wanted to say those 3 words happily. F asterisk CK. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Waya fell to the ground weakly. He could no longer hold his sword. Put Ray fell limp on the ground and watched helplessly as Ishtron easily lifted the powerless Waya. Damn it. You're that brat's attendant? God knows how much I hate him. Ishtron grinned savagely and bared his fangs at Waya's neck. But his expression suddenly froze. He let go of Waya and disappeared in an instant. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk the sharp claws and the sword clashed in the air, sparks flying everywhere. Who are you? Ishtron roared furiously. He dodged the sword and took 3 steps back. A young, cool-looking, black-haired swordswoman in light armor with a heroic aura stood in front of him. She looked at the blood clansman indifferently. Istron narrowed his eyes. That strength and angle. Is she another person who has mastered the power of eradication? Asterisk thump. Asterisk the sound of dozens of horse hooves rose from the forest around them. It's right in front. Putre's spirit was lifted. He recognized that it was the voice of the veteran Janet. Istron's expression changed. Reinforcements? As he pondered, the swordswoman's sword closed in on him. Istron unleashed a speed that no one could match and dodged the enemy's sword in an instant. An attack of this speed was child's play. He dashed to the swordswoman's side. Get rid of her and then? But Istron did not have the chance to think any more. To his great shock, he felt a threatening chill of metal coming at him. Asterisk rip. Asterisk Istron stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head and looked at his own heart. The swordswoman held her saber in a reverse grip and did not even look behind her. Her blade came out from under her armpit. It went straight into Istron's heart. Istron trembled and touched the blade. When? He said in disbelief, did you stab me with your sword? I did not, the swordswoman said coldly and pulled out her blade. You brought it to me yourself. Istron clutched his pierced heart and fell down without a sound. This power of eradication that forces the enemy's rhythm. Wyacasso, who was struggling on the ground, gritted his teeth and looked up. Pegasus music. The swordswoman turned around and helped Wya up. Wya stood up laboriously. Suddenly, he saw the mighty eagle holding a branch on the swordswoman's gloves. The white eagle. You are. Wya was stunned and spat out a name. You are Miranda Arund. The seed, from the previous tournament in the Tower of Eradication. He shouted. But Miranda ignored him and coldly pressed him down to sit under the tree. A dozen cavaliers holding the double-cross star flag and the strange starlight flag came out from behind the bushes and dismounted in front of them. Your Grace. Janet nervously went to Putre's side. Go and find the prince. With his help, Putre stood up with difficulty. The prince, Prince Thales is... There is no need to worry, Miranda interrupted him coldly. Lady Cecile will take care of it. Wya picked up his saber and was shocked when he heard that. Lady Cecile? He looked at Miranda and was pleasantly surprised. Are you saying that she came personally? Her Excellency, the Fortress Flower? Today's experience made Thales once again confirm that the most suitable term for mystics was lunatics. A bunch of King lunatics. The prince shouted in his heart. But his body could not move. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Thales could only resign himself to fate and close his eyes. At this moment, Giza's hand froze. She straightened her back and looked behind her. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk an extreme whistling sound came from the direction she was looking at. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but open his eyes. Asterisk puff. Asterisk one of the tentacles beside Giza's body suddenly exploded. Ah! A furious roar rang. A blood-drenched female warrior in full armor held a two-handed broadsword that was half the height of a person. She charged forward with an indomitable spirit amidst the splattering blood. Giza's eyes were burning. Another tentacle instantly intercepted the attack. The silver light of the blade flashed. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the female warrior's broadsword drew an exaggerated arc and chopped the second tentacle into pieces. Blood fell on her armor and even on her face, but the female warrior did not care. She only charged forward with a zealous expression. She came to Giza's side. Giza sneered and raised her hands. Countless small tentacles emerged from her body and reached towards the female warrior. Be careful. Thales roared. She can resurrect. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The female warrior flung away her broadsword without hesitation. In a flash, she took out a gray diamond-shaped metal shield from her back. The moment Giza's small tentacles approached the gray shield, they turned black, shriveled, and finally shattered into ashes. Giza's expression changed for the first time. The female warrior roared angrily. She grabbed the handle of the shield and swung it fiercely. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Giza fell to the ground. Then the female warrior nimbly grabbed both sides of the shield and smashed it down. She used the shield to suppress Giza, who had an unpleasant expression on her face. Thales stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded. This is America. No. Thales saw the double-cross star pattern on the female warrior's armor. Captain of Constellation? I am Sonia Cecile. The female warrior's face was full of fighting spirit. I have brought a gift for you, your grace. The blood mystic, Giza's expression was extremely unpleasant under the shield. The flesh on her face looked as if it was scalded by steam. It bubbled, shriveled, and turned into ashes. Giza stared at the shield and spat out a few words indignantly. No. This is... Yes. The female warrior pressed her left hand on the shield and grinned heroically. Allow me to introduce the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sonia Sasir smiled and raised her right fist. She slowly clenched it. The supreme shield. Once she finished speaking, under Giza's incredulous gaze, she punched the center of the gray shield. Asterisk bang. Star. Chapter 97. Thales jumped down from the black coffin and stared at everything in front of him in a daze. The flying ashes turned to ash and no flesh remained. The severed limbs on the ground gradually withered and turned to ash, blending into the snow under the moonlight. It's over? Giza, the blood mystic, that lunatic, disappeared? The Hydra's tentacles loosened and withered. Katerina and Serena both fell to the ground and coughed violently. Ida helped the ashen-faced Ralph out of the thicket on the side. Those branches, there were at least 100 of them, Ida said with lingering fear. Why did they suddenly wither? But Ida was immediately stunned. She pointed at the female warrior and shouted in an exaggerated manner, "Ah! Strange woman, you're here." The female warrior put the shield back on her back and laughed. It's been many years, forgetful Ida. Aida's expression immediately darkened. The female warrior pulled out the two-handed broadsword and swung it twice as if it was light with one hand to shake off the blood on it. Her expression was indifferent, but her gaze was sharp. She immediately turned around and looked at Thales. Thales also looked curiously at the person who suddenly appeared and saved his life. There's no doubt that she's a soldier, Thales told himself. Her armor was covered in bloodstains left behind by mystics, but she had a steady and determined aura. She did not appear disheveled at all. Instead, she gave others the impression that she had been through hundreds of battles. She had short, neat, brownish-yellow hair, but there was no need to describe her heroic appearance. Because when she appeared, her aura, which was filled with an iron-blooded fighting spirit, made one only notice her warrior side and forget her pure appearance. They stared at each other for a few seconds. The female warrior suddenly grinned. She boldly stuck the two-handed broadsword on the ground and knelt on one knee. So you are Thales' child, my prince? Yes, I am Thales Jade Star. Thales flashed a smile. Thank you. Thales had a strange feeling. Although they all knelt on one knee before the prince, Gilbert's was filled with politeness and respect, while Yodel gave him a sense of trust. However, the female warrior in front of him was filled with a kind of casualness and elegance. The female warrior's next action confirmed his suspicions. Because she actually raised her hands, which were covered in blood and covered in iron gloves, and ruffled the hair of the second prince of Constellation. Good job, kid. She laughed heartily, her voice sharp and valiant. Many of my recruits would have vomited in fright if they had encountered such a situation. Thales saw stars from the rubbing. He felt the greasy blood on his hands and said awkwardly, this lady?" The female warrior laughed and interrupted him. "I am Sonia Sasir, little lord." Sonia's words did not show the slightest bit of awareness that she was a little lord. She was in a good mood, and she even punched Thales' shoulder, causing the weak man to cough violently. The broken dragon fortress that is temporarily guarding the border between the two countries. Thales snapped back to reality. Ah. Why, you are the fortress flower? Even though he had been prepared for this, he was still a little excited when he saw Sonia in person. The fortress flower. During his lessons in Mindy's Hall, Gilbert would occasionally explain the current situation of Constellation to him, such as the famous 3 Marshals of Constellation. Although Constellation suffered heavy losses during the disaster of the Bloody Year, it also gained many talents in many aspects, such as government affairs, diplomacy, military affairs, and war. Many members of the King's Party and the new nobles became pillars of Constellation from unknown pawns under such circumstances. The cunning fox Gilbert Casso was one such example. Amidst the blood and fire, in the battlefield against Extet, the Western Desert Orcs and the Barren Bone people, as well as the Southwest Rebel Army, many young people who were born commoners rose to power and were conferred titles. After the Bloody Year, King Kessel expanded the regular army of the royal family. He even recruited many commoners and young people to guard the 4 corners of the kingdom. These people were basically soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles and had once shone brilliantly on the battlefield. 12 years had passed. Their encounters were all different, but there were 3 people who stood firm and withstood the test of time. They grew into military commanders who could take charge of an area on their own. They were the 3 marshals of Constellation, whose names shook the entire kingdom. The subjects of the kingdom gave them resounding nicknames. Even their original names were rarely mentioned. The Kingdom's Wrath, the Legendary Wing, the Fortress Flower. Among them, the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Cecere stepped onto the stage of Constellation's history when she followed Duke John on his expedition against the Southwest Rebel Army. Since the Bloody Year, she led the regular army of the royal family to guard the bitter cold northern territory, keeping an eye on the great dragon of the North's every move. Many Constellations believed that if the Fortress Flower was still blooming in Broken Dragon Fortress, then Constellation's northern territory would stand firm. Of course, there were also many noble women in the capital who always gossiped behind her back. Every move she made was like a man. No wonder the lady who wielded a sword in battle could not get married until she was over 30 years old. And now, the legendary Fortress Flower was standing in front of Thales. "Ha, Araka will definitely regret not bringing troops to rescue you." Sonia knocked on her shield proudly. "Among the 3 of us, I am the first to seal a mystic." But in the next moment, Thales saw Sonia's expression change. "What's wrong?" Thales asked in bewilderment. "Something's wrong." Sonia clenched her fists tightly and raised her shield. She looked around vigilantly. "She is not sealed." Bang. Before Thales could react, Sonia suddenly picked him up and jumped up from the ground, avoiding a blood-red tentacle that pierced through the ground. Thales looked at the tentacle before him in disbelief. "Isn't Giza already?" The tentacle abruptly split into dozens of smaller tentacles. Thales only felt that the moment it split, he lost all feeling in his body, as if he had been injected with anesthetic. "Is this the feeling of having your body controlled?" Thales trembled as he let go of Sonia's arm. But the latter did not seem to be affected at all. She extended her arm and hugged him even tighter. Sonia gritted her teeth and roared furiously as she took out the 2-handed broadsword from her back. She swung one arm and drew a beautiful slash. In a flash, she cut off countless small tentacles that had split off. A few of them swept towards where they were originally, the dark night black coffin. Many of the tentacles had just touched the black coffin when they shrank, withered, and turned into ashes as if they had just touched the supreme shield. But even more tentacles coiled around the black coffin, as if they were unafraid of death. As they withered and reconnected, they actually withstood the corrosion of the legendary anti-mystic equipment and lifted the black coffin. Black coffin. In the distance, Katerina saw this scene. The queen roared anxiously, "Don't let her take it." Sonia was as calm as ever. She moved swiftly and swiftly. With her left hand holding Thales, she threw the broadsword far away like a boomerang with her right hand. Crack. She forcefully cut off the tentacles that coiled around the black coffin. Thud. The black coffin fell to the ground again. Sonia stepped forward and quickly leaped onto the black coffin. She put Thales down and took down the shield on her back. She looked ahead vigilantly, 2 tentacles stretched out from the darkness in front of them again. "Impossible." Thales cried out in shock when he saw the situation in front of him clearly. Under the protection of the 2 tentacles, Giza Streelman appeared before them with a smile on her face. She still looked like a naked girl covered in fresh blood. Thales shuddered, but Sonia calmly stepped forward with her shield and protected him behind her. Sonia furrowed her brows tightly. On the other hand, Thales was dumbfounded. How did nothing happened to her? Did Serena not tell me that the legendary anti-mystic equipment can be used against mystics? He clearly remembered that when Yodel sealed Asda, he only needed to stab Asda in the back when he was least expecting it, and Asda turned into a burst of white light and disappeared without a trace. Yodel and Morat both called that a seal? Thales thought that he had grasped some knowledge regarding the weaknesses of mystics. But Giza before me? Why? Do you find it strange? Giza chuckled. Why is the legendary anti-mystic equipment not effective against me? Sonia raised her hand abruptly and stopped Ida and Katerina, who were about to rush forward. "Step back," she said loudly, as if she had the authority to execute orders with a shout. Ida and the queen stopped in their tracks. Sonia stared at Giza before her. Her gaze was extremely solemn. "I have heard 2 legends about you from the Secret Intelligence Department." Sonia looked at Giza with a determined expression. 1. The more enemies the blood mystic faces, the stronger her destructive power and vitality will be, because the enemies will become her nutrients. The biggest mistake in dealing with you is that, the more the merrier. That will only make you stronger the more you fight. The best way is to have a supreme class elite who is nimble and agile enough carry a legendary anti-mystic equipment and fight you alone in a land of death where there are no living beings. Giza's smile faded a little. The Secret Intelligence Department. Still as annoying as a few hundred years ago. Not a bad choice. Giza smiled and nodded. No wonder I sensed many humans a few hundred meters away. Did you leave your men there and come alone? Sonia snorted. Looks like your scouting ability is also very strong. In the next moment, 2 tentacles suddenly stretched out towards Sonia. At the same time, a dozen tree roots burst out from the ground and whipped towards Sonia and Thales. It was an attack without any blind spots. The fluctuation surged into Thales' limbs and he was about to dodge. But at that moment he only felt another wave of power blossoming from Sonia's body. She spun around and inconceivably exerted her body's inertia to the extreme. The shield in her hand struck the tentacle fiercely. Bang. Giza's tentacle was smashed into ashes. The female warrior loosened her grip as she spun around. She then skillfully grabbed the edge of the shield in midair and used it as a sharp blade. She then turned her body and slashed horizontally. She generously chopped a dozen or so tree roots that came at her feet. She was so powerful that they were all crushed. Rip. Crack. Sonia stood on the ground and scathed. With a defensive counterattack without any blind spots, she completely crushed the Blood Mystic's attack. Thales stared at Sonia in astonishment. The fluctuation in his body had already surged to his eyes. He only saw a threatening colorless energy fill Sonia's body. It was completely different from the piercing light in the mystic's body and the Blood Clansman's vigorous flesh and blood. This was the first time he used this wave vision to observe normal humans other than mystics and Blood Clansmen. Not a bad response. It's rare to see even among supreme-class humans. Giza nodded in admiration. There's also a familiar supernatural power. It's one of the 4 great primitive supernatural powers, the thawing of glaciers, famous for its ability to attack with the flow of the situation. It's now called the power of eradication, Sonia said disdainfully. To commemorate us, we beat the crap out of all of you 600 years ago. Thales suddenly understood. So, the colorless energy in Sonia's body is the power of eradication? I didn't know that you could control trees. Sonia exhaled and observed her surroundings vigilantly. You sure give me a lot of surprises. What? In your understanding, only the red liquid in an animal's body can be called blood? Giza chuckled softly. The second legend about you is a little unbelievable. Sonia carefully exercised her wrist. Until today. Amidst Giza's smile, she spat out the legend word by word. The legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal the Blood Mystic? Thales stared at the Blood Mystic in shock. Could not be sealed? Then, does that mean that no one can control her? How was the battle of eradication won? Impossible. Katerina cried out in surprise. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the bane of the calamities. That's what the insiders were taught. There was a moment of silence. Giza first flashed a smile, then sighed. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the end of the mystics, the bane of the calamities. With just a light touch we will be doomed eternally. Is that so? Giza said with an indifferent expression. Lebla, Eric, and even the Truth brothers are terrified of that weapon. From then on they never let anyone near them. That's how Lebla was sealed. But in the next moment, Giza chuckled softly with a deep chill. But I am the only exception. A mystic who relies on her physical form to fight. Thales shuddered. He felt that these terms, which he temporarily did not understand, were knowledge that he would have to learn in the future. Even if it was not for the sake of becoming a mystic, even if it was for his own sake. Giza continued to smile and said, I am also one of the only 2 mystics who are not afraid of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in close-quarters combat. Even when it comes to close-quarters injuries, I do not reject them. Those who approach me are often approaching their own deaths. Thales frowned slightly. Only 2 mystics who are not afraid of close-quarters combat? Then who is the other one? So, there's such a big difference between mystics? Curiosity and fear towards mystics tormented Thales at the same time, making him extremely hesitant. Giza smiled faintly and said, even if the legendary anti-mystic equipment hits my physical form, it will only hurt insignificant flesh and blood. It is impossible to seal me. Thales frowned. No, something's wrong. He was puzzled until Sonia raised her eyebrows and snorted confidently. Is that so? She took a step forward as if she had found the enemy's weakness, and raised the supreme shield at the mystic. Then why did you run just now? Or should I say, what were you hiding when you disappeared? Giza's expression changed. Thales also realized what was going on. Yes, the shield was effective against Giza's flesh and blood. After she turned into ashes for the first time, it lasted for a while before she reappeared. During that period of time, whether she was healing, recovering, escaping, or hiding, it all meant, she is definitely not without weaknesses. Sonia said calmly, the reason why legendary anti-mystic equipment is so rare and precious, and why countries fight for it is not only because it can seal mystics, but also because every legendary anti-mystic equipment has its own unique and powerful ability, which allows its user to be reborn in battle. Thales sucked in a breath. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Unique and powerful ability? He looked at the dark night black coffin beneath his feet. He then thought of Yodel's gray short sword. What ability does that sword have? Thales suddenly realized that the color of that short sword and the gray shield in Sonia's hands were actually so similar. Giza pursed her lips, and the tentacles beneath her trembled uneasily. Sonia knocked on the supreme shield. You probably haven't seen it before. During the later stages of the Battle of Eradication, when all of you started fleeing for your lives, this shield was created together with the supreme sword. So, you don't understand its ability. Giza's expression finally changed. When I received the shield, this is what they told me. Sonia snorted softly. The name of the supreme shield's ability is filled with Empress Helen's personal characteristics. The blood mystic's expression became more and more solemn. Thales felt that Sonia had found her weakness. The female warrior grinned and laughed heartily. The name of its ability is Hunt. In the next moment, the mystic with the cold expression seemed to have remembered the most terrifying thing in the world. She waved her hand abruptly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a voice that sounded like a flood erupted. Under everyone's vigilant gazes, the huge tentacles instantly dissipated into blood and severed limbs. Then they disappeared into thin air. Giza was hidden in the darkness. She cast Thales a profound glance with her eyes. She left behind a faint sentence. We will meet again. Thales shuddered. Giza's words contained a chilling coldness. I will never let you suffer. Thales' face was pale. He was anxious. I will never let you suffer. Damn it. Wait a minute. He suddenly came to a realization. The blood mystic was scared away? She left, Sonia said faintly. What a pity. She tapped the shield regretfully. I really want to continue chasing after her. Thales exhaled deeply. Serena. Thales turned his head and saw Katerina gritting her teeth as she stared at an empty corner. She ran away. The sound of hooves could be heard. Putre, Waya, and Jenid were escorted by a group of cavaliers and arrived before them. When Thales saw them, he felt slightly at ease. However, there did not seem to be many Jade Star private soldiers left. That night, it ended again. The cavaliers arrived before them and bowed to Sonia one after another. The leader was a female swordsman with a cold expression. When her gaze swept past Thales, the latter only felt a chill. Did I offend her? Thales scratched his head, baffled. At this moment, a call filled with complicated emotions rose. Captain? Sonia shuddered. She turned her head to look at the person who spoke. Thales was stunned. Could it be that she who uses a shield is really the captain of Constellation? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the 30-year-old veteran Jenid dismounted from his horse. He cowered slightly and walked slowly to the female warrior. He looked at Sonia with an excited but anxious and ashamed expression. Captain? His lips trembled, but he could not say a word. Jenid lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Sonia stared at the veteran with a complicated expression. Jenid. But the female warrior exhaled deeply. She raised her eyes, and her gaze was filled with an imposing manner. Look at me, soldier. Sonia shouted loudly. The veteran shuddered and instantly stood up straight. He took a deep breath and looked straight at Sonia. A few seconds later, Jenid gulped and took a deep breath. I'm back, the veteran said firmly. Sonia scrutinized him carefully. After a while, she then punched Jenid's shoulder and put on a smile that faded away. Return to the team. Jenid shuddered. He clenched his teeth and held back his tears. The veteran shouted with all his might, yes. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness. Sonia turned her head around and looked at Thales, who was being carefully checked to see if he was injured by Wuxia. She frowned, but she immediately heaved a deep sigh. Although you have experienced a lot today, you still have to hurry to Broken Dragon Fortress as soon as possible. Thales was a little puzzled, but he still nodded. Only the experienced vice diplomat behind him, Putre's expression changed as he pressed down on his own wound. Lady Cecile, he asked solemnly. What happened? The group was silent for a second. Sonia frowned and looked straight at Thales. Extet's Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard, has already sent out small units multiple times to cross the border between the two kingdoms without any qualms. Sonia was expressionless, but her gaze was solemn as she answered, They have begun to clear the area around Broken Dragon Fortress, especially the path for reinforcements from Cold Castle and Lonely Old Tower. Thales' pupils shrank. Sonia nodded and said solemnly, Chapter 98. Broken Dragon Fortress was built on the northern plains, the border between Constellation and Extet. The main body of the fortress was located on a highland, only a few hundred meters away from the border between the two countries as stipulated in the Fortress Treaty. The Third Peninsular War more than 300 years ago created the legend of Chara, Kaplan, and Meteor, the three heroes of the Western humans. However, after the war ended, Extet's hero, Chara, and Constellation's Oathkeeper, Meteor, broke off their friendship and broke up their brotherhood, which caused countless historians and bards to lament. It also caused the alliance between the Great Dragon and Constellation to turn against each other. Hence, Broken Dragon Fortress was built on the border between the two countries. This was a building that had both political and military purposes. 12 years ago, the famous Fortress Treaty between Constellation and Extet was signed here. The northern plains, which stretched for several miles, was the only place between the two countries that could bypass the snow and pine forests and send a large number of troops to the border. However, the defenders of Broken Dragon Fortress could clearly see any troop of more than 10 people from Extet's side on the plains. On Constellation's side, the Arun family's Cold Castle and the Zamunto family's Overwatch City were in the southwest, while the Fries family's Lonely Old Tower was in the east. All three parties could rush to the fortress aid at any time. If any castle was in danger of being besieged, Broken Dragon Fortress could also send a timely warning. Broken Dragon Fortress was not a lone fortress. It was formed by the largest and most sturdy main body of the star-shaped fortress on the highland, 8 medium-sized fortresses that guarded the periphery and provided cover for each other, and 12 simple sentry posts further away. To take down Broken Dragon Fortress meant that they had to charge through countless trenches and barricades, remove the threat of crossbows in the 8 medium-sized fortresses, and then follow the only 3 narrow slopes to reach the main body of the fortress. They had to brave the bombardment of the mystic guns on the star-shaped convex wall and launch a siege against the fortress walls that were more than 10 meters tall with limited terrain. If the army bypassed the fortress and went straight south to the important cities of Constellation, then this fortress that could accommodate 10,000 people, had sufficient supplies, and could be used by the garrison to attack at any time would instantly become a major threat, like a thorn in the back. When Extet's Archduke of Black Sand Region, the 41-year-old Chapman Lampard looked up at the giant that was easy to defend but difficult to attack from the north of the fortress under the moonlight, the sense of threat that Broken Dragon Fortress gave him was especially strong. Since 12 years ago, when he had a fair duel with his older brother in front of his father and the entire family, and pierced his older brother's heart to win the right to inherit Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard's ambition grew uncontrollably. For example, he wanted to bring the glory of the common elected king into the Lampard family's embrace, turn Extet's capital into Black Sand City, and bring Constellation's northern territory under his jurisdiction so that the ancient Northland territories that were scattered between the two countries could be reunited. The Archduke himself wore a thick robe lined with heavy chain armor. He rode on a sturdy Northland horse, and the knights behind him held flags that were painted with the image of an iron fist that represented the Lampard family. Not far behind them were densely packed military camps. From time to time, small groups of sentinel riders or infantry troops who received missions would leave the camps and cross the border without a care in the world. A strong and heroic knight in grey helmet, Lord Tolja, one of Extet's 5 war generals, galloped over from the front. He reined in his horse in front of Lampard and bowed respectfully. Lampard nodded without any expression on his face. Regardless of whether it is the merchant groups, hunters, supplies, or the other party's patrols, we have already cleared all of them and placed our scouts there. If Cold Castles are runned and the other two families come to reinforce us, we will know immediately. The knight in gray helmet, Tolja, said in a low voice, "Are we really going to attack?" "Of course. We have more than 13,000 men. We have light cavalry scouts, heavy knights, elite light axemen, double-handed heavy swordsmen, and enough archers. We have also prepared mystic guns, catapults, and other siege weapons." The person who answered him was a knight in plate armor behind Archduke Lampard. He was the Archduke's supporter and the Archduke's #1 vassal, Count Levon. "We have the advantage in terms of both quantity and quality. Defeating them will be a piece of cake. That is a field battle. But as long as they are holed up in Broken Dragon Fortress, it will be difficult for us to win easily." Tolja shook his head. "Since the fall of the previous time, they have strengthened their fortifications. I suspect that they have equipped half of the mystic guns and city-guarding crossbows in the kingdom. Forcefully attacking the city will only bring about huge casualties. Also, as long as those two people are still in Broken Dragon Fortress, even if the enemy is a motley crew, we still need to be extremely vigilant," Tolja thought to himself. Dressed in plate armor, Count Levon's expression was firm. "We have mobilized so many troops, it is impossible for us to return empty-handed. If we can occupy Broken Dragon Fortress, I think we can accept some casualties. Our enemy is not only the fortress but also the weather." The few of them turned their heads and saw Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kentvita, riding his horse towards them. "The day before the bitter cold winter will come earlier than usual. It is not a good time to advance. The delivery of supplies is not optimistic. Once the siege fails, the war will be at a stalemate. If we wait until spring, we will have a greater chance of taking down the fortress. It is precisely because we do not have enough supplies that we need to end the war quickly." Count Levon still insisted. "Fighting in winter is our advantage. The Constellations are hit harder by winter. 12 years ago we attacked the fortress at this time. That winter was the warmest in decades." Tolja shook his head solemnly. "Also, at that time they could not even take care of themselves. There were no reinforcements in the Northern Territory, but at that time, we gathered the armies of 7 archdukes. Moreover, we could only replenish our supplies on the spot after we have breached the fortress and moved south." Archduke Lampard slowly raised a hand and stopped his 3 subordinates from arguing. "What happened after that?" The Archduke's voice was dull and hoarse. It had a power that could make people calm down without them realizing it. "King Nuven's envoy has arrived. We cannot hold him back for too long. After all, we are mobilizing our troops in the name of avenging Prince Mariah." Viscount Kentvita bowed. "Moreover, I heard that the Prince of Constellation is on his way and will arrive soon." Lampard pondered and asked, "Prestige Orchid Region's Alcius and Reformation Tower's Trentida family have not replied? As Archdukes of Southern Extet, they should have enough benefits to mobilize their troops." "They must have received news of the Prince of Constellation's envoy," Viscount Kentvita answered seriously. "Even though they have the benefits of taking over the Northern Territory, their hesitation will not be any less than that of the other archdukes. I'm afraid we have to rely on ourselves." After a while, Archduke Lampard exhaled and looked at the Broken Dragon Fortress opposite him. He sighed. "Rely on ourselves? Sisir, that woman only has around 800 men, but there are at least 300 elite veterans from the Starlight Brigade among them. They are experts at galloping on horseback and fierce soldiers at attacking and defending the city. All of you have fought against her, so you know better than anyone else. Murch has just arrived with more than 2,000 men. Although most of them are garrison soldiers who have never seen blood, that man is too terrifying. As long as there are 500 loyal and unafraid of sacrificing swords and shields, he can cause great trouble on the battlefield. There are also thousands of vassal troops who have rushed over from the Northern Territory. Although they are at odds with the fortress because of Arun's imprisonment, and most of them have already withdrawn, Arun's only daughter is still in the fortress. According to the scouts' investigation, at least 500 of them are still there. Without the other Archduke's military forces, it will be very difficult for us to take down the Broken Dragon Fortress." Archduke Lampard's words made the 3 of them fall silent for a while. 3,000 people squeezed into one fortress. Count Levon frowned and said, "With the pitiful level of supplies in the Northern Territory, how long can they last? That fortress was built according to the standard of 10,000 people. It has enough supplies to last until the day before the bitter cold winter. Viscount Kentvita shook his head. With all due respect, as the party besieging the fortress, our supply pressure is much greater than theirs. 12 years ago all of Extet was behind us, but now because that damn prince is coming to apologize, we are isolated and helpless just like the Northern Territory. In less than 2 weeks, the day before the bitter cold winter will arrive. Tolja also nodded and agreed with the wise general's words. In a situation where we can't wait for a good opportunity, I don't recommend attacking forcefully. When that prince arrives, all the more we can't send out our troops. Count Levon said indignantly, in another 10 years, Constellation will slowly recover from its weakened state, and the other countries will also be free from their own troubles. Also, he paused for a moment. If Nuvan VII can't live until then, Extet might have to choose a king. Are we going to give up on this opportunity? Count Levon said hatefully. The three of them did not speak. No. Chapman Lampard exhaled softly and stared at the fortress in front of him. We are Northlanders. Lampard thought of his elder brother. He thought of his elder brother's gaze as he gripped his sword with his blood-stained hands and laughed boldly as he died. Northlanders never wait for opportunities, nor do they give up on opportunities. Archduke Lampard turned his head. His unsmiling face revealed a coldness that was colder than the weather. We create opportunities. The moon had already set in the west. Broken Dragon Fortress was in front of them. Its magnificent star-shaped outline could already be vaguely seen under the moonlight. Thales looked at Sonia and Ida, who were watching vigilantly from afar. He then turned towards Katerina, who was surrounded by the elite warriors of Broken Dragon Fortress, and the 2 Blood Clan warriors who were only found after the battle behind her. Are you sure you want to leave now? Thales furrowed his brows as he looked at Katerina. Perhaps the blood mystic is waiting on the way back. Katerina still had that indifferent expression on her face as she shook her head. Now is the best time to leave. At least the blood mystic will not dare to stay too close. It's too risky, Thales said seriously. You know, the blood mystic came for the black coffin. Believe me, since the blood mystic has already appeared and brought such great trouble, there will be people who will take care of her whereabouts and goals, such as your secret intelligence department, Katerina said coldly. Although mystics are terrifying, there are still powers in the world that can restrain them. You are talking about the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales pondered and said, but after all, they are rare and there are only a few of them. You are still young, there are still many secrets that you do not know. Katerina's words made Thales scratch his head. You only need to know that every time a mystic appears in public, it is a risk. After that, there will be a long period of silence and hiding. What threatens them is not only the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The two of them stared at each other for a second. All right, since you insist. Thales sighed. You must know that the supreme class beside you has died in battle. Serena may still be hiding in the dark, eyeing you covetously. Besides, you are escorting the legendary anti-mystic equipment after all. Thinking of Hestad and Simon, Katerina's gaze dimmed. But she immediately raised her head. I long for Serena to appear. The Night Queen revealed a hateful gaze. As for the Dark Knight Black Coffin, perhaps many forces hope to obtain a legendary anti-mystic equipment. But rest assured, among those who understand its value and origin, no one would have the guts to covet the Dark Knight Black Coffin, except for the terrifying mystics. No, Katerina secretly said in her heart, perhaps those relatives in Grand Banquet Hill are the exceptions. After all, guarding the Dark Knight Black Coffin can be said to be the oath of all blood clansmen. Thales rolled his eyes. Another secret that I do not know? He nodded. Even though our misfortune today can be considered to be due to each other, including the debt of blood, hatred, and favors, I still hope that we do not become enemies. Of course, it is best that we do not meet again in the future. Katerina stared at him fixedly for a few seconds. It was so long that Thales raised his eyebrows. Do you know, Katerina said quietly, perhaps we can really become allies. Thales widened his eyes. I heard Serena's words, the Night Queen said flatly. The structure of the continent has changed. You are in contact with the Mainz Knight dynasty, and Extet is on good terms with Hanbol. Since Constellation is destined to be enemies with Hanbol, then we have a common enemy. Thales furrowed his brows. I almost forgot. This is a queen. After we form an alliance, we will rope in the Mist Island's merfolk leader. That way, It is not impossible to chase away Hanbol and the Trade Federation's whaling ships and turn the Southern Sea of Eradication into our inland sea. Think about the eternal oil that Hanbol and the Trade Federation have embezzled together, please, because of your dear sister. Thales exhaled and shook his head with lingering fear. Right now I really have a deep fear of the word, ally. For your own good and for my own good, can we talk about this when I grow up a little? Katerina, who was inexplicably interrupted, was stunned for a moment. She could not close her parted lips in time. When he saw those lips, for some reason, Thales remembered how they tasted. Ahem. Thales patted his head and chased the messy thoughts out of his mind. He had enough troubles and he could not even take care of himself. The Night Queen, who had always been unsmiling, suddenly curled up the corners of her lips slightly. Thales was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw the unsmiling Katerina reveal a smile. I am sorry. Thales raised his brows. What did you say? Katerina could be heard saying slowly, when you stretched your neck over. My original plan was to suck all of your blood dry. Thales quivered. What? After all, we have already formed a grudge in the previous battle. Katerina returned to her ice-cold expression and continued to speak. Thales felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the queen narrate how she wanted to suck him dry. As long as I get rid of Serena, then go back and annihilate the rest of your subordinates and clean up the traces, no one will know the reason for the Prince of Constellation's death except for Covendier. Thales revealed a look of disbelief. Is this the farmer and the snake? But your life is very tenacious. You did not die of blood loss like I expected. Katerina said coldly, so, my attempt to kill you failed. I think you have the right to know about this. Thales' expression changed several times. He sensed the weakness in his body and touched the 2 holes on his neck that had already closed. Then, he raised his head and stared at Katerina with a surprised and furious expression. You. Thales furrowed his brows and said furiously, and Serena. Both of you are truly a pair of good sisters. However, Katerina only stared at him quietly. Her gaze was complicated. No, please take my honesty as the sincerity of an alliance. I did not hide anything from you and I do not intend to hide anything from you. This is something that Serena, who has been acting all her life, could never do. The queen nodded slightly. If this can dispel your wariness, and build a foundation of trust for our possible alliance in the future. Thales was momentarily stunned. For a moment he did not know how to reply. He furrowed his brows and said, You told me that you once wanted to kill me, and then said that this is your sincerity, and that you hope that I will trust you? Don't you think that something is not quite right? Thales said mockingly. I believe that you are mature enough to be able to tell whether I am being insincere or sincere, Katerina said plainly. You must know that I have never treated you as a child. Thales was speechless for a moment. However, he could not help but feel angry when he recalled his experience of almost being sucked dry. Thales snorted and said in a vengeful tone, Oh, speaking of this, was that your first kiss? Katerina's pupils suddenly contracted. Her expression instantly turned cold and she said in a chilly voice, What did you say? Her purple eyes stared straight at Thales. Under the queen's murderous gaze, Thales immediately felt his scalp go numb. It was only when he saw the soldiers and the 2 supreme-class elites around him that he felt slightly at ease. I mean, some readers want to know, no, many people from the Eastern Peninsula seem to be very concerned about this, so... Thales scratched his head awkwardly. I want to know if I have offended you in any way so that I can apologize. No, of course not, Katerina said coldly. Do you think I am some teenage girl who has just experienced her first awakening of love? First kiss? Childish. The years I have lived are longer than all of your ancestors combined. These words sound a little familiar. Thales shrugged and scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Oh, an ice queen like you would also have a first love? He looked at Katerina's cold, ice-cold face and stuck out his tongue. Your first love? Hey, I can only say, that person is really pitiful. All right. Thales sighed. He immediately raised his head and said solemnly, I wish everything goes well. Never see her again. He added in his heart. Katerina stared at him in silence. Suddenly, she extended her hand towards him and passed him a bracelet with 2 fangs strung on it. The fangs looked fierce and unadorned. There were fine blood-colored patterns on them. They looked like a souvenir from a previous life. Thales widened his eyes and looked at her in puzzlement. This is the Corleone family's keepsake, the blood fangs. Her Majesty Katerina said with a stern expression. If you come around one day, bring it to me. However, It is not a good reputation among the humans to form an alliance with a long-lived race. Before you make up your mind, please keep this a secret from the others. I suggest that you personally keep this keepsake. Thales furrowed his brows. In the end, he still sighed and casually grabbed the Fang's bracelet. I'll throw it away when I get back. Thales thought to himself. Be careful on your way back, he said in his heart. Take care, little Prince Thales. Katerina nodded expressionlessly. She turned around and walked towards her subordinates and the black coffin. Do not forget that this is the inland sea that belongs to us. Thales rolled his eyes behind her back. In the next moment, the Night Queen and her subordinates disappeared from his sight along with the black coffin. Thales sighed emotionally for a second before he turned around and left. At this moment, the Blood Clan's unique secret voice transmission faintly flew into his ears. But that was indeed my first kiss with a member of the opposite sex. Thales shuddered and staggered. Didn't we agree that this is not the world of the little white literature? He sighed and looked into the darkness where Katerina left. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.